here to check out one of the 10 sites of Paldean, the Grand Olive Orchard! It's totally not a field full of Dynamax Smoliv. No. Instead, it's where we grow and make over 30% of the world's olive oil. Yeah! That's my favorite thing to put on a sandwich. What about you, friendos? Comment below. These olives are so important to the locals. Yay! The world! That they even host the yearly Olive Harvest Festival where you can do the ta-da-da-da olive roll. Whoa, that's such a big ball. How are you supposed to push it? I don't know. Just give it your all. Your hard work and good wishes are said to help even more olives grow. So come on down to Cordondo and try it out for yourselves. And once you're done, you should totally grab some yummy snacks at the... Huh? Oh no! Something just fell into the olive fields. Don't worry, friendos. Iono is on the case. Now let's make haste. Oh snap! Look at that! Is that a...
Why are you so loud?
Did that Mareep just talk?
Mareep, I should be a Wooloo.
There's no Wooloo in Paldea, pal.
I'm not your pal, miss.
Yaho! Seems like it's time for an intro ducklet. Your eyeballs are mine! Caught in my electro web. Who's a wanted? Iono!
Can you talk normal, please?
I don't know. It's pretty normal for me.
Fine, I'll get used to it.
So what you doing falling out of the sky like that, friendo?
First of all, my name is Vasko. Second, I'm here on a mission.
Oh-ho! A super secret space mission?
No.
But you did fly in from space.
I guess I did get launched pretty high up. It's a good thing I got so much fluff to make the landing.
So which planet did you launch from, little buddy?
This one? I was in that crater over there, and then...
What? Number 13. I've heard rumors that there's treasures in the Great Crater, but as it turns out, there's also... talking Pokemon! Yeah! Maybe I should go and explore there too!
Hey, wait, no, don't run off. I need your help.
Oh? Did I just hear Mr. Shocky Sheep ask for my help? How can the great Iono be of assistance to you, friendo?
Well, you see, my mission is to find out if you could become champion. This is Iono, the electric-type gym leader in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Not only is she the biggest streamer in the entire region, she's also an extremely powerful trainer who will likely end many a Nuzlocke run with her levitating electric Mismagius. But is she powerful enough to become champion? And does she even care? You see, unlike the Galar region where everyone wants to become the champion, in Paldea anyone can become a champion, it's just a rank here. But it's still a rank you can only get by defeating all 8 gym leaders, the Elite Four and Gita, and in an effort to make sure that this rank is held up to the same standard as in other regions, La Primera will occasionally go through all the gyms to see if they're still on top of their game. Unless she's busy with something else, like say a bully outbreak at the academy where every teacher suddenly quits, and now she has to find new staff ASAP. In situations like that, she'll assign the assessment to someone else, and this time that someone else is none other than me. And Iono. So in order to see if these gyms are up to standard, I'll be playing through Pokemon Scarlet using Iono's team. I can only use her gym team before the second gym badge. After that, I can evolve or catch the remaining Pokemon from her rematch team as they become available along the way. I'm also restricted to only using Iono's in-game moveset, abilities, and strategies, which means I cannot switch out Pokemon, I can't use held items, and I can't use any items during battle like revives or X attacks, none of those. There are only 2 exceptions to these rules. First, if I cannot access a move yet, either due to a level restriction or TM location, I can fill its slot with any move that is currently available, although I'll usually go for something that is very similar, just less powerful. Second, I can use a once per battle healing item because, as it turns out, these games can get pretty difficult if you give yourself so many restrictions. Anywho, Iono's initial team has a Mismagius, who can Terastallize into an electric type, and a Shinx with Intimidate. With this team, Iono can easily take down the Titan Cloth, who for some reason locked itself into spamming Vice Grip, which has no effect on us because we're a ghost. We're literally incapable of catching these hands. Also, the Titans are not a required part of becoming a champion, but I had to come to this area to catch the Shinx, so I figured I might as well do the battle for fun. The real gym challenge begins in Cordondo, where Iono has to participate in the Olive Roll. This is the only gym test in the game that has optional trainer battles, but I ended up doing them anyways since Shinx really needed the extra experience points. You see, if I go to battle Katy with just Shinx and Mischievous, Shinx can handle her first 2 Pokemon by setting up a charge, which doubles the power of her next electric type move, and then sweep with Thunder Fang. However, Katy's Teddiursa can easily one-shot our electric feline, and unless we get extremely lucky with Confusion, the status effect, Mischievous can't really do much here. And since I give these battles 2 attempts before declaring a loss, extremely good luck is not something we can count on. What's even worse is that there's really nothing else we can try to do here. No other moves or Pokemon are available this early on, and for some reason, Shinx didn't evolve after the battle. So I went back in to try my luck a second time and failed. Wow, this is just like the time I took the GMAT. Well, looks like Iono can't beat Katy, so she can't become champion. So video's over, thanks for watching, don't forget to check out the sponsor. Okay, bye!
Whoa, friendo, you can't just give up on me like that!
Well, you lost to Katy twice, and there's nothing else we can try.
Did you forget your mission, Mr. Shocky Sheep? You're supposed to see how I do against every gym leader, not just the first one.
True, but if you can't even win against the first one, I'm pretty sure the rest won't go too well either.
Hey now, no need to be a hater. Or should I cast a little curse on you for being so mean?
Curse? Absolutely not. Wait a minute, you're a streamer. What do you know about curses?
Mama was a hex girl, so I know a thing or 3. Now let's see.
No, you win. You can have a 3rd attempt at the gym battle. Just please don't put a curse on me.
Jeez, Mr. Shocky Sheep. You seem really spooked about curses. It was just a joke.
Well, yeah, I might not be able to get home if I have a curse on me, so I need to steer clear of those.
Fine. I'll let you off the hook this time, but you better subscribe to me once you get home. Capiche?
Corfish.
Hee, close enough. Alrighty now. What can I do to win here? Aha!
The solution was to evolve Shinx. We did hit level 15 during our first attempt at the gym battle, but since we lost the match, the game never triggered the evolution. I'm not sure if this is intentional or some sort of a bug, but it unfortunately meant that we needed another level up to actually evolve. This does make us a bit over leveled for the battle, however, it is not my fault that the game does not work properly. If it had, we would have won the second time around, because Luxio absolutely changes how the battle turns out. We can easily take out the first 2 bugs, and we don't get one-shot by the Teddiursa, meaning we can deplete most of its HP before getting knocked out. Now, Mischievous just has to hit Teddiursa with Confusion the move to win the battle, so I guess Iono is still in the running for champion. Having claimed the first gym badge, we can now catch 2 more Pokemon for her team. Both Tadbulb and Wattrel spawn near the secluded beach, which is technically on our way towards Artisan. Iono also wanted to stop there to make a recording for her 10 Sides of Paldea video. This area is most likely based on the Dunyana National Park, which happens to include a lot of marshes and streams, just like the area where Tadbulb spawned. The not so good news was that all the Wattrel in the area were level 23, and Brassius caps at level 18, so we really should not try to use this over-leveled super effective bird for that battle. It would not be fair. But since I didn't want to risk another major loss so early in the game, Iono and I kept searching for a lower level Wattrel in the area. According to Cerebi, they're supposed to spawn between levels 14 and 27, but after several hours of looking and 1 shiny love disc, the lowest we could find was this one at level 19. Close enough. So anyways, this thing sweeps through Brassius' first 2 Pokemon, but it gets instantly knocked out by Sudowoodo's rock type moves. Now next was Tadbulb using my favorite early game attack, Mud Slap, to lower the foe's accuracy. And then Luxio could just come in and spam Bite to knock out the fake tree, which flinched not once, not twice, but 5 turns in a row. Never tell me the odds. Having won against Brassius, we evolved Tadbulb, Wattrel, and Mischievous, and then we made our way up north towards the mines to grab a Voltorb for the team, and also to do another recording for the 10 Sides of Paldea. This time, it was the Million Volt Skyline, which I'm pretty sure is just supposed to mimic the City of Arts and Sciences. Man, doing the research for this video kind of makes me want to go on a tour of Spain now.
I know, right?
Anyways, our next stop would be all the way in Cascarafa, where Iono decided to hit up the shops for a cool new phone case. And when she finally made her way up to the gym, we were informed that Kofu was currently out of town on a shopping trip. But since we knew him, the league rep asked if we could go and deliver his wallet to Porto Marinata. After delivering his lost wallet, Kofu agreed to battle us when he got back to Cascarafa. But maybe he should have taken some time to train up his team a bit, because this poor chef did not stand a chance. Kilowattrel easily took down Veluza with a couple of Electro Balls, then got in one last quick attack before Wugtrio knocked it out. Out next was Bellybolt, who got hit with a chain of headbutts, making it flinch multiple turns in a row until it was finally able to land a Thunder Shock and finish off the Gooey Rock. That just left Crabominable, who was way way too slow to defend itself against Electrode's Electro Balls. This ended up being a pretty fair match since both of us only used 3 Pokemon for the battle. What wasn't fair was Iono making me sit around and wait for an hour while she recorded another segment for her 10 Sides of Paldea video.
You could've just watched my videos while y'all waited.
True, but I would've rather done something more productive with my time instead of just sit around.
I don't know about that. Relaxing is pretty important too.
Do I tell her?
Let me guess, you do this sort of thing too, huh?
How did you know?
Hehehe. Nothing gets past me.
Okay then, oh great Iono, give me some advice. My channel has been struggling lately and I don't know what to do.
Only if you leave a like.
I would, but I don't have thumbs at the moment.
Hehe. It's the thought that counts. Everyone thinks being a YouTuber is easy, but the reality of it is quite shocking.
Exactly. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and most people actually fail. Roughly 10% of creators quit every month.
I didn't know my pal was such a whiz, but you're right. I've lost many friendos who had to drop out entirely. They just weren't earning enough to make ends meet and had to go do other things.
Me too. A lot of the creators that were around when I got started and friends I've made along the way just aren't around anymore.
But it is what it is. So anywho, my advice to you is to just keep trying and have fun with it until you get lucky.
Right, which is why I'd rather be working for an hour than sit around and wait for you.
No, friendo, you got it all wrong. It's not about working harder. Well, I guess it helps a bit, but you really don't gain much from pushing yourself too hard, unless what you're trying to gain is burnout.
But I thought skill is all that really matters.
Yeah, I mean, if your video sucks, people definitely won't watch it, but having a good video doesn't mean that people will watch it either. To be successful, you gotta make something that's good, but also something that a lot of people are currently interested in. Or just something shocking enough that they can't look away.
You've got a point, but there's no way I can figure out what everyone's interested in at the moment, and even if I do, it's usually something I don't care to make. Meanwhile, it almost looks like the bigger creators can get away with making whatever they want, so why can't the little guys? It's not fair, you know. Sometimes I spend weeks working on a video only for it to flop harder than a Magikarp.
See, this is what happens when you overwork yourself, Shocky Sheep. If something does bad, it stings that much more. I do want to help you out, but I don't got the answers for you.
Seems like no one does.
And that's why you just gotta have fun with it. If you're making the stuff you want to make, some folks will still enjoy it, and you can be satisfied with what you created.
But what if I never end up getting lucky enough? Do I just live in poverty and starve? Or do I look for another job, even if that means I'll have much less time to work on the videos I do want to make? Sometimes I wonder if I should just do more mainstream content that I'm not interested in personally. Seems like I lose either way. I hate this! What was that noise?
What noise?
You didn't hear it?
Only thing I heard was little Mr. Shocky Sheep worrying about his YouTube channel a little too much. Listen, friendo, it's definitely hard to find success, but I believe in you. Get another job to make ends meet if you have to, and just keep making the things you're interested in making. Do what you gotta do, but make sure you have fun with it, okay?
Okay.
Now come on, Vasko, cheer up. We got another gym to do, and I heard there's lots of yummy foods there.
Our next stop was the town of Medali, which was packed with restaurants on every side of the street and students looking for hints to the Treasure Eatery's secret menu item. But instead of trying to battle them and steal their clues, Iono was smart and went on the little Bluebird app to find all the info she needed. She also got me some grilled rice balls from the ice cream stand to try and cheer me up. I was a bit suspicious, but they were delicious. Then we made to place the secret order at the Treasure Eatery and got to battle Gym Leader Larry. Kilowattrol used Air Slash against his Sleepless Komala, and we managed to make it flinch 2 turns in a row, so the little guy couldn't even try to attack us. The Dunsparce didn't flinch, so it spammed Hyper Drill to finish off our bird, then Drill Run to beat up Electrode, but his own HP got dangerously close to 0. That just left Larry's Staraptor, which terastallized into a normal type, so there goes our electric type advantage, but at least it managed to paralyze itself thanks to Bellyboat's static ability. But that paralysis ended up working in Larry's favor, since Facade doubles the damage if the user is under a status condition. This would mean major trouble had we not chipped away at most of its health when it was too stunned to move, so Luxray could just come on in and finish the battle with ease. There was only one problem. Iono's Bellybolt is not supposed to have static. It's got that annoying electromorph Metamorphosis ability that triggers every time you hit it. I got so distracted looking for a low level Watro at the start of the game that I completely forgot to check if the Tadbulb had the right ability. So instead of running towards the next gym, we took a huge detour to the Tag Tree Thicket where a bunch of high level Tadbulb and Bellibolt spawn to look for one with the right ability. Thankfully, Luxray made the search easy since his Intimidate would trigger the correct ability at the start of battle. The next problem was that we needed the materials to make another Reflect and Water Pulse, so we had to run down a random beach and beat up a bunch of Magikarp and Weasel, as well as to some random ruins to collect Drowsy-Fur. And then we had to do a bunch of raids to get enough candy so that the new Bellibolt isn't under-leveled. Once the new Bellibolt was ready to go, we made our way up the mountain towards another one of the 10 sites of Paldea, Glacido's Grasp.
First of all, it's pronounced glaciado. And second, have you heard of the rumors about this place, friendo?
Rumors? Nope, just kinda looks like a hand to me.
But whose hand is it? The main theory is that the entire region of Paldea is one giant Pokemon.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that one before. But isn't Glaciado Mountain supposed to be part of that Pokemon's tail? Why would there be a random hand all the way out here?
I knew you were a whiz, friendo. That's why there's also another theory. What if it's not just an entire region that's a Pokemon, but the entire mountain? Maybe those giant Pokemon from Galar were also roaming all the way out here, and one of them got buried under Chi-Max Hailstorm.
Sounds like a very unfortunate way to go.
So which theory do you think it is?
Honestly, neither. I think it's just a rock that happens to be shaped like a hand.
Dang, friendo. Here I thought you gave me a super effective option 3. Instead, you used a reality type move. Yikes.
I don't think that's a thing. Anyways, which gym are we going to next?
The closest one is in Montenevera. I've heard they got a new gym leader, since the previous one got scouted to be a teacher by Gita.
She can do that?
Right? You don't want to be on her bad side. Anywho, let's go!
No can do, friendo.
What's wrong, Mr. Shocky Sheep?
Boss told me to stay out of Montenevera.
Boss? You mean Gita?
Not quite. Can't say. Remember how I was a bit scared of having a curse placed on me?
Yaha?
Well, since the new gym leader is a ghost type specialist, I need to steer clear of her, just in case.
Right? I did hear a rumor that she can raise the dead. Oh no, are you dead?
Iono, you're just being silly at this point. Of course I'm not dead.
I don't know, you seem pretty dead to me. Dead serious, that is.
Haha. Anyways, I'm not going to Montenevera. I'll just wait by that Pokemon Center over there.
Alright, friendo, suit yourself. Just promise you won't whine about having to wait this time.
I won't, but please don't take too long.
Oh, I know. How about I stream my battle? That way you have something to watch while you wait.
That's a great idea, actually.
Yay! Let's see if the nice Pokemon Center lady will let you watch my stream on her phone.
And just like that, Iono and I went our separate ways. Anyways, her battles at Ryme's gym were pretty interesting since they were the only double battles in the entire game. Boss was also right to warn me about Montenevera, since one of the singers definitely used Curse. No thanks. After hyping up the stage with her streamer skills, Iono finally got to battle Ryme. She led with Kilowattrel and Luxray, whose Intimidate helped lower Ryme's physical attacks, then it used Volt Switch to break Mimikyu's disguise and swap out with Bellibolt. Ryme went for an Icy Wind, which lowered our speed, but it also triggered Kilowattrel's Wind Power ability. It works exactly like Bellibolt's Electromorphosis, but only if hit with a Wind move. Too bad Kilowattrel got knocked out before it could actually attack. Iono's next choice was Electrode, who could barely do any damage, and this time she did not hold back with Bellibolt, unleashing a powerful discharge which nearly knocked out our own teammate. The crowd got so hyped that they gave us an attack boost, and when Ryme finished off our Electrode, they gave her team a speed boost instead. I kinda wanted the speed boost. Luxray came in to finally finish off the Mimikyu, and Bellibolt did some chip damage with Mudshot, but Ryme was done playing around. She sent out her ace, terastallized it into a ghost type, and let out a powerful hyper voice. Meanwhile, Houndstone vanished into thin air. This got the crowd even more excited, giving Ryme's team a boost to each of their stats. So yeah, things were not looking very good for our friendo. It is a bit funny how Ryme turned her electric type into a ghost, and now Iono is gonna turn her ghost type into electric. This helped Miss Magius tank a Hex and then return the favor to Ryme's ace. That got the crowd cheering for Iono, giving her team a boosty to every stat as well. But Miss Magius had taken too much damage, so Iono had to use her one-time heal to survive Houndstone's next attack. The crowd approved, giving us a speed boost which allowed Iono to get a hit in before the doggy vanished again. But what now? That last attack did 55 damage and Iono's Miss Magius only has 54 HP left. Here goes. goes 2 HP! And that means she can attack again and win. Way to go, Iono! After the battle was over, she came to pick me up from the Pokemon Center and did a quick loop around Casaroya Lake to record the waterfalls and some rocks near the shore, which were apparently more of Paldea's sites. Anywho, our next stop was all the way down to Alpernata, where Iono got to do a fun workout and then challenge Gym Leader Tulip to battle. We tried the air slash strategy, but only got the giraffe to flinch once, so Electrode had to come in and finish off Tulip's lead. Her Gardevoir got paralyzed by our discharge attack, however our fake Pokeball couldn't do much in terms of damage. Bellibolt was our next best choice because Electromorphosis, although that buff was not strong enough to take down Espathra in one hit, so Iono had to send out Luxray next and went for the Volt Switch strategy on Espathra, allowing us to retreat just in case, and opening up the stage for Mismagius. Our Shadow Balls weren't doing much damage, and Florges managed to lower our special attack with its Moonblast. That meant that we were not going to be able to hit hard enough to win, but that's why we saved Luxray for last. After our victory, Iono rushed off to record some footage at the Leaking Tower of Paldea, and pretty sure that one's supposed to be in Italy. The next site we went to was the very top of Glaciado Mountain. I would say the view was nice, but we were too busy trying to dodge wild Pokemon that kept trying to run into us, and on the way down we challenged the final gym. Grusha's Frostmoth was an easy KO thanks to our flying type moves, but the bear would be trouble. Yup. Trouble. At this point, Luxray had finally learned Wild Charge instead of Volt Switch, so we could do even more damage but lost the ability to switch out. The other downside to this powerful attack is that we take recoil, so Titan could easily finish us off. Good thing we have Electromorphosis. Oh, and Bellibolt now knows Thunder, so we really get to shock out Terria's HP. We didn't even need to use Mismagius for this one, and with that, we've collected all 8 gym badges in the Paldea region. Our next order of business was to level up our team. Grusha capped out at level 48, but Rika, the first Elite Four member, caps at level 58. The best way to level up our team before the DLC drops is to go up north near Team Star's Fairy Base and make a sandwich that boosts normal type encounters. Then we can just farm all the Chansey that spawn in the area until our team reaches the desired level. Typically, I just go for the ham and pickle sandwich, but Iono had another idea. She went searching for an even better recipe online and found this one by Reddit user Kelps06. It was a very weird recipe that had us stacking 12 blocks of tofu, 5 leaves of watercress, as well as a double serving of salt and pepper. Not gonna lie gamers, this recipe is hard to make, especially since some of the tofu can just topple over. And look, I'm a germaphobe, and even I wouldn't throw away perfectly good food just because it fell off the sandwich while I was making it. But this game? Nah fam, the tablecloth is lava. Anyways, we did eventually manage to make this tofu tower sandwich that vaguely resembled the skyscrapers in Levincia, and that gave us the normal encounter bonus as well as an EXP bonus from normal types. Although I'm not sure if the extra steps and complicated setup was worth all the hassle. Anyways, Iono and I are gonna go punch some Chansey, then make our way to the Elite Four. Our first opponent there would be the interviewer Rika, and she's going to be a very troublesome trainer since she is the most grounded of the 4. So grounded that her entire team has a type advantage against Iono. Thankfully, her Whiscash missed its Blizzard attack, so that's one less Pokemon to worry about. But then Donphan rolled out and said no birds. Bellibolt was out next, and this time Electromorphosis wouldn't help us, so we go for Water Pulse and no chance. Electrode is fast enough to set up a Magnet Rise, which will negate all ground type moves for a couple of turns, and then spams Foul Play while holding on for dear life until it finally knocks out the Donphan. Thankfully, the Dugtrio isn't too bulky, so while it is trying to set up a Sandstorm, Luxray can finish it off with an Ice Fang. I always forget about the camera. Since there wasn't much we could do, Iono went for these Psychic Fangs in hopes of a flinch, but the giant camo just yawned at us instead. And once we were asleep, it was game over for Luxray. Thankfully, Mismagius has no weakness, so we can come in and finish off the Camerupt, then face off against Rika's Ace. Our Shadow Balls barely do any damage, but for some reason, Rika decided to just spam Protect instead of Attack, or Poisonous, or you know, try. We did end up winning, but it did not feel deserved. Poppy and Larry were the next 2 Elite Four members, but neither of them posed much of a threat to Iono. Magnezone was a bit of a challenge due to its light screen and resistance to electric type moves, but we had good coverage for the rest of her team. And Larry? Yeah, Larry uses flying types. He has 0 chance here. Now Hassel, this guy was actually a challenge, mainly due to Haxorus. I mean, this thing was a champion's ace Pokemon, and those are usually pretty strong, usually. Luxray could easily sweep through his first 3 dragons, but it's too slow to touch Haxorus. I thought Electrode's Foul Play would be useful here since Haxorus is jacked, but we weren't able to do enough damage to 2-shot. However, it was enough to get a knockout with Belly Ball Sucker Punch. Now onto the next Super Jack Dragon, and this time Sucker Punch did nothing. Since Hassel absolutely obliterated Miss Magius on her first attempt, Iono asked me for some assistance, but all I did was apply paralysis and pass out. However, since Baxcalibur used Glaive Rush to finish me off, Miss Magius could now one-shot it with Dazzling Gleam. The main difference between the first and second attempt was that Baxcalibur used Glaive Rush to knock out the Pokemon before Miss Magius, and its effect allowed us to do enough damage to win. Paralysis did nothing. So the real outcome of this battle just comes down to luck. Iono could have won it without me, but wanted to play it safe. And since she did win against all of the Elite Four, it was time for her to fight Geeta for the title of, for the champion rank. Except Geeta does not hold back. She destroys her Kilowattrel, earthquakes her Electrode, gets to face the power of Electromorphosis not once, but twice. And just when we thought we were in the home stretch, she sends out the Go-Go. Since it resists water and electric type moves, we go for Sucker Punch but fail. She sets up Bulk Up and then knocks out our Belly Bolt. Luxury comes out to intimidate it, removing the attack buff she just got, and then hits it with a super effective Ice Fang, but it barely dents its HP. Go-Go uses another Bulk Up, and then Horn Leech. All the damage we did, healed. Luxury, dead. No problem, right? Miss Magius knows Mystical Fire. Doesn't one-shot. Horn Leech. Bam. All the damage we did, healed. Don't make fun of Geeta's Go-Go. This thing is the reason Iono can't become champion. Well, at least on our first attempt. The nice thing about this game is that once you've cleared the Elite Four, you can just go straight back to Geeta. This time we play it smart and set up Tailwind first, triggering Kilowattrel's ability and knocking out Geeta's Espathra before it commits any funny business. She follows up with King Gambit, but we know this guy is weak to Electromorphosis, and so is Avalugg. The bad news is that we attacked first, so Electromorphosis wasn't active this time around, but that's okay because now we can set up a Magnet Rise and take it down with Discharge. The Go-Goat is back again, but now we have Foul Play, so when it uses Bulk Up, it makes our move stronger too. See, I've learned a lot since that Marnie video. Her Veluza did get to finish off Electrode thanks to its Aqua Jet, but it's weak to electricity, so down it goes. That leaves Geeta with just Glamora, who does have a ground type move. Anyways, this means it's time for Miss Magius to shine, literally. And since it's got plenty of special bulk, she can easily tank through Geeta's attacks and finish off her Toxic Rock Flower. Apart from a few small hiccups on my end at the 1st and 5th gym, Iono's team could actually win against all the gym leaders and most of the Elite Four. Her only real challenge would have been Hassel's Baxcalibur and Geeta's Go-Goat, both of which could be beaten with a little bit of good luck. So I think it's safe to say, could Iono become champion in Pokemon Scarlet? Yes, absolutely.
I got a super cool rank, and you completed your super secret space mission.
Yeah, good job, Iono.
So now you get to go home, right? But you came out of the sky, so like, how's that gonna work? Should I teach Electro Explosion so we can blast you back into the sky?
No. A portal should be opening up any moment, and it'll take me home.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. Mind if I record it?
Sure, go ahead. Boss didn't say anything about keeping the portal secret.
Great! So, do you have to go to a specific location? Or does this portal know where you are?
You know, they never did tell me the details, but they did say not to worry about where I am. So boss probably has a way to locate me before activating the portal.
This boss of yours sounds like a real whiz. Think I could snag them for an exclusive interview?
Probably not. Boss is pretty busy and told me not to tell anyone who they are, so...
Those darn NDAs?
A necessary evil, the boss calls them. Anyways, while we wait, got any advice on sponsorships? I got a really cool one this time around, but I'm curious to hear what general advice you have.
Listen closely, Mr. Shocky Sheep. So here's my absolute bestest advice I could give you on this. Ideas, blah, 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 blah. Hey, Mr. Shocky Sheep, didn't you say that portal was supposed to appear any moment now?
I did, and I'm starting to get worried. It definitely should have appeared by this point.
Well, I've got stuff to do today, so I can't just sit around and wait, but you're welcome to tag along if you like.
Yeah, I think I will. If I stay here by myself, I'll get too anxious. Besides, if we're apart, you won't be able to record the portal.
True. And it's the plan, friendo. Now let's go record the last of the 10 sites. Hola, ciao and bonjour. It's time for the Iono Zone. Today we're here to check out one of the 10 sites of Paldea, the Fury Falls. Some say that this area was an ancient battlefield, while others speculate it's an extinct volcano.
And me, I think it's just a nice hot spring. What about you, Iono?
I don't know about the hot spring part. The water is pretty warm, but look at all the giant spiky looking rocks in the area. Methinks there was an epic battle here.
I'd rather enjoy the nice warm water than do battle. Besides, we've seen plenty of other pointy rocks before. What makes these ones so special?
Hehe. I'm glad you asked, Mr. Shakishi. Any of our viewers from Galar would instantly recognize the pattern of these spiky rocks. They all look like the aftermath of a Max Steel spike attack.
How do you know what that looks like?
I am best buds with Ryanne, so of course I'm gonna watch all of his matches. And I've seen his unevolved Rowdon win so many battles with these kinds of moves.
I guess influencers do tend to know each other. Anyways, don't max attacks disappear shortly after being used? Why would this one stay here for so long?
Great question. Grab yourself a zoom lens and lock on to the top of these spikes. See that shiny black stuff? That's called obsidian. It's a special igneous rock that forms when lava cools super quick like. Could it be that the cool Max Steel spikes were countered with a boiling hot fire type move that turned them into stone?
I guess that could happen, but what would a Dynamax Pokemon be doing all the way out here? I thought that phenomenon existed only in Galar.
The magic's in the mystery. What epic battle took place here? What volcanic Pokemon could have petrified a max attack? And why did it disappear from history? I don't know, but I sure would like to. So if you got any leads, be sure to comment down below. Catch you later, friendos. Iono signing off.
That was fun.
See? You gotta have fun with it. Otherwise, we'll be all out of juice by now. Juice! And we're definitely gonna need that energy.
You make it sound like we have more stuff to do after the shoot.
But of course, although this one is more of a chore.
Who the heck is giving you chores?
La Primera. Who else? Since she's still busy with the school thing, she asked me to deliver an important package to an acquaintance in Area 0.
Why not get Wild Bolt Transport to do it?
Apparently, the last couple of delivery guys they sent down there were all attacked by a mysterious Cyclozard-looking Pokemon. Since it's too dangerous for the Wild Bulls to deliver, Gita's sending champion rank trainers instead, and I'm the lucky one today.
Well, think on the bright side. Now you can get some exclusive footage of Area 0.
Hehe, I like your attitude. Now let's go, friendo.
Area 0 definitely had a mysterious vibe to it. Most of the Pokemon we saw there looked like regular old Pokemon to me, but we did run into a couple of paradoxes on our way down. Iono also accidentally sent out her Kilowatt Throw, but then couldn't get it back into its Pokeball for a while. It almost felt like the Pokeballs got locked up and wouldn't open. The worst part was that this acquaintance we were supposed to deliver to was in a lab all the way at the bottom of Area 0, so we had to trek through a bunch of mysterious looking crystal caves and look for the right way down because nobody left any signs or torches like in other worlds. But we eventually reached the lab.
Yoo-hoo! Delivery for Professor Sada!
One moment, I'll be right out. Thank you for coming all the way down here to deliver this package.
No problemo, Prof. Sorry it took so long.
Yeah, it was a lot more walking than we expected.
Oh my, did that Pokemon just talk?
So what I'm hearing is, you haven't seen any other talking Pokemons down here either?
No, absolutely not. I've heard rumors of such Pokemon existing, but I've never met one until now.
I don't think I'm that special, but hi, I'm Vasko. Nice to meet you.
Oh no, the pleasure is all mine. Say, would you two like to come in the lab with me for some tea? Sounds like you're both very tired from your long journey.
Yes, please. My legs are so sore from all the walking.
Great, just give me a second to bring in the package.
Okay, was it just me or did she seem a little too excited?
I don't know. She's a professor who loves to study Pokemon, so she's probably just gonna ask you a lot of questions. But take your time, cause I wanna see all the cool science stuff she's hiding down here.
You two can come in now. And Miss Iono, please refrain from sticking your nose where it does not belong. We've got some toxic chemicals in this lab that might melt it right off.
Oh no, she hurt me.
But she does make a good point. Anyways, let's go.
So, tell me, Vasko, was it? Are you by any chance interested in helping out with my research?
You mean like the terastallization stuff?
That might be what I'm known for, but it's not my current project.
Then what are you working on now?
So you are interested. Good. First, I must ask you and Miss Iono to sign this paper.
Is that an NDA?
Yep, looks like it. Must be some top secret stuff you're working on, Professor.
Correct. If this project succeeds, our world will be fundamentally different for the better. And now that we've got a talking Pokemon with us, we could make some major strides. Follow me.
You keep saying we, but it looks like you're the only one living here.
Area 0 is quite dangerous. Not many researchers are willing to risk their lives in the name of science. I do, however, have a very trusty assistant helping me out, but they like to keep to themselves and aren't too fond of strangers. Now then, mind your step as you walk in.
Whoa, this room is so shiny and sparkly!
These crystals are not just for show. Using their special properties, I was able to develop this.
A console? Can you play games on it?
I'm afraid not, Miss Iono. This is no ordinary computer. This is a time machine.
So you can travel to the future?
The past, and I unfortunately cannot. Organic matter has been unable to make the round trip. Pokeballs, however.
Nope, not a chance. I am not going into a time machine.
Anyone would be reluctant at first, but I can assure you it's perfectly safe. We've sent many Pokeballs to retrieve Pokemon from the past, and we can send Pokemon from the present to the past as well. As long as you're inside your Pokeball, no harm will come to you.
Yeah, as long as I'm inside the spaceship, I won't suffocate in space either, but it's not something I'm willing to risk.
All I'd ask you to do is take a peek at your surroundings in the past, and then report on what you saw. There would be no reason for you to leave the confines of your Pokeball.
No, I don't think I will.
Miss Iono, this is your Pokemon, correct?
Yeah-huh, I've got his Pokeball right here.
Then how about we play a little game?
Ooh, a game? I love games!
Perfect. Then I propose that you and I have a Pokemon battle. If I win, you will lend me his Pokeball so I can run this experiment. And if you win, I will give you permission to record and publish everything about this lab. Does that sound fair?
And a Iono exclusive on the hidden labs in the depths of Area Zero? My viewers will love this!
Wait, Iono, I think this is some kind of a setup.
Oh, come on, Mr. Shocky Sheep. I'll be fine. I am a champion-ranked trainer after all.
And so the stage was set. However, the professor immediately began playing dirty, using an unknown Pokemon from the past against Iono. We got lucky and hit it with Kilowattrel's Hurricane, which turned out to be super effective and knocked it out in one shot. Next, she sent out something that looked like a Misdreavus, and it also had a pretty powerful special attack. We tried to hit it with a foul play, but didn't do much damage. Thankfully, Bellibolt managed to knock it out with an Electromorphosis Thunder, but even this strategy could barely do anything against the Brute Bonnet. Luxray managed to intimidate it and chomp off half its health with an Ice Fang, then it bulked through an Earthquake and finished it off. Out next was a Pharaoh Magnemite that obliterated Luxray with another ground-type move, leaving us with just Mismagius, who terastallized and attacked with Mystical Fire to lower its special attack, then finished it off with a Shadow Ball. The professor followed up with a Jigglypuff that hit us so hard we had to use our one-time heal, and then it missed its attack so we could just finish it off. That left Sada with just one last Pokemon which looked a lot like a Mega Salamence, and even though we had a super effective move, it got to attack us first and one-shot our poor Mismagius. That left just little old me, who got destroyed by an Earthquake. We definitely got tricked. I hate it when people do that. There's that noise again.
Oh no, how could I lose?
That is the power of the past, Miss Iono. I can use Pokemon I've never met or studied before to defeat a champion-ranked trainer with ease, which is why I'd like to know more about them and their environment, and that is where you come in.
Hold on a minute, I have rights. You can't just send me through a time machine.
I'm afraid you don't, dear. Once inside a Pokeball, Pokemon belong to their trainer, and your trainer agreed to lend me your Pokeball for this experiment if she lost our battle, which she did.
There's no way this experiment of yours isn't violating some major rules.
If it were a cruel or unusual one, sure. But all I'm doing is sending your Pokeball through time. To you, it should be no different than being sent to the Pokemon box. There is nothing unethical about it. Even Gita is informed about this project and has given me express permission to continue.
That's really messed up.
Now then, Miss Iono, may I have his Pokeball, please?
I'm sorry, Vasko. I got blindsided by all the cool stuff around here, and I really thought it could win.
I'm sorry too, Iono. I wasn't able to help you turn the tides of battle, and now I've got this thing to worry about.
So dramatic, you two. It'll be over before you know it. Now then, let's begin. And now to bring him back.
What did you do?
Nothing. This process has worked flawlessly in at least 1,000 randomized control trials.
Then why isn't he back?
I don't know. Let me check the time machine's tracking data. See, we've got his exact coordinates, so why isn't the retrieval working? Move aside, please. Assistant, back up all data on experiment TM020132-092. Emergency protocol launch. And retrieve.
Mr. Shocky Sheep?
I'm afraid not. Attempt number 3. Failure. The retrieval process works just fine. And we have his exact coordinates. But for some reason, the machine won't bring him back.
What do you mean it won't bring him back? Get the chairman on the line right now. Your machine is not working. He's stuck in there. Well, how did you get him out last time? But there hasn't been any curses. We've been observing him ever since he set foot into Iono's world.
Miss Tulip, we have a problem.
What now?
His signal is gone.
Ah, the past. So mysterious. So dark. There's nothing here. A Pokeball? And it's gone. Darkness and disappearing Pokeballs. The past seems pretty weird and lame. What was that? I take it back. The past is awesome. It's very, very cool. Professor Sada, take me home, please. So this is it, huh? This is how my journey ends? Getting eaten by a dinosaur in the past? I'm not going down without a fight. Although, it might be better to just run. What have I been thinking about? My whole body's paralyzed by fear. I didn't even know electric types could get paralyzed.
Aha! I knew I heard a noise coming from this room. Something must have knocked over that Pokeball. But there's no sign of a Shroodle in here. Those invasive toxic mice? No smell of one either. So, what could have made you fall on the ground? Best check what's inside. Huh?
Huh?
Ah!
Come on, get it out already.
Avant-garde!
I don't know if I'm more relieved or worried right now.
Perhaps another feeling entirely. Enchanted to meet you, talking Skiddo. I am Brassius.
Skiddo? No, I'm a Mareep.
If there were still Shroodle toxins left in this atelier, I would be inclined to believe you. However, my eyes work perfectly fine this time, and you are 100% a Skiddo.
Ah, great. As if I didn't have enough problems already.
You seem quite distressed. Do tell, what is bothering you? I don't believe I caught your name.
Vasko, and well, long story short, I was a Mareep that traveled through Paldean with Iono, and then I got sent back in time by,
What's wrong? Meowth got your tongue?
Sorry, I probably shouldn't say who.
Well, this isn't very avant-garde.
I think the best place to start is Iono. Think you can take me to see her?
I could, but unfortunately, I have urgent business in Cortanda. The owner of the pâtissier has commissioned me to craft some decorations before this year's olive roll. I was only dropping by my atelier to pick up some supplies when I heard the strange noise coming from this room.
I see. Well, could you take me to Iono after your commission is complete?
But of course! Well then, I bid you farewell.
Wait, can I come along with you? This place gives me the creeps.
Absolutely! Say, would you be interested in creating some sort of artistic masterpiece with me?
I don't know much about masterpieces, but I am a little interested to see if you have what it takes to become champion.
Truly avant-garde.
This is Brassius, the grass-type gym leader in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. He's also one of the weakest gym leaders in the region, not just because many people will battle him to get their first or second gym badge, but because so many of the other gym leaders, Elite Four and Team Star, have Pokemon that would absolutely stomp out any weed he sends out to the battlefield. So, as you can imagine, doing a challenge run of this game where I can only use his rematch team, including his abilities and movesets, no held items, and no in-battle effect items, might not have been my brightest of ideas. But it's on part of my grand plan to see just how far each of the gym leaders can make it in Paldean and learn a bit more about them along the way. So I hope you join me on this journey to find out if Brassius could become champion. Brassius starts out with 3 Pokemon on his team. First is Smoliv, which can be found anywhere near Cortando's olive fields. Second is Petalo, which hang out near the windmills north of Cortando, but I got really lucky and found mine in a raid den on the way to town. And last but certainly not least is is his signature Sudowoodo, who finally gets to be Grass-type Pokemon after decades of pretending. It's literally living its best fake it till you make it life. However, we can't get a Sudowoodo just yet because Bonsly don't learn the move Mimic until level 16, and I will be doing my best not to level up my team beyond the next gym leader's strongest Pokemon. So for the time being, meet Bonsly, who also happened to spawn right near Cartondo. Geez, Brassius must have spent a lot of time in this area. Maybe he made some of the decorations we see around the bakery. Who knows? What I do know is that it's time to kick this challenge off by battling Katy and her bug-type Pokemon, which will be hard considering her grass types take double damage from her bug-type moves. The good news is that they don't do that much damage, so Smoliv can sneak in some tackles before getting knocked out. But Petalil is a lot less useful since it only knows special grass-type moves, and Nimble's Struggle Bug attack lowers her special attack stat every time it hits us. We did manage to put it to sleep for a couple of turns, but our strongest move, Mega Drain, was barely doing any damage. So with just her lead, Katy has managed to wipe everyone but Bonsly. The good news is that Bonsly knows Rock-type moves, which will do double damage to Bug-type Pokemon, so we can finally finish off our Cricket, and two-shot the Tarantula with a few HP to spare. Unfortunately, those spider bites definitely stung a bit too much, so while Katy is busy terastallizing her Teddiursa into a Bug-type, we sneak in our once per battle potion to prepare Bonsly for its next enemy. And then we use Protect to cancel Tarantula's chain of Fury Cutters, since this move increases in power each time it hits consecutively, and it will knock us out the second turn. But since the chain is now broken, we can go for a Rock Throw to deal some decent damage, Protect to break the next chain of Fury Cutter, and after living with just 3 HP, we finish off the battle with a win for our goofy grass man. However, you may have noticed that I did not terastallize Bonsly during this battle. That's because if I did, we would have taken double damage from all the bug type moves and gotten knocked out by the Tarantula. So despite this being the first gym, I would say that in-game Brassius would lose here every single time. Even though he does stand a chance if he can resist the urge to terastallize, the pre-programmed guy inside the game doesn't have that kind of self-control. I mean, this man jumps off of windmills for fun. You cannot expect him to make wise choices during battle either. But that does not mean this run is over. I do want to see how he does against everyone else in the gym challenge, and besides, it's an open world game and you can do the gyms in any order, so who's to say that Brassius here can just skip the bug type gym until he's over leveled and then pulls off an easy victory. So leave your salty comments at the door and let my struggling continue because things are not gonna get much easier going forward. Our first order of business is to add 2 more Pokemon to his team. First up is Bounsweet, which can be found wandering around near the north exit of Los Platos. The other is Shroomish, which spawned in the highlands and canyons of Area 3. After taking on several trainers and titans along the way, we were also able to evolve the Bounsweet and Bonsly before making our way to Levincia and challenging Iono. And of course, her first Pokemon is part flying type, so not only does it take half damage from our grass type moves, it deals double damage to all of our Pokemon. My only option was to use Play Nice, which reduces its physical attack stat by 1 stage. Now that Shroomish can sorta survive, it can also set up a Leech Seed to drain some of the Watro's health between turns. The nice thing about Leech Seed is that they don't go away after the Shroomish faints, so Smoliv can come onto the battlefield and set up a growth to boost its offensive stats while the seeds drain the last of the bird's health. Although my setup was worthless since Luxio could just finish off Smoliv in a single bite, just like olives in real life. Yum! So once again, Sudowoodo has to somehow deal with 3 Pokemon if we want to win. To make matters worse, Iono's first attack manages to paralyze her tree, and since I was faced with so many opponents, I decided to go for the Mudslap strategy to lower Luxio's accuracy. After all, she cannot knock us out if she can't hit us. After 2 Mudslaps, I decided to switch over to Trailblaze, that way we can actually do some damage to Luxio, and I used the same strategy against Bellibolt. 2 Mudslaps, then Trailblaze, although I also had to use up my one-time potion to make sure we could make it through to the final Pokemon. The only problem was that Sudowoodo kept being stunned by paralysis, so that Bellibolt got her HP really low before getting knocked out. And despite having used Trailblaze like 5 times to also boost her speed, Iono's Miss Magius could just hit us first and one-shot the Sudowoodo, so once again, Brassius just loses here. Sudowoodo could bulk its way through Luxio and Bellibolt since it's a very physically defensive Pokemon, but Miss Magius uses special attacks and has such a high speed stat that we can't even hope to get a hit in. Iono is just that good. However, I am better. You see, once you complete the Sunflora hunt in Artisan, you can talk to the attendant one more time and do it all over again, but this time you get a special reward for finding all of the Sunflora, a Sunstone, which can be used to evolve Petalo into Lilligant, and this flower is an absolute powerhouse of a Pokemon. It learns 2 amazing moves the moment it evolves. First is Quiver Dance. Dance, which boosts the user's special attack, special defense, and speed stat by 1 stage. Then we have Petal Dance, a powerful grass type move that locks in for 2 to 3 turns, then applies confusion to its user. However, thanks to Lilligant's own tempo ability, we will not be confused when the move ends. We also get to keep Mega Drain, which allows us to restore some health while knocking out Luxio, but since Iono plays dirty and paralyzes us, I decided to drop my one-time heal, then set up some more Quiver Dance. And then I go for the Mega Drain to try and restore some of our health, although thanks to that pesky Electromorphosis ability, Bellibolt kept knocking it back down to the red over and over again. But that's okay, because now that its own HP is in the red, it's time to twirl. And not even her Miss Magius is safe from our overpowered Lilligant.
Oh no, how could I lose?
That's because you underestimated the power of Mr. Shocky Sheep.
But I've never met a Mr. Shocky Sheep. Never mind that. Are you doing okay, Brassius? You sound a little different.
Oh, I'm doing just fine. Thank you for asking, Miss Iono.
Wow, how did you just change your voice like that? You have to teach me.
As much as I would love to take you on as my apprentice, I'm afraid that is no mere voice acting. Take it away, maestro!
So you don't remember me at all.
A talking Pokemon? I never forget someone like that.
Which is strange, because we should have met when you were recording for your 10 Sides of Paldea videos.
How did you hear about that series? I did make a sample episode, but it just didn't vibe with me. Too much promo. Not enough Iono!
So, no Mareep falling out of the sky?
No, friendo. Although that definitely would have made for some good content.
I see. Seems we're back to square one.
So, wanna be in a video?
As fun as that sounds, I think I'll have to pass. For now I have to focus on figuring out what's going on.
Alrighty then. Another time. See you later, friendos!
Thanks, Iono. See ya!
Seems like you've hit a dead end.
Not quite. I do have one more lead, but to do that, I'm going to need you to become champion.
That is quite the grand role for someone as meager as me. But if these past 2 battles have been enough to pass my audition, I will gladly play my part in creating your masterpiece.
I'm just trying to find my way home. No masterpieces here.
It seems you've been blinded by a mudshot from Arceus itself. You see, little maestro, art imitates life, your journey, your struggles, your companions along the way. They are akin to the shapes and colors that take form. What you see as mere inconvenience at present, I see as the outline for a wonderful masterpiece. Truly avant-garde.
I don't get it, but I can kinda see where you're going with this. Anyways, let's make our way to the next gym.
As you wish, maestro.
Having obtained our second gym badge, we decided to take on the lurking Steel Titan and level up our team a bit before heading out west towards Cascarafa, where we finally get to have a type advantage. All we had to do was set up one Quiver Dance, then twirl our way to victory. Man, Lilligant is such a strong Pokemon. It could also twirl through all 3 of the students looking for clues to the secret menu order in Medali, which was Brassius' favorite gym test. He thought that all of the clues were very tastefully hidden. Larry's Komala was not impressed by this joke and used Yawn to put Lilligant to sleep, which meant that a Dudunsparce could knock out our Power Flower before we could wipe him out with our Turo power. We did some chip damage with Dolph, then sent out Serena to drop kick this roadblock out of the way, although he did manage to paralyze us with a glare. This left Larry with just his Staraptor, who intimidated us and, oh yeah, has a flying type move that can one-shot anyone on our team. But by a stroke of luck, Shroomish got to trigger its Effect Spore ability and put the bird to sleep right as it got knocked out. This meant Sudowoodo could safely come in and trailblaze through Staraptor's HP, and finally get in a sneaky Sucker Punch to finish it off before it can cut down our fake tree. We got quite a bit lucky here, but hey, a win is a win. Things were looking up for Brassius, but before we go on to the next gym, it was time for a detour. You see, the way I handle the moveset rule for these runs is to teach the endgame move to my Pokemon as soon as it's available. For some TM based moves, that means I can't get it until I've defeated one of the last 2 Titans, since most of the TMs are available in the overworld but are hidden on some ledges or cliffs that I need to glide or climb to reach. There is, however, an exception. The TMs for the elemental punches are only available as craftable items from the TM machine, but to get their recipes I need to defeat Don Atticus. I generally really don't talk about the Team Star battles because the extreme limitations of these runs make them near impossible to win, especially against those Starmobiles which will run over anything I try to use. I guess that makes sense lore-wise too. The gym leaders simply cannot defeat Team Star, and that's why all of their bases have remained untouched for like a year and a half. The only way I could win the fight against Atticus was by not terastallizing Sudowoodo and alternating between spamming healing items and Rock Slide. Now I know this obviously breaks all the rules I've set for this run, and you can get as salty at me as you want, but unless you can clear this challenge run with all these restrictions, I don't want to hear it. My priorities are on keeping the team as true to character as possible and seeing how Brassius does against the gym leaders in Elite Four. So if I have to fudge the rules a bit to get a TM from Team Star, I think that is a-okay. Besides, I still have to put in the extra work to actually craft the TM. This includes grabbing a chocolate churro to boost the spawn rate of Meditite, as well as to go through all the said spawns for Sharkadad whose drop so neat to craft the TM. All this just to teach Sudowoodo Fire Punch. While we're at it, I also picked up the TM for Hyper Beam so Lilligant can be even stronger and evolved Olive into Arboliva on our way to Montana. You know, I should probably wait out here.
You climbed so far up this icy mountain, only to turn tail moments before reaching the warm refuge of a magnificently musical town?
There's a couple of candles near the entrance, and those speakers blast the music so loud, even a graveyard buried deep below the snow could enjoy the concerts.
And here I thought I was the strange one in this pair.
Well, I'm already lost enough as it is. I can't risk getting a curse placed on me by one of those ghost-type trainers in town.
You speak as if Haunter is the only thing that knows how to use curse. Could it not be said that life itself is filled with curses? Things such as these circumstances of our birth and our present predicaments can often weigh us down much more than a simple curse. And unlike the ones cast by Haunter, the curses of life cannot simply be cured by a momentary stop at a Pokemon Center.
You didn't have to go that deep.
I simply speak from experience, my dear friend. There was a time when I too felt cursed by the world. Any art piece that I'd pour my soul into would simply not sell. Yet the ones I put no care in would rake in profits beyond my wildest beliefs. To watch my every piece of passion fail felt like a nail getting struck into my soul. Until one day, I broke. What is the meaning of art if there is no soul?
You know, I had a similar conversation with Iono, and she was very adamant about doing the thing that doesn't really sell as well, as long as I'm having fun with it. Anyways, how did you end up getting better after all that?
It was all thanks to Hassel. I had a lucky encounter with that runaway musician, and after letting him stay at my atelier, he decided to return the favor. As the future head of the Dragon Clan, he was trained in every aspect of running a large organization, and he used that knowledge to help me find some patrons who would support the art that I wanted to make.
So where can I find a Hassel?
He's usually at the academy these days.
That's not what I meant.
I suppose, just like we can have curses, so too can we have blessings, although I am unaware of any particular methods to acquire either. Then again, so many things had to happen in order for me to meet Hass, that I may as well simply dismiss it as pure luck.
Same answer as Iono then. Luck.
She may be a rambunctious child, but it appears that Miss Iono is wiser than she lets on. Perhaps I should take her on as my apprentice.
I think you should focus on getting the gym badge instead. Now go break a leg, Brassius.
Avant-garde!
And so he went into the spooky town to battle the spooky gym leader. The one bit of good news is that this guy named MC Sludge would commentate during the match over the speakers, and I could hear it all the way out here. So it really sounded like Brassius started out with Lilligant and Arboliva. He set up a quiver dance and attacks the bayonet with an energy ball since that thing has an ice type move. And then he goes for a pedal dance to finish off the first ghost and an energy ball to break Mimikyu's disguise. Meanwhile, the Mimikyu hits Arboliva, triggering its Seed Sower ability, which creates a grassy terrain. This will heal every Pokemon on the ground at the end of each turn and boost the power of grass type moves by 30%. In other words, Lilligant's twirly attack can now easily one-shot Houndstone. The crowd was going wild, giving Brassius' Pokemon all sorts of boosts in the offensive stats and speed, which was bad news for Ryme and her Duxtricity. Seems like Brassius had an extremely easy time winning this gym badge. Before running off to the next town, he decided that it was finally time for him to evolve little old Shroomish. You see, this Pokemon usually evolves around level 23, but there's a really important move that it can only learn while still a Shroomish. Spore. This is a powerful grass type move that can put any enemy to sleep with 100% accuracy, and Shroomish doesn't learn it until level 40. And now that it knows the move, it can finally evolve. And since our team is fully complete, we make our way to Alpharnata and battle Tulip. The strategy here should be quite familiar at this point. Set up a quiver dance, then twirl around and sweep through most of Tulip's team. However, this won't work on Florges, who has the highest special defense stat amongst every Pokemon available in Paldea. I suppose the best way to fight Bulk is with Bulk, so we sent out Arboliva next and set up a Leech Seed. Then we chip away at its health with an Energy Ball and have Serena finish off the battle with a Drop Kick. And that left us with just one more gym badge to get. Not gonna lie gamers, I was a bit worried going into Grusha's gym since Ice types deal double damage to a Grass type team. And of course, he leads with a Frostmoth which resists our Grass type attacks. So I had to go for the Hyper Beam, which makes us unable to move for one turn. Thankfully, both of his Blizzard attacks missed, so we could take down Grusha's first Pokemon, but that Hyper Beam left us wide open to an Icicle Crash, so no twirling around this time. Serena knew a fighting type move, so she was the next obvious option, taking down Beartic with a few HP to spare. Titan tried to use Ice Shard, a speed priority ice type move, but Serena's Queenly Majesty ability negates speed priority moves, which allowed her to attack with low kick and still not enough damage. That's okay because Breloom knows Match Punch, another speed priority move which it uses to finish off the Titan. That leaves Altaria, who instantly blows away our fighting Fungus, but its powerful Hurricane is not enough to one-shot Arboliva, so we can safely set up our Leech Seeds and take it down with 2 Energy Balls. Wow, I didn't think this battle would be that easy, but now the fun and games is all over. Having collected 08 gym badges, it was time to go eat a ham and pickle sandwich, then battle a bunch of Chansey to level up our team in preparation of the Elite Four. To be quite honest, my confidence in this run had gotten pretty high, especially with how well the last couple of battles went. But oh boy, was I not prepared for what would happen to poor Brassius in the upcoming Goblet. Things started out pretty smooth with Rika. Knowing that she has a fire type camera up, I decided to set up 2 quiver dances before attacking, then twirled away without healing Lilligant first. This was a huge mistake because her Donphan had the sturdy ability, meaning it survived with 1 HP and poison jabbed her poor flower. However, this was just a minor inconvenience. Breloom could match punch it, then one-shot the Dugtrio with a Seed Bomb, leaving Rika with just her Ace, which we instantly put to sleep with Spore, then 2-shot with Seed Bomb. So far so good I thought, until I opened my bag to restore my team's health between battles. Yeah, so I usually buy a bunch of revival herbs before going into the Elite Four. It's a good way to restore the team between each battle and remove any possible affection shenanigans, but I was so confident with my win streak that I completely blanked out on buying enough revives. I did try to leave, but in classic Elite Four tradition, once you're in here, there's no backing out. The only way to go was forward. Up next was Poppy, and surely this silly little child won't pose much of a threat, right? I thought it would be a good idea to set up 2 quiver dances, which was fine since Poppy used her first turn to set up some Stealth Rocks, but then her Elephant bulked through our strongest move like it was nothing, and finished off Lilligant in 2 hits. In a panic, I sent out Serena next, whose low kick could finish off Caparaja, but then Poppy follows up with a Corviknight. This thing just resists all of our moves. The one hope I had here was that Corviknight would knock itself out thanks to Brave Bird's recoil effect, and with a slight nudge to its HP from a Match Punch, it did just that. Now it was time to fight Bulk with Bulk. She set up a Light Screen, we set up a Leech Seed, then she did some minor damage and we did some minor damage, but that's when I realized we had a secret move this whole time that could turn the battle around. Terrain Pulse is a weak normal type move, but it doubles in power and changes its type based on the current terrain, the grassy terrain, making it do significantly more damage than an Energy Ball. So after changing a couple of more blows, we came out on top, except she had 2 more Pokemon. The strategy against Bronzong was very much the same. Leech Seed, the Terrain Pulse, wait for it to faint. Although we also had to use up her one-time heal to survive this encounter. That left just a terrifying pink creature with a giant hammer which instantly knocked Arboliva off the field. At this point, I was genuinely worried, but since this stupid child used Gigaton Hammer on the previous Pokemon, it's not a move it can use back to back, so she went for the Stone Edge, which barely did any damage. This meant we could hit it with a Fire Punch and, as luck would have it, inflict burn on the pink menace. There was now hope. With its physical damage cut in half, the Gigaton Hammer was no longer a threat to our existence, meaning this fake tree could use its flaming fist to win the battle against this 5-year-old. However, this victory was bittersweet. Having enough revives would be the least of my problems here. Brassius simply stood no chance against Larry. He got wiped so hard that if Katy was toilet paper, Larry is a premium bidet fresh from France. On the bright side, I could finally go buy a bunch of revival herbs, so that's good. And then I had to redo the battles against Rika and Poppy before getting to do my rematch with Larry. When I do these runs, I usually give each battle 2 attempts before declaring a loss. That's because there's often something I can change between battles, like get a Pokemon to evolve or learn a new useful move, but the only thing I could change for this rematch with Larry was my strategy. So I set up a double quiver dance and twirled at him with petal dance, barely doing any damage. But once the dance was over, I could just blast that floating Bananasaurus with a hyper beam, getting the knockout, but knowing all too well that Lilligant had to take one for the team. Staraptor was the next major threat, as it could sweep through any of my Pokemon with its Brave Bird attack, but this thing was also much faster than Poppy's Corviknight, so we couldn't even get a hit in before getting knocked out. And of course, even though it took recoil every time it one-shot a Pokemon on my team, it still had 1 HP left just for Sudowoodo. We managed to bamboozle him thanks to Terastallization, and even got to one-shot Larry's Altaria, but his Oricorio was just too powerful. Even after using our one-time heal, its special attacks would shred through our HP. Well, if I'm gonna lose a run, I'm at least glad I'm losing a run to one of my all-time favorite Pokemon. Good job, Oricorio. You've defeated me. I could come up with some sort of cope excuse for failing a gym battle, but there's no way around the Elite Four. Brassius simply loses here. Of course, having made it this far, I figured I might as well see how Brassius does against his best friend Hassel and the top champion Geeta. I mean, we're already here, right? So I cheesed the Larry fight with a boatload of revival herbs and moved on to the next one. We set up a quiver dance while he cuts her health in half with Super Fang. Then we hyper beam the Noivern, but don't really do much damage. Serena can finish it off with a play rough and also Zen headbutt the Dragalge, although she took too much damage from its poison type attacks. Flapple was going to be another major problem as it resists grass type moves, and even though Breloom tried its best, we couldn't take it down. Not a problem for Sudowoodo. Even Haxorus isn't that scary since we pack a lot of physical bulk, but Baxcalibur simply smashes through Brassius' art piece of a Pokemon as if it's just an ornament made out of glass. Of the two friends, Hassel would definitely win every single time, meaning 2 absolute losses for poor Brassius here. He ain't standing no chance to be champion, but like Geeta's right there, so we're gonna battle her too anyways. So we set up her light screen and then she gets a critical hit, which means poor Lilligant is not gonna get to twirl ever again. However, if peace is not an option, Arboliva won't play nice either. The Avalugg seems scary because ice type, but it has the special bulk of a stick, meaning we can easily one-shot it. Veluza tried to be threatening with its Ice Fang, but Geeta's just biting off way more than she can chew here. Out next is Kingambit, who we seed, but then finally managed to cut down our Arboliva. Too bad it's got a 4 times weakness to fighting type moves. Out next was a really cool Go-Goat, and after a very awkward exchange where both of our 90 accuracy moves missed, we managed to take it down, leaving Geeta with just a rock Terra type Glimora. This should be easy enough since we have a type advantage. Okay, maybe that was just a fluke, but considering Serena was our fastest surviving Pokemon, we have a problem. Breloom's Match Punch barely did any damage, and now Sudowoodo gets to be poisoned and lose the benefits of its sturdy ability. We should be fine as long as we one-shot though. Uh-oh. It seems that even against Geeta, we're so close to winning, but not even I could turn the tides of this battle. If only I were a Go-Goat, maybe we'd stand a chance, but Brassius cannot become champion in Paldea. The grass types on his team might be strong, but they're simply too slow and not nearly bulky enough to win against the likes of Larry, Hassel, or Geeta. And I'm pretty sure if you can't beat Geeta, you definitely can't become champion, so I guess that's that.
And yet, this conclusion is perfectly fine by me.
Well, I'm glad you're not beating up about it.
Alas, this means I am unable to aid you in your quest. As I recall, it required me to become a champion-ranked trainer, did it not?
You know, the only reason I said that is because I need to get down to the bottom of Area 0, and I'm pretty sure you need to be champion ranked to get permission.
Typically, misinformation leads to misfortune, but sometimes it simply keeps a door closed when it wishes to be flung wide open.
You're making it sound like you don't need the rank.
If it were anyone else, perhaps they would, but I know a guy on the inside. Let me go talk to old Haas and see what we can do.
It just occurred to me that even though a lot of things changed when I went back in time, the one thing that didn't was the package that Guido needed to send down to the professor in Area 0.
Haha! See? Sometimes there are blessings in this world too. Now then, I believe this is the lab we're looking for?
You are correct in your assumption. although I would not recommend being so loud in a place as dangerous as the Great Crater.
There's nothing down here that truly Wooloo could not handle. You must be Professor Sada?
Your assumption is once again correct. Thank you for the quick delivery, and have a safe trip back home.
Aren't you forgetting something, Sada?
Did that Pokemon just talk?
Oh, I guess you really are forgetting something.
My memory works perfectly fine. Thank you very much. I would never forget a talking Pokemon like you.
Yeah, just like your time machine would never leave me stranded in the past.
Who told you such silly rumors?
You, miss, works perfectly fine.
The things you're saying make no sense. However, it is better to err on the side of caution. Would you two mind coming into my lab for some tea?
I am quite famished after such a long walk.
Fine, but Brassius, stay on your toes.
So you're saying that I told you about a time machine?
Told me? No, you put me in it, sent me back in time, and then just left me there.
Even in the event that such a machine could exist, I would never send a talking Pokemon of all things unless I had a guaranteed method to retrieve them. Your accusations are baseless.
No, you're baseless. You were so excited about sending me through time and so sure everything would be fine, yet here I am, lost.
I don't believe you understand the meaning of baseless. For example, I see no time machine here. Do you, Mr. Brassius?
So then where does that elevator go?
Why, did Gita leak some top secret information?
No, you did.
I think I would know if it was me, and there is absolutely no one else here. So if it's not me, then it must be Gita. Oh, I'm gonna have some words for her.
You're such a bad liar, Sada.
Actually, she seems to be making a lot of sense.
Thank you. Also, you, Brassius, if you wish to leave this lab and return to the surface ever again, you must sign these papers.
Avant-garde! So much passion!
Brassius, take this seriously, please. Also, why are you siding with her?
Well, you do seem to be overflowing with facts that aren't backed by much. I see no time machine, and I see no one else to leak information but the professor herself. Mayhaps some of the toxins from a Shroodle infestation got into your Pokeball and messed with your memory.
Seriously? A Shroodle infestation? I guess I can see why the time machine stuff doesn't make sense, but she definitely lied about there being no one else here.
Huh?
Little Maestro, have you heard the sounds of anyone else since we've entered? Would they not come to greet a rare guest, such as yourself?
Exactly. Seems like those Shroodle toxins do a number on a Pokemon's cognitive functions.
Wow. I'm pretty sure I remember you saying something about having a trusty assistant.
Impossible.
Oh, I finally struck a chord now, did I?
Are the papers signed?
Indeed, it has been autographed.
Then follow me. It appears this talking Pokemon is indeed from the future.
Oh my, how truly avant-garde! But what gave birth to this newfound level of confidence, Professor?
Gita may know about my time machine, but I am the only one who knows about my assistant.
Seems to me that now there's 3.
I trust you know what will happen if that number goes up.
Not to worry, Professor. My lips are sealed.
You are such an uncanny man. Now then, mind your step as you exit the elevator.
See? Time machine. I haven't lost my marbles, only my place in the timeline.
So, you're confident that this machine failed to return you to the present?
Yes, you were on about how you've done 1,000,000 control trials and it never failed, and then bam, I was stuck in a dark room.
He was in a storage closet on the 2nd floor of my atelier.
There was another random Pokeball that showed up there as well, but then it disappeared.
Do you recall what kind of Pokeball it was?
I'm pretty sure it was a repeat ball?
I see. Well, this matches up with our protocols. It seems the me in the future failed to retrieve you and launched a proven retrieval procedure using the repeat ball, which also failed.
See, I was right to be worried, but no, you sent me through time anyways.
And now you're back. So what exactly did you plan to achieve by coming here?
Well, I was gonna have you send me back to where I came from, or should I say when I came from.
This machine can only send things backwards in time, or bring them to the present. I'm afraid I cannot send you to the future.
But there's nothing you can do, then I really am lost.
It was a moment exactly like this that gave birth to my masterpiece, the surrendering Sunflora.
Now's not the time, Brassius.
Well, if you've got nothing else to do, how about participating in another experiment?
No, and why are you so obsessed with experiments?
I am a scientist after all. Experiments is what I do. Besides, we might gain some insight into your predicament.
Or I might end up getting even more lost.
Quite the stubborn Skiddo, isn't he? Say, Brassius, was it? This is technically your Pokemon, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
I am indeed the owner of his Pokeball, if that is what you wish to know.
Don't fall for it, Brassius.
Now, Maestro, let us at least hear her out. It is quite rude to simply dismiss a lady.
I'm glad at least one of you has some manners. Now then, how about we have a little battle? If I win, you will lend me his Pokeball so that I may run a simple experiment. And if you win, well, the best I can offer you is the gems that you see in this very room.
Do you truly believe that I would betray a friend just for some rare gems?
Yeah, you tell her.
I am quite aware of your predicament, Brassius. Commissions and patrons have been on the decline lately, as has your mental health, unless you can come up with some extravagant new art piece in the next few months. Your career as an artiste might be reaching its rightful end. These gems can save it.
Quite the silver tongue you have there, Professor, but a simple stone cannot grant my greatest wish.
It's not just my tongue that's silver. I've accumulated quite the fortune thanks to my research. Should your art piece fail, I can guarantee to purchase it for a heavy price. One win, and you can continue being an artist comfortably for the rest of your life. So, what do you say?
You sure know how to drive a hard bargain, and I will hold you to your word the moment I win!
Wise choice.
No. Of course this battle doesn't go well because Sada cheats. We tried to Hyper Beam her Slither Wing, but it one-shots Lilligant, who is permanently banned from twirling in the end game apparently. Zarina is able to bulk through its lunge attack, but it also lowers her offensive stat, meaning we can no longer one-shot it with the Zen Headbutt, so it takes us 3 Pokemon to finish off her first. Out next is Screamtail, who we can barely damage, but thankfully our Boliva can bulk its way through. Using that signature Leech Seed to Rainbow strategy, we take out the fabulous Jigglypuff, but Flutter Mane sets us aflame, leaving Brassius with just Sudowoodo once more. Thankfully we got a critical hit with Stone Edge and managed to knock it out. Then we drop our one-time heal and Trailblaze through Sandy Shock's HP, but we could not outdamage the Brute Bonnet, who sucker punched our offensive tree. Of course I didn't want to let her win, but none of my moves could do anything. Here I thought I could be as strong as Geeta's Go-Go, but who am I skidding? I'm just not good enough, at least not yet.
Well then, a deal is a deal. Now, if you please.
Hey, could you maybe not do whatever you're about to do?
But I've won. Besides, no harm will come to you from this experiment.
That's what you said last time.
Well, you seem pretty unharmed to me.
I might look fine, but I'm not fine. I'm scared. Do you even know how terrifying it is to be lost? For no one to recognize you? For no one to be able to help? Because that's what your time travel experiment did to me. And I don't want to go through it again. I don't want to be even more lost than I already am.
Then allow me to explain. According to your story, I could deduct that the future me you met only sent you back about a week or two, which is exactly what the present me will do too.
And when I get stuck again?
Had you not shared your story, I would say the odds of that are 0%. But if you do end up being stuck, simply seek me out again.
Well, if you can't help me out now, how's the past you gonna be any different?
At the moment, we only have one data point. There is not much I can do with that. You are simply an outlier. But if that is the case, you will not get stuck again.
And if it isn't?
Then you'll have a second data point for me.
You know I have a master's degree in data science, right? There's not really much you can do with 2 data points.
Maybe not, but I could start to formulate a hypothesis on what went wrong, which would be one step closer to resolving your predicament. So what do you say?
Why ask me if I don't have a choice?
It seems you're quite cognizant of your situation. Now then, let's begin.
Hey boss, we managed to find something interesting in the data.
Finally, some good news.
Not sure how good this is. You see, I found 2 signals of him in different locations.
How can there be 2? That makes no sense.
That's why I thought it must be some sort of fluke.
So what changed your mind?
When I went to double check the data, I found a 3rd.
Compared to the 9 in-game trades you could do in Pokemon Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet only offers 3. 2 of them are extremely easy to pull off since Wooper is a common spawn in the beginning area and Pinkerton can be found on the beaches near Levincia. But for some reason, the first in-game trade most people see in Cartondo is the hardest to do. This kid wants a Flabebe, and they're a very rare spawn in a very hard to reach place. Of course, the other easier option is to catch 2 Floette and hatch one from an egg, but compared to Wooper and Pinkerton, getting a Flabebe is significantly harder. And what do we get in exchange for all that effort? A Snom.
They said you were called Snowzawat, but I'm starting to think you're more of a Toxawat.
I'm Vasko actually, and they didn't talk to me, just kinda picked up my Pokeball and ran over to ask you for a trade.
The children here know that bug types are my favorite, but they usually ask for a cookie instead of a trade.
Ooh, a cookie sounds good right about now, but if I were a kid, I think it would be pretty cool to get a Pokemon from the gym leader. Also, my friends would be so jealous.
If you know how they think so well, maybe I should take you back to play with them.
No thanks. Although I do need your help with something else.
Well, I am done with my baking duties for the day, so what can I do for you?
Think you could take me to see Brassius?
The artiste?
Yeah, green hair, kinda weird, says avant-garde a lot.
Avant-garde!
Yeah, just like that.
Seems he won't need my help after all.
Hey Brassius.
Who goes there?
It's me, Vasko, the little maestro.
Oh, I see. How wonderful. A child hiding under the curtains, pretending to voice a cute little Pokemon.
Oh, come on, Brassius. You don't remember me either?
Come to think of it, you don't sound like any of the children in Cortondo. Are you perhaps a traveling performer? Or did we meet when I unveiled my masterpiece at Artisan? Either way, I certainly like your style.
Ah, never mind. Hey, Katy, I'm gonna need your help again.
Out of sugar so soon?
I'm afraid so. Brassius doesn't remember me.
They say smell is the best trigger for memories. Shall we bake something to help him remember?
You know, I'd rather not. The only smells he used to talk about were Shroodle toxins.
Quite the character, that one. But I'm afraid I won't be using any toxins for my cooking. Anyways, you said you wanted my help with something else?
Yeah, I'm a little lost right now, and the only other person I could ask for help is the professor in Area 0.
Well, you need to be a champion-ranked trainer if you want to go there.
Exactly, so think you could do that? This is Katy, the bug-type gym leader in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. She's often the first gym leader that most trainers face, and is actively nerfed by Geeta because of her role. So of course, I will take this turbo nerf bug-type team, add some extra nerfs just to make it even more of a challenge, and then play through the whole game as Katy. Why? Because I want to see if she could become champion. Before setting out on this journey, I need to get myself the team that Katy uses for the gym challenge. First is Nimble, who spawns right outside of Cartondo. Then we have Tarantula. We see a lot of these round boys hanging around the first route of the game. Also, they evolve at level 14, so say hello to Spidops. And of course, we can't forget her signature Teddiursa, which can terrestrialize into a bug-type Pokemon and has an egg move it could only learn from Zangoose or Sandslash. And while this does complete the team Katy uses, I also had to catch one more Pokemon before setting off. Kricketot. Now Katy does not have a Kricketot, but I'm bringing it along because she needs a level 42 Kricketune to teach the move Night Slash to her Heracross later on. So even though I won't be using this Pokemon in any of my battles, it'll still get to join me in the party so it can reach that higher level over time. I just don't want to grind later on, okay? And now that we've ran around and collected a bunch of Pokemon, it's time to kick off the challenge by battling Brassius. This should be an easy fight since bug types deal double damage to grass. However, his final Pokemon knows a rock type move, and those will squish our tiny little bugs. Thankfully, the AI in this video game is a little silly, so after using our Silk Trap move to lower Sudowoodo's speed, Brassius decided to spam Trail Blaze so that his Pokemon isn't so slow. Meanwhile, we chipped away at its health with our weak bug type moves. By the time he switched back to using Rock Throw, his Sudowoodo was in the red, so Teddiursa could easily finish it off in a single hit. Having gotten our first gym badge, it was time to evolve Nimble and go bump into a bunch of trees until one of them dropped a Pineco. For some reason, this took way longer than expected, but at least we got one more Pokemon for the team, and it is also the final Pokemon we'll get to use against the gyms. Now you might be thinking, doesn't Katy also get a Heracross? Heracross? Yes, she does, but since I'll try my best not to overlevel during this run, I won't be able to catch a Heracross until after I've gotten all my 8 gym badges. These things just spawn at a really high level. So for the majority of the run, we'll just have to use these 4 for the gym battles and the 2 of us for moral support. The next gym leader we got to battle was Iono, who leads with Wattrel, a part flying type Pokemon who can resist all of our bug type moves and sweep through our team with its super effective Pluck attack. However, since Pluck is a physical move, we can use Lokix's newly learned Lunge attack to lower the physical attack stat of our enemy, meaning our HP won't give up Pluck when we get attacked. Out next is Bellibolt, who also gets debuffed by our lunges, but can dish out enough damage thanks to its Electromorphosis ability. Pineco could finish it off and also soak up Luxio's Intimidate. Compared to Spidobs, this Pinecone doesn't have nearly enough defense or offense, so I figured if I have to fodder one of the two, it's gonna be the Pinecone. The other reason to not fodder Spidobs is due to its Silk Trap move, which is one of the many different Protect style signature moves. This one lowers the enemy's speed stat if they use a physical contact move, which Luxio does. So we alternate between protecting and attacking, and even though Luxio gets to knock us out, it has such a low speed stat by this point that even an EP little teddy bear would hit faster. That just leaves Miss Magius, who tried to confuse us, but we didn't let the intrusive thoughts win. The nice thing about Teddy Ursa's Fury Cutter attack is that it doubles in power every time it hits, and since we're attacking for a 3rd turn in a row, the scrawny little ghost stood no chance. Things are looking pretty well for a little Baker friend, so I figured it's time to go take on a couple of Titans for easier movement, and then make our way towards Cascarafa for gym number 3. Unfortunately, gym leader Kofu was nowhere to be found.
That's old Kofu for ya.
You've met him before?
Yes, of course. He used to be my culinary teacher. And even back then, he was always up to something. Sometimes he would get so caught in whatever he was doing that he wouldn't even show up for class.
So we probably shouldn't wait for him to come back then.
Right. Dough that's left to raise for too long is no good. It'll be better if we go look for him ourselves.
But Cascarafa is such a big city. Where do we even begin?
I think our best chance is to go to his restaurant, the Kofu Lounge.
We aren't gonna go in?
If you'd like a tasty snack, sure. But I just need to take a peek at the menu posted outside.
Are you sure we shouldn't check if he's inside though?
No need. If he was in there, he would have seen us by now and come out to greet me. Now let's see. Nothing too unusual here. Oh,
Found something?
wakame.
What, Ame?
Wakame. It's a special type of seaweed from the Hoenn region. It's the only ingredient I see on this menu that doesn't get shipped directly to the restaurant.
And you know where to find some, right?
Find? No. But I do know where the chef goes to buy it. He used to send me on errands there all the time. Porto Marinata.
It seems like Katy was right. Although when we got to the marketplace, it was really packed and there was even a bouncer making sure that only buyers worth their salt could get into the auction site. His Floatzel wasn't a big deal, but his little Clauncher knew a rock type move. It was a little bit scary, but mostly a mild inconvenience. Anyways, after we won, Katy and Kofu talked for a bit and participated in the auction. Then we made our way back to Cascarafa for a gym battle and some snacks. His part Psychic Veluza was easy pickings for low kicks and its lunge attack, and the Wug Trio also nearly got one shot by our first attack. Then it got one shot for real by a random sandstorm that was blowing through during our battle. I really hope this doesn't count as cheating. I can't control the weather. Anyways, low kicks also got to do a lunge debuff on Kofu's Crabominable before getting crabbed hammered. Then we followed up with Spidobs and some Silk Trap shenanigans. Pineco and the sandstorm got to do a lot more chip damage to the coconut crab, and then Teddy Ursa came out for dessert, using 2 Fury Cutters to finish off the fight, although we were barely hanging on there at the end. To sweeten up the victory, we decided to finally evolve Pineco and Teddy Ursa, then went on a culinary tour of Medali. Okay, it was more of a culinary tour, although I did get to enjoy some rice balls from an ice cream stand. Then we placed our secret order and got to battle Larry. Knowing how strong his Komala is, we decided to use Lunge to debuff it. Meanwhile, it used Yawn, which will put us to sleep after our next turn. Then we went for a second lunge and passed out. Meanwhile, Larry kept missing every single turn. To be fair, Slam has a 75% accuracy, which feels like 5% accuracy in these games. So we got to wake up from our power nap and finish off the Komala with our HP completely untouched. Dunsparce is another powerhouse of a Pokemon, so we also lunge at it, which helps us bulk through its attacks and knock it out with our lead. That leaves Larry with just his Staraptor, which will be a problem because it knows Aerial Ace. The thing about Aerial Ace is that it makes contact. Fortress also knows a move that lowers speed, so we spam Rock Tomb while bulking through a series of Aerial Aces, And since I don't want to risk losing because a 90% accuracy move misses here, we go for the Bulldoze to finish off Staraptor. It feels so wrong to use a ground type move to do this, but hey, it works. After winning the battle, Larry treated us to some free food, then went back to work. Meanwhile, we made our way up the mountain towards the spooky town of Montenevera.
Now that's a unique way of describing it.
Well, there are a lot of ghost types up there. Speaking of which, I should probably wait by the entrance.
And here I was, hoping to show you a secret specialty of Montenevera.
Don't worry, I can hear the music all the way out here.
Ugh, that Ryme really changed this town's reputation in just a few months. Before she took over as gym leader, the main attraction of Montenevera was actually its culinary scene.
That's the first I'm hearing of it.
Okay, maybe I added a bit too much marshmallow fluff to that last statement, but they do have a one-of-a-kind restaurant up here.
Ooh, a unique restaurant? Do they sell some kind of fancy hot soup?
Hot soup? Quite the opposite, actually. Cold fish.
That's the worst way to describe sushi.
Even the wax chef Kofu would get riled up at that comment.
Then why?
It's good to get a nice laugh once in a while, no? Besides, I'm not a big fan of seafood.
But you wanted to show me the restaurant anyways?
Yeah, the head chef there was a classmate of mine. So even though it isn't my cup of tea, I like to drop by the Sushi High Roller to support him.
The Sushi High Roller? That's not a unique restaurant. They got one of those in Medali too.
And Mesagoza. But the one in Montenevera has its own unique menu.
Seems like someone should update the wiki.
Like the berry?
No. Anyways, I'm not going into town, but if you do get a chance to order some takeout, I'd love to try some of your classmates' food.
I'll see what I can do. See you in a bit, Joey Bean.
She definitely has a mischievous side to her, and so does MC Sledge, who loves to narrate every single battle that goes down on stage. Here's how it went. Katy leads with low kicks in Spider-Man. She uses Silk Trap and Lunge to lower the Banette's stats, then takes it down with a Throat Chop and breaks Mimikyu's disguise. She then has her two bugs team up to take down the Mimikyu, and as soon as Ryme terastalizes her Toxtricity, Low Kicks hits it with a Throat Chop, instantly ending its musical career. Poor Ryme did manage to finish off Spidops, but that Low Kicks really likes to go for the throat, knocking out her final Pokemon and winning the battle with ease. And since she got the gym badge so quickly, Katy had some time to grab me some sushi to go. Good. After getting to eat so much yummy food in Cascarafa, Medali, and Montenevera, it was time for us to burn off some calories by climbing all the way up to Alpernata, and we also took part in Tulip's gym test, which was basically a group exercise class. And then it was time to fight the fashionable woman herself. We tried to lunge her Farafarig, but it set up a Reflect, which was a big problem since all of Katy's Pokemon are physical attackers. Here I thought this would be the easiest gym since we have a type advantage, but it looks like I really underestimated Tulip. I guess that's what I get for going into a gym with a whole 5 levels below the limit. So before doing a rematch battle, Katy and I went to train up a bit, taking on several Psychic type Raytans and some of the Team Star bosses. I don't talk about them in this video because they are not a required part of becoming champion. And now that we've properly leveled up, the rematch went a lot better, in part because the AI decided to go on the offensive instead of set up a Reflect with Tulip's lead. I've noticed this type of behavior change in previous runs too, where if you're too low a level, the game will go easy on you by using setup moves instead of attacking moves, but from my experience, they tend to make the battles a lot harder. Anyway, since Tulip didn't have the damage reduction benefits of Reflect anymore, the Gardevoir just couldn't bulk its way through our heavy slams, and even Espathra got picked off by Fortress. That left Tulip with just her ace. She tried to make up for her earlier mistake by finishing off poor Spidops, but we still had Ursaring ready to go, and with a single Fury Cutter, Katy won herself another gym badge. Now before we go to battle Grusha, we had to do the little sliding down the hill minigame, but in classic Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I find yet another random glitch. For some reason at the start of the minigame, our Koraidon looked a little weird. Gamers, I give you the powdered sugar version of Koraidon, exclusive only to Katy's team, I think, although it turned back to normal right after the game. Anyways, Grusha was up next, and his Frostmoth could easily one-shot poor Low Kicks, who's a bug that's weak to bugs. But that's okay because now it's time for Fortress to shine, using Gyro Ball to obliterate Frostmoth, bulk through multiple Earthquakes from Beartic, and stall out the Tailwind. Spidops used its Silk Trap to slow down the Cetitan and chop away at its health with Brick Break, then Ursaring came in to finish it off with a Fury Cutter. Grusha's final Pokemon will be a huge problem since it knows Hurricane, but we got lucky during our rematch as it missed both of its attacks, and our third Fury Cutter was strong enough to strike out its remaining HP. Despite being asked to go easy on everyone by Geeta, I was pleasantly surprised to see Katy win every one of her gym battles, but since we now have all of the gym badges, it's time to get serious, which is is what I should have nicknamed this Heracross. Anyways, we went for the usual flower spot, ate her Hickle sandwich, and battled a bunch of Chansey to level up. Also, is it just me, or are there a lot more Blissey spotting in this area after the DLC dropped? Could just be the Mandela effect, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen this many of them spawn at once. Our last order of business was to give Sirius a Mirror Herb, which apparently lets you learn an egg move without having to make an egg. Thank you for explaining this mechanic to me in the comments of the Clive video. There is nothing in the game to indicate the existence of this mechanic, and I would have completely missed it otherwise. And now that the team is fully leveled and complete, it was time to fight the Elite Four. Our first opponent was Rika and her ground type Pokemon. Low kicks could spam enough lunges to knock out Whiscash and have enough leg muscle to run a whole marathon, but the whole leg muscles were not strong enough to take down the Camerupt in one fell swoop. What Low Kicks has for legs, Heracross has for arms, and it uses its Brick Break attack to take down the Camo and then slap away the Donphan. Spidops is out next to face off against Dugtrio, whose rock type attacks just proved to be too much. Also, we flinched a really bad time, and then got knocked out by a Sandstorm. This must be karma for that win against Kofu. Anyways, Fortress finished off the moles, which left Rika with just her Clodsire. Both of our Pokemon could barely do any damage, so I had to sit there through several turns of us just slapping each other for 10 health until eventually Fortress got knocked out. When Ursaring came out, Rika decided to spam Protect, which is a good strategy if she had used Toxic first, but no, she was just randomly stalling for a few turns and then got knocked out. I don't know what the AI was trying to do there, but it failed. With one Elite Four out of the way, it was time to fight Poppy, the silly little child who uses Steel-type Pokemon, and considering most of Katy's team knows fighting and ground-type moves, this should also be an easy battle. Our tiny little Low Kicks two-shots the Caparaju with its Axe Kick, and then Sucker Punches the Corviknight. Out next is our bulky Fortress, who spams Rock Tomb to reduce the Steel Bird's speed, and then we end up committing what Splatoon players would call a trade. Magnezone tries to be funny by setting up a light screen, but we just smash it to pieces with our Brick Break. It then switches to attacking us with a Discharge, which does knock out Spidops, but the Magnezone is too weak to take on Heracross. This is a serious battle after all. Her next Pokemon is Bronzong, and that thing knows Zen Headbutt, so sadly, Heracross couldn't quite turn the tides here, although it's not a problem for Ursaring. Now that thing, that's a problem. Not only does it nuke our HP with its Gigaton Hammer, it's faster and also lands a Stone Edge, meaning we lost to a 5-year-old. Of course, I do give these battles 2 attempts, but she got lucky and landed the Stone Edge both times, so Katy loses here. Now I know some of you might say, well, if Poppy missed her Stone Edge, Katy could have hypothetically won, so to give the Sugar Bug the benefit of the doubt, I cheesed my way through the Poppy fight and tried to take on Larry. Now the thing about Larry is that he uses flying types in the Elite Four team, and if you thought Poppy's Corviknight was a problem, you can only imagine how bad things went here. Needless to say, his Staraptor absolutely denied Katy any chance of victory both times. But I'm already here, so after shredding a ton of Parmigiano cheese like a top Olive Garden employee, I made it through the Larry fight and got to battle Hazel, only to lose yet again. Them dragons were just too strong, and even though at this point there's a 0% chance of Katy becoming champion, I figured I might as well see how she does against Geeta. After all, La Primera seems to have personally pressured Katy into going easy in her gym battles, and I'm starting to wonder if her sweet little trainer could have just said no and fought her off, or maybe she had to follow Geeta's orders because she lost their battle. We can easily one-shot her Spathra and Axe Kick the King Gambit. Her bulky Go-Goat might be a problem, so we skitter smack it around and lower its speed with our Silk Trap, and then finish it off with Heracross. Of course, when push comes to shove, we miss the Mega Horn and get slapped around with an Aqua Jet, so Fortress has to spam Bug Bite to finish off the fish. Unfortunately, that Avalugg is simply too bulky for our team of physical attackers, and even on the off chance that we do make it to the Glimora, her Rock-type Terapagos would instantly finish us off. So, could Katy become champion in Paldea? Sadly, the answer is a blatant no. While she could collect all of the gym badges, the Elite Four and Geeta can easily overpower her Bug-type team.
Crumbs, I've gotten so used to going easy on everyone that I can't even go all out when it counts.
You seem a little salty.
As one would be. It's like being forced to following someone else's recipe, only to get complaints about the food being too salty or overcooked.
You got a good point. Your team definitely could have used at least one good special attacker like a Vespiquen or Rapska.
Or perhaps a Frostmoth.
I wouldn't have been of much help, even if I evolved. Frostmoth are just too slow and not bulky enough.
Then I suppose Frostmoth isn't the ingredient I need to make my team delectable.
Speaking of things we need, I kinda still need a way to visit the professor in Area Zero.
That might prove more difficult than making macaroons.
Yeah, I figured, but I really need to find a way to get down there.
I guess I could try filling out an application and see if they let us through, although I wouldn't get my hopes up. I hear even the CEO of Paldean Realty got rejected.
I think we'll be fine.
You two can go, as long as you promise to deliver this package. It's a bit urgent, and our hands are a little tied, so really counting on you for this one.
See?
My word. Do you think we can drop by the bakery on our way? I think I'd like to bring some sweets for this professor as well.
I guess we could. She'd probably appreciate it, but I don't think she deserves it.
Sounds like your relationship with her is quite sour.
You'll see once we get there. Now let's go.
Delivery for Professor Sada?
And here I was, worried this package would be late. Leave it to Paldea's top baker to get the timing just right.
Oh, you flatter me, Professor. And you haven't even tried these cupcakes I made for you.
What a splendid surprise. Say, would you like to come inside and join me for some tea?
It would be my pleasure. And besides, I've brought someone along who wants to meet you.
Perfect. Then come on in. So, who is this someone you mentioned?
That would be me.
A talking Pokemon? Oh my, Miss Katy, you truly deserve a 5-star review.
Talking Pokemon, eh? So you still don't remember me.
Why, I'd never forget someone as unique as yourself.
What about a talking Mareep or a Skiddo?
No. You are the first talking Pokemon I've ever met. Yet you seem to have met me before.
You, your time machine, the only one I haven't met is your assistant.
And here I thought the Paradox Pokemon in Paldea only came through my time machine.
I am technically here because of it too.
But you did not enter through it. Otherwise, my assistant would have you on record.
It's quite the long story.
It's got everything but the kitchen sink.
Now, Miss Katy, let him cook. And while he does, will the two of you follow me down through this elevator? We can finish our tea later.
So basically, you wanted me to report on the past, so you sent me through your time machine, but I got stuck in a storage closet, and then I made my way back to your lab with a new friend and got sent back in time so I could get you even more data.
And what's the data you've gathered?
I am still stuck. Your time machine failed to bring me back, twice now.
I see. Has anything else about the past changed?
Well, both times it seemed like everyone forgot about me. You, Iono, Brassius.
It seems very unlikely for all three of us to simply forget.
Well, none of them recognized me. You didn't recognize me, and I've met you like 3 times by this point.
Interesting. Mind your step and allow me to explain. I believe I know why you get stuck in the past.
With just 2 data points?
It's enough to form a hypothesis, but not enough to confirm it, although my confidence is quite high.
Well then, spill the beans.
Have you ever heard of the Butterfree effect?
I have. It'll make your snacks healthier, but it tends to compromise their texture and flavor.
My apologies, Miss Katy, but I was referring to the Pokemon. I suppose since that species can't be found in Paldea, it might be more accurate to call it the Vivillon effect. In fact, I am a bit more biased towards that name. However, the wider scientific community has chosen the former, as it is more globally recognizable.
Names aside, what does this have to do with me being stuck?
Well, simply put, if we were to take a Butterfree and send it to the past, then have it flap its wings once, the tiny changes in air currents could domino into each other and may even cause a hurricane in Hoenn.
Hoenn gets a lot of hurricanes anyways. How can we know if a random Butterfree made another one happen?
All things in the world follow the laws of cause and effect. By inserting a single flap of the wings, we would have added a new effect into the world, albeit a tiny one. However, even a small change in one minuscule variable in the formula of the world could lead to an entirely different outcome.
Well, I'm sorry to the people of Hoenn for Hurricane Vasko, I guess.
The hurricane is simply an example. According to your description, the time machine, which has never failed to retrieve an object from the past, has failed to retrieve you, which could only mean one thing.
Whoosh.
In a way, yes. To put it simply, your presence in the past makes it so that the time machine in the present no longer attempts to retrieve you. In a way, you're stopping a hurricane from happening. After all, we are here right now, and the machine does not contain your coordinates or any data on you whatsoever. If you hadn't waltzed through my door, I wouldn't have even known you existed, let alone try to use the time machine to pull you back.
Say, Professor, could I ask you a question?
Please.
Have you not tested for this Butterfree effect before? It seems like it would cause major trouble if it were real.
If I did not already have a trusty assistant, I'd hire you on the spot, dear. It was one of the first things we tested, and there has been no Butterfree effect observed. Not even when releasing a Pokemon from the present and the past. Until now.
So the recipe is the same, but the outcome is different. If you were to ask me, it may be because you were using a different ingredient?
What am I, a mung bean?
I think she's onto something. In fact, I now have a theory that I'd like to test out.
Oh, not this again. For the love of Arceus, can you do something other than put me in that time machine?
But if you refuse, that leaves me with only one other option, Katy.
Listen, she's gonna try to trick you into battling her, and then have you give her my Pokeball when you lose.
Ouch. You think I'm that bad of a trainer, huh?
Well, you did lose to a 5-year-old.
This sting's worse than hot caramel. Perhaps I should battle her.
If your skills are half as good as your baking, I think this would be quite the fair match.
Alright, then let's have ourselves a little cook-off.
Dang it, if only I didn't lose my cool. Sada's first Pokemon looked a lot like a bug type, so Katy decided to go for Bounce, which happened to hit super effective and one-shot the Slitherwing. Screamtail got debuffed with Lunge, then Sucker Punched before it could finish off low kicks. Out next was Forretress, who was so bulky that Katy decided to be a bit mischievous. Instead of going for the knockout right away, she decided to power up her Forretress with Curse, which made it into an extremely slow but physically powerful wall. And then she finished up the fake Jigglypuff and prepared to sweep. Unfortunately, the professor followed up with a Fluttermane, who just used Mystical Fire to one-shot her fortified Tough Cookie. Heracross managed to finish off the Floating Menace with a Night Flash and a Stone Edge, but was too slow to stand up to the Sandy Shocks. Spidops was also too slow, which left us with Ursaring, who also missed its move and got knocked out with a Power Gem. And since we did lose the battle, I guess it's time for me to get lost in time yet again.
Not to worry, Mr. Snomsko. I'm confident you'll find your way back here again with another very important data point.
I'm so tired of these sick experiments you keep doing.
Ill as they may seem, they are for your sake. If you wish to get unstuck, we must determine why you're stuck here in the first place.
When cooking with a different ingredient, it may take a couple of tries to find out how to best bake with something new.
She is correct. And this time, there's a very specific thing that I want you to look out for.
Sure, I mean, it doesn't sound like I have any other choice.
From your description of the past, it seems that the other yous, which should have been there, were not. I do not believe you were simply forgotten. My suspicion is that the past you simply never met the trainers you knew, although I don't know why. So your task is to go and find yourself. Any one of the three will do.
Now that sounds like it could really mess up the timeline.
It seems like things get messed up either way, but if we can find at least one other you, that should help me better understand your situation and bring me a step closer to getting you back to when you were, as promised.
It's a good thing I remember exactly where I was each time, so it shouldn't be that hard.
Good. Now, let's begin.
Wait.
Yes, Miss Katy?
I just wanted to say goodbye, and also to apologize for acting like I was upset.
If anything, I was going to apologize for hurting your feelings. I kinda panicked and got my words all mixed up. Wait a second, acting?
You and the professor don't mix well together, like baking soda and vinegar. But I can tell she's trying to help, so I figured I'd go along with whatever course she has planned. You might not like the first few plates, but I think the dessert will be quite delectable.
Well, in that case, thank you for looking out for me. And if the dessert isn't any good, I'll come bug you at the patisserie.
And I'll be sure to make you the best dessert you've ever had.
It's a deal. Well then, I guess I'm ready to go. Meh. I know he's supposed to be me, but I can't shake this strong feeling of envy. How come I got completely ignored by Iono, while he got to travel with someone as sweet as Katy? How many times has it been now? The memories, they all blend together. Hatred, fear, envy, they tug at me around every corner. Did I not already travel with Iono? Why doesn't she remember me? Why do I feel so empty inside? It's all that professor's fault. I never should have let her put me in that time machine. What sick experiment is this? I just want to go home. How dare she do this to me?
nothing good can come from those tainted by that tortoise.
Huh? And now I'm hearing voices.
I am no mere voice. My name is Chien-Pao, one born of hatred, and unfortunately sealed on this cursed continent.
Aha.
When one was sealed all those centuries ago, the ancient humans impaled the ground with powerful stakes. One did not understand their properties, but over time, one began to comprehend their functions. They subdued our powers and prevent our escape.
So, what can I do for you, Mr. Talking Voice?
After seeing you for what you are, the tortoise drew upon the power of the sealing stakes and placed some of our cursed energy into your soul.
No wonder Tulip couldn't bring me back.
It should have flooded your mind with negative emotions. However, you've managed to dilute and endure it. But most importantly, despite not being human, you've managed to expel the stakes which sealed the curses within you.
I don't think I've done anything like that.
One would never confuse that sound for another.
So that's the strange noise I hear every time.
Precisely. And by removing those stakes from thyself, you've reduced the power of our seals.
And that's why I can hear your voice.
One is elated that you are not a complete fool.
I'll take that as a compliment. So, what exactly does one want from me again?
With the sealing stakes removed from thy soul, the cursed power implanted within can also be extracted. And with it, one can finally break free.
Sounds like you can remove the curse then.
One can only retrieve the power of hatred. To be relieved of the others, you must visit the remaining treasures of ruin.
Well, that's more of a solution than the professor could ever offer. So what now?
You must come to where my body is sealed. I shall do my best to guide you.
This is Tulip, the Psychic-type gym leader in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. She's also a very busy businesswoman and a fabulous lover of makeup. But is Tulip actually a good trainer? To find out, I decided to play through Pokemon Scarlet as Tulip, using her post-game rematch team along with their abilities, movesets, and a whole bunch of other rules that might make this run near impossible. For now, may I direct your attention to our first order of business, building up Tulip's team. A solid 3 out of 5 Pokemon are available very early on. You can literally catch a Ralts before getting to the first town, and there's a fixed spawn for Flitto a little ways away from Cortando, some of which happen to be right below the level cap for gym number 1. And of course, we can't forget about her ace Pokemon, Flabébé. Now, while all 3 of these Pokemon are very cute, none of them are particularly strong. In fact, Ralts has one of the lowest stat totals in the entire game. And this is going to be a problem because the first gym leader has a type advantage against psychic types, aka her bugs are gonna deal double damage. Yet despite the odds, Ralts could finish off Nimble and bulk its way through Tarantula thanks to its draining kiss attack. But it could not solo carry against the Teddiursa, meaning the outcome of this match rests in Flabébe's tiny little baby hands. Yeah, there's no chance for winning this. Given the restrictions of this run, I have to call this battle a loss. But since Scarlet and Violet are an open world game where you could theoretically do the gyms in any order, the run itself is far from over. So we made our way towards the next gym where we once again lost. Yeah, this team sucks. I even tried to be sneaky and maxed out Ralts' evasiveness with double team, but then Brassius got lucky both times and his Trailblaze hit, knocking us out. Meanwhile, our ace is more of a joker right now, barely being able to do any damage at all, let alone turn the tides of a battle. So before embarrassing myself 3 gym battles in a row, I went to take on some Titans and Team Star bases where I managed to evolve both Ralts and Flabébé. And since I'd like to have a move stronger than Fairy Wind, I also went back to Los Platos for some TM hunting. You can find stored power near the west side of town, and since that move is only useful if you can get some buffs, I headed towards the nearby ruins to pick up Calm Mind. This turned out to be an even bigger challenge than the gym battles, as my Caridon would simply fall below the surface of the water and drown. What a great time to find yet another glitch in these games. Wonder at what point I'll do a run where a new glitch doesn't happen. I'm still waiting. I'm on run number 6. Anyways, as if my patience wasn't tested enough, it was time to battle one of the toughest gym leaders in the region, Iono. I had Flittle pull a penny and spam Baby Doll Eyes to reduce Watro's attacks, then Kirlia came in to spam Double Team, which once again didn't help like at all. And as if things weren't going bad enough, the Calm Mind stored power strategy fell flat on its face. For the previous 2 losses, we could at least get to the gym leader's ace, but against Iono, we couldn't even get through half of her team.
Last time I checked, you weren't doing anything to help out with the battles.
That's because you wouldn't typically have an Indeedee on your team.
But you are on my team now.
Fine, you want help? Watch!
That wasn't so hard now, was it?
That's not the point, Tulip. I'm only going to be on your team until you take me to see the professor at Area 0. So you really shouldn't be relying on me to win these battles for you.
And here I thought Dendra finally brought me something more useful than those Medicham.
And I thought I'd be able to find at least one of my past selves. Yet here we are.
Then I guess both of us should keep looking.
When we got to Cascarafa, the gym staff told us that Kofu was currently away on business at Porto Marinara. So Tulip and I trekked through the desert and once again ran into a fixed spawn Pokemon to add to her team, Girafarig. Then we beat up the guy near the marketplace and unlocked the ability to participate in auctions. This was good news because we had time to spare and could theoretically find a very useful item on sale here, the shiny stone. Needed to evolve Floette into something a bit more useful. According to both Bulbapedia and Cerebi, there is a 1% chance of someone selling this stone, so I saved my game, set my calendar 1 day forward, and then went back in to check on the new set of items. For some reason, you only have to do the forwards in time thing once, so doing more resets was a bit faster. However, each reset still took about a minute to do, because this game takes so long to load, so I knew I was gonna be here for a while. What I didn't realize is how long of a while it would be, as I listened through a whole Trash Taste episode and found a grand total of 0 shiny stones, yay! But I did get 3 Dust Stones, a Dawn Stone, and a Moonstone. Anyways, I came to the conclusion that while resetting the auction house is technically a method you could use to find an item such as an evolutionary stone or a cool Pokeball, the odds are so absurdly low that you really shouldn't waste your time on them. What I decided to do instead is go take down the Lurking Steel Titan and unlock higher jumps. That way I could get to Alpharnata and grab the shiny stone that spawns by the little lake at the top of the mountain range. What I didn't expect was to find a shiny Pokemon along the way. It was easier to find a full odds shiny than to get a shiny stone in the marketplace. A waste of time, I tell ya. And I did all of this just to evolve one single Pokemon. It better be worth it. It was worth it! Finally, we won a gym badge, in part thanks to the debuffing power of those Florges charms. This also meant we could now evolve both Kirlia and Girafarig into something a little more useful, then make our way to Medali to grab my favorite Paldean snack from the ice cream stand and challenge Gym Leader Larry. Our newly evolved Girafarig was super useful in this battle, since its psychic typing would bait Larry's Komala into spamming Sucker Punch. But thanks to our Armor Tail ability, all of Komala's priority moves were simply negated, meaning we could take a little nap and still come out on top with our HP completely untouched. The Staraptor was a bit scary, but our Devilish Charms helped us bulk through its attacks and win the battle with ease. Not only did we get ourselves another gym badge, but our useless little Flittle finally evolved into something even a champion would use. To avoid getting dragged into a double battle, I decided to stay near the outskirts of Montenevera and listen to the events of the fight. It sounded like Ryme's Mimikyu did the exact same thing as Larry's Komala, trying to spam Shadow Sneak, and then it just gets cancelled every single time. This effectively made the battle a 2v1, meaning Tulip could easily sweep through Ryme's team, and with the Ghost Badge in hand, we only had one more gym to go, and it's actually right up the mountain!
Hold that thought.
But it's literally right there!
Doesn't matter. I have a meeting with a very important client, and I'm not about to let my business suffer just to complete that witch's gym circuit.
Sounds like you really don't like Gita.
Well, we've got very similar styles, but unfortunately, she's the one running Paldea.
Is that some jealousy I sense?
Can't hide my emotions from your kind, eh? But you're right. Even though she's stronger than most trainers, La Primera lacks the leadership skills necessary to run the whole region. I mean, didn't you hear what happened at the academy?
Vaguely, but it's all the more reason you could go get that last gym badge, and then you can show her who's actually boss.
Don't worry, we'll get to it eventually. For now, I have some more important business to take care of. Speaking of which, I also have a job for you.
The job was to follow around Dendra and look for another Pokemon to add to Tulip's team. No more Medicham. We'll be looking for a Gallade. Now you might be wondering, why didn't I just catch and use 2 routes at the beginning of the run? That would have easily solved the Gallade issue and given me another Pokemon to use in the first 3 gym battles that I lost. The answer is a simple one. Tulip doesn't add Gallade to her team until after you beat her gym. Some might say I'm being too strict with these rules, but I genuinely want to experience what these games would feel like from the point of view of these characters. One such experience I would have missed out on completely is looking for a wild Gallade. The main reason this hunt turned out to be so difficult was due to the lack of reliable information online, which has been quite noticeable with Scarlet and Violet specifically. Typically, you can just search up where to find X Pokemon on YouTube and you'll find a bunch of videos telling you just that. And in their defense, the videos were helpful in pointing out 2 places you could find the Gallade, but neither of them were in Alpharnata. So I went to Cerebi, an extremely reliable site with information on Pokemon moves, stats, and locations. And what did Cerebi say? You can find Gallade in the Alpharnata caverns. So I grabbed a tropical sandwich from the Every Which Way and started looking through the cave, only to see a bunch of Medicham and Makuhita. I did notice that there was a part of the cave that could only be reached by climbing, so for the benefit of the doubt, I went to take on the False Dragon Titan, unlocked climbing, and found nothing. Well, an Umbreon, but definitely no Gallades. So then I decided to scour the web even more. Game 8, Ranked Boost, eBay. Why is this even a search result? Most of the sites I went to did have the correct information, however, some of them didn't include things like the level spreads or the actual percentage of the rarity. If I wanted to see something listed as super rare, I'd just look in the official Pokemon book. Meanwhile, others had icons and numbers that didn't really give me much confidence. I mean, there's no way Gallade is spawning at level 1 up in the mountains. One website I found particularly interesting was Nintendo Everything. That's because they had also mentioned Alpharnata Cave as a potential location. They included picture proof and even gave a good sandwich recipe to try and boost your encounter rates. Good job on writing this. Dawn? Is the same person selling Gallades on eBay? I sure hope not, but that would be kinda funny. Anyways, I made the suggested sandwich, looked around the area, and found nothing. As I later learned, that's because Gallade don't spawn at nighttime, something this article forgot to mention. As a last resort, I decided to check on Bulbapedia, and even there it listed the usual locations I've seen so far. I clicked through the Alpharnata Cavern one, and would you look at that, a nice list of every Pokemon that could be found in the cave, as well as the odds of encountering them, the level spread, and even terrain type. But most importantly, there is no Gallade in sight. If Gallade didn't spawn in the caves, why is it listed as a spawn location on all these sites, including Bulbapedia? Anyways, I backed out to the more general South Province Area 6 page, and would you look at that? Gallade, 1% spawn rate, in the mountains, unless it's nighttime. So I went to look again, and what did I find? A Gallade! By the mountains, during the day, near Alpharnata. Whoever did the location data on Bulbapedia, good job. Every other site I went to, do better.
Getting down to business, I see.
Well yeah, you'd think with the internet we'd have easy access to useful information. Instead, I ended up wasting so much time getting misled and misinformed, and the worst part is, they all made a profit off of it.
Yikes. Yeah, that does sound like it's bad for business, especially in the long term. Anyways, you found me a new Pokemon?
Ah, right, here you go. A Gallade.
What's wrong?
I just sensed a really strong gust of negative emotion coming from that way.
The windmills?
Judging from how strong it is, it might be one of my other selves.
Well then, sounds like you've got more business to take care of.
Indeed.
So, what is it we're looking for exactly?
Most likely a Mareep. It's the only one I could think of that had this much anger, and it feels like it should be right around the corner. No way.
An earthquake? We get those every once in a while.
No. The flow of negative emotion, it's gone.
Maybe they just fell asleep. We all need our beauty rest after all, so let's keep looking.
No need. I think I found them.
That thing? That is not a Mareep.
Indeed, but it is exactly where I last sensed the emotions.
I believe one of Dendra's colleagues at the Academy used to research these things, but she's a history buff with a strange sense of fashion, so this thing must have been here for a long time.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
Although I will say, I did not think these ancient nails would be so pretty.
There's no reaction whatsoever. You're right though, it is very crystal-like. Seems kind of familiar. Maybe the professor would know something?
Excellent thinking. Use that network of yours to find a solution. Let's snap a picture for later.
The final gym battle started off on the wrong foot since Grusha's Frostmoth has a bug type move. However, our Gardevoir has a fire type move and Gallade a fighting type one, both of which are super effective against ice types. And having collected all 8 gym badges, it was time to prepare for the Elite Four. Now usually all I need to do at this point is make my Hicko sandwich and hunt down a bunch of Chansey for EXP. But in order to fully match Tulip's team, I had to go and take down the remaining 2 Team Star bosses. That's because you can only get the TM for Energy Ball from the lighthouse that's in Ortega's base, and the TM for close combat is given out by Eri. Funny enough, even with her type advantage, Tulip would have lost the battle against Eri. Kinda makes me wanna do an Eri run. Anyways, with our TMs in hand, it was time to go challenge the Elite Four. The match against Rika was a breeze thanks to that Energy Ball and Gallade's Leaf Blade, but the 5-year-old proved to be a real problem. We started out strong with Mystical Fire, but her Magnezone set up a light screen which cuts our special attack damage in half. We managed to spam our way through it with Shadow Balls, and even got the Corviknight to knock itself out with Brave Bird, which left both Tulip and Poppy with their ace Pokemon. This was a problem because Steel types have a resistance to all of Florges' attacks, and Florges has a very low physical defense stat, so low that even the Charm strategy fails. Simply put, Poppy always wins. If we were to somehow magically get through Poppy, Tulip would be able to win against Larry. However, her performance against Hassel all comes down to luck. In both of my attempts, his Icicle Crash got Florges to flinch, which in turn made us lose the battle. In theory, Tulip could win against Hassel if the flinch doesn't happen, but in practice... Anyways, that just leaves Gita, and oh boy gamers, my hopes were not high. The champion sets up a Reflect to lower our physical attack damage, meaning Farafrig would have to spam Crunch twice as much to get the knockout. Gallade can make quick work of her King Gambit and Go-Goat, and Gardevoir could easily melt away her Iceberg. Even her Veluza was easy pickings, but could Glimora turn things around? Maybe. Okay, maybe not. Our Spathra could deal some major damage and set the stage for Florges to shine. And with one final Moonblast, I got my answer. Could Tulip win against Gita and claim the title of champion? Well, she could definitely win against Gita, but since Tulip could not win against Poppy, she wouldn't even get this far. So unfortunately, Miss Makeup Queen over here cannot become champion.
Good.
What?
I'm already busy enough as it is. I don't have the time to deal with all the extra responsibilities that come with being a champion-ranked trainer.
Wow, you really don't feel beaten up about it at all.
Hey, I got to show Gita who's actually stronger in battle, and that is good enough for me.
That's great for you and all, but I kinda needed you to get the rank so we could get permission to go down into Area 0.
Those kind of honorifics are just makeup used to cover up the real requirements.
Now that you mention it, I definitely got to go there twice without my trainer getting the rank.
See? Now let me pull some strings real quick, and we'll be on our way.
So is it just me, or did these strings pull you?
The nerve of that witch. Making someone as busy as me deliver a package? Ugh.
I didn't really sense any malice from her when she did it.
You're about to sense some malice from me if you keep taking her side.
Yikes, snappy like a Sharpedo. Anyways, looks like we're almost there.
Oh my, when Gita said she'd found someone to deliver my package, I did not expect that someone to be Paldea's gorgeous makeup queen.
Seems like someone is well versed in the art of flattery. And might I add, you are quite gorgeous yourself, Professor.
But of course, Miss Tulip, I have been using her makeup for ages.
Well, I'm glad to hear that my products have their use, even in the depths of Area 0. Speaking of which, I am simply exhausted from the long walk.
It is quite the distance you've covered, and in heels nonetheless. Why don't you come into my lab for some rest, and I can make us some tea if you'd like?
That sounds lovely. I hope it's okay if my business partner joins us as well.
Business partner? Oh, you mean that Pokemon. But of course. Now come on in.
Business partner? Really?
Well, we did work together for that gym challenge.
Miss Tulip, were you just talking to your Pokemon?
Why, yes. This one is quite special. Here, why don't you two network for a bit while I go rest my feet?
How do I, network with a Pokemon?
I'd rather not network at all. That word feels so achy.
Oh my. Did you just talk?
Indeed. And not only am I capable of speech, I have had the displeasure of meeting you many times before.
The what now?
This is my 4th time meeting you, Professor, and in all of our previous encounters, you've sent me back in time, unable to retrieve me, thanks to the Butterfree effect.
Ugh. I need a moment to process this. We've tested for that before. It shouldn't be an actual problem.
Is that what your assistant thinks as well?
My who? How do you know so much?
I told you, we've met before. You know what? Maybe this would be easier if you wrote a letter or something. That way I don't have to explain it to you every time.
You truly do speak like someone who's traveled through time.
You should ask her about the thing.
Has Miss Tulip traveled through time as well?
Nope, just me. But the last time, you told me to look for any of my past selves, since that would help you figure out the whole Butterfree effect problem. Tulip's just helping me look.
Finding a past instance of yourself that would not only prove the Butterfree effect, but also provide crucial information on the true nature of time. So, have you found anything?
No remorse or anything. Just instantly excited about the science part. No, we couldn't find any of my 3 previous selves.
So then, what was Miss Tulip referring to?
Oh, at one point I could sense a burst of really strong negative emotion, one which I felt as my past self, but then when we followed its traces, the only thing we found was this.
Now that is quite interesting.
You recognize it?
The nail itself looks exactly like the ones Ryfort researched, but its composition is different. Those crystals look the same as the ones down here, in Area 0.
I don't believe we saw anything like that on our way down here.
I would be more than happy to show you, Miss Tulip, but first, I need you to sign these papers.
Wait, Tulip, no signing anything, not until she writes me a letter.
Now that's how you strike a good deal.
Fine, I will write up everything we've discussed so far. Then, we can go to where the crystals are.
Wow, this room is simply too gorgeous.
I couldn't agree with you more. These crystals are simply stunning.
I see what you meant though. They look exactly the same as the nail we found.
Which is cause for concern. These crystals aren't just for show. They hold tremendous power.
I suspected as much. That NDA of yours was more strict than any I have seen before, and I've seen enough of those for one lifetime.
That's because this information is too dangerous for others to know. After all, if I could build a time machine using these crystals' power, what atrocities could a malicious man commit if he finds out about their existence?
I see. Then perhaps we should have been more prudent after discovering that nail.
Worry not, Miss Tulip. Given the nail's obscure location, I doubt anyone would have accidentally stumbled upon it so soon. And I've already asked my trusty assistant to contact Gita and Ryfort immediately. They should be able to take care of the situation promptly.
Great, so my mission is complete.
I'm afraid not. While you did discover something interesting, I need a past you to understand the implications of the Butterfree effect.
I don't like where this is going.
Alas, the only solution I can come up with is to send you through time again.
And if I don't find another me?
We keep going until you do.
I don't like this one bit.
This is simply a task that you cannot refuse. The amount of knowledge that can be gained from this experiment's success far outweighs the discomfort you may experience.
Do you even hear yourself? Absolutely not.
Miss Tulip, this business partner of yours, they are actually your Pokemon, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then how about you and I have ourselves a little battle? If you win, I will let you take some of these crystals back home. Who knows what kind of beautiful makeup you can craft with them. And if I win, you'll lend me his Pokeball so that I can run my experiment. How does that sound?
Very tempting.
Don't do it, Tulip. I can sense her confidence. She knows she can win this.
But does she know that I won against Skiddo? If La Primera couldn't defeat me, I doubt this professor could.
Oh no, you somehow have even more confidence than her.
Exactly. So don't worry. The battle will be over before you know it.
Sada's lead instantly obliterates our giraffe, but we managed to outspeed it with Espathra. The bad news is that her Flutter Mane is even faster, taking out both Espathra and Glade. Her Sandy Shocks easily finishes off our Gardevoir, and even Florges barely pulls through with just 1 HP to go. And the worst part is that even if we drop her one-time heal, the Brute Bonnet absolutely obliterates all of our hopes of victory. Even I wasn't strong enough to take it down. Oh, it was over before I knew it, alright.
And you know what that means.
I can't believe you're so happy about it.
Well, we are one step away from making a major scientific breakthrough.
Except there's no guarantee I'll find another me, and I'm pretty sure being an Indeedee really helped my odds. Who knows what I'll turn into next time?
Wait a moment. You change forms as well?
Yeah?
Fascinating. There's nothing in the time machine or travel process that could yield such results.
Well, if it's not the time machine, then is it the tea you served us earlier?
Jasmine tea makes you change forms.
Jasmine? Not Balonly? Now that I think about it, the flavor wasn't even close.
So it's not the tea then. Although, tell me more about this lonely?
It was just a tea I had before that didn't sit with me so well, so I thought maybe this was something similar, but I guess not.
Alright, well, in that case, let me add this form change information to my letter real quick. And done. Now then.
Time machine?
So you are used to this part already.
Unfortunately, I am.
Well then, safe travels, little one. Come find me once you've discovered the whereabouts of the other yous. Next time.
So this is where the energy signal came from. Huh, it seems like you're on the move again. But I won't let you have your way this time, Terapagos.
Dear Professor Sada, this might seem a little strange, but the author of this letter is none other than yourself, Professor Sada, from a not-so-distant future. I am unable to provide further proof of my identity, but I suspect that my penmanship proves to be proof enough. As we both know, there is only one other who could write in a similar style to me, but they should have no reason to compose this letter. The talking Pokemon who carries this letter with him claims to be from another time entirely, stuck in a perpetual time loop due to the Butterfree effect. I had my reservations about his claim at first, but he seems to know about them. He also claimed to have met me several times before, although he did not have the best impression. I suspect my other selves were too excited about the many new discoveries which could be made with the time-traveling talking Pokemon, and treated him like any other test subject Pokemon in Area 0. More to the point, if he has made it to your lab, that means an instance of the Butterfree effect has occurred. Furthermore, he should have brought any one of his 3 past selves along to the lab. I believe that having 2 of him present would allow you to derive some hidden, fundamental information on the true nature of time. Our ultimate goal is to understand the cause of the Butterfree effect and get this lost little Pokemon back to his original timeline, if at all possible. Unfortunately, this task is impossible without a second version of him from the past, so if he comes alone, I believe it is best to send him back in time again. This will likely cause yet another chain of Butterfree effects. However, it is the only thing we can do for him to find a solution. If he attempts to resist, use any means necessary to coax his trainer into compliance. Best of luck, Sada. P.S. He has also informed me that he is capable of changing forms. This seems to occur every time he gets sent back in time through our machine, although that is not a function of the machine or process itself. Perhaps it is some inert ability? Further investigation needed. P.S.S. If you have any additional information about his travels, please append it to this letter. I am sure any other one of us would benefit from knowing as much as possible about this time travel paradox.
Man, that's one strange letter.
Right? So, could we go traveling around the region? And I'll keep an eye out for the other Miis.
Not sure how helpful I'll be, but sure.
This is Grusha, the Ice-type gym leader in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. He is supposed to be the final gym leader we face, and also the only gym leader not working a second job. That's because he had a major accident the last time he went snowboarding and was forced to retire from the sport entirely. Grusha now focuses solely on his role as gym leader, and that should make him one of the strongest trainers in the region, right? Well, to find out, I decided to play through the whole game as Grusha, using the same Pokemon abilities and movesets as his post-game rematch team, along with a list of other rules that might make this run near impossible. It's time to see if Grusha could become champion in Pokemon Violet. When I do these character runs, I typically add Pokemon to the team as they become available. However, that's a bit of a problem with Grusha. That's because most of his team isn't catchable within the level limit until the last 2 gym badges. And if I try to do this run with just Swablu and Snom, I'm not gonna get very far. So just this once, I thought I'd do what some commenters suggest for every challenge run video I've made so far, and that's to just send over eggs for all of his Pokemon and do the run with Grusha's full team from the very beginning. Not gonna lie gamers, this felt a little bit like cheating, but as I quickly realized, most of these Pokemon are pretty bad until they evolve, mainly because they don't learn any good moves, so it kinda balanced things out. Also, before the run could even start, I think I bumped into another bug. When I was doing my first battle with Arven, this little guy didn't despawn, so he was just sitting there giving Squavit the cold shoulder the entire time. And then he stayed there for the cutscene and everything, so of course I had to catch him. Anyways, I started off the run by heading over to Cartando, which I guess is far away enough to make Snom love me, since this little guy evolved while I was trying to get the babies up to level 10 for the first gym. And this evolution turned out to be pretty useful, since we could just spam Icy Wind at Katy's bugs and knock them out one by one, except for that Teddy Ursa. That bear is built different. I sent out Cupchew next and made it spam Play Nice, which would lower Teddy Ursa's physical attack, but it wasn't enough to survive the Fury Cutters. Citaro could barely do any damage with its Ice Shards, and even a critical hit with a Peg could barely dent his HP. However, we did survive its attack and then knocked it out the next turn. If it was just Frostmoth and Swablu here, Grusha would have lost. Next, we hit up the club at Artisan, which I'm pretty sure was not a glitch, but it definitely looked a bit silly. And after jamming out with some Sunflora, it was time to challenge gym number 2. Frostmoth was once again super useful here, as it quickly swept through Brassius' leads and did some decent damage to the Sudowoodo, but this fake tree could easily take us out with one single rock throw. Thankfully, Citaro is pretty bulky, so we could just spam Ice Shard and finish off the battle with ease. But if the only other Pokemon we had here was Swablu, I'm pretty sure Grusha would lose.
Why do you keep saying that?
What, that you'd lose?
Yeah, man. That's so uncool.
Oh, my bad. I tend to get carried away thinking about all the things that could be, you know?
Well, I'd appreciate it if you'd cool it.
That touchy of a subject for you, huh?
You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
Fine. I used to be good at 2 things. Snowboarding and Pokemon battles. Now that I can't hit the slopes anymore, battling is all I'm good for. I already feel so useless. I just can't bear to lose the other thing that makes me, me.
Yeah, that is really heavy, like being hit with an avalanche, but I totally get it, man.
You do?
Kind of. I wasn't a professional driver or anything, but I live in a place where you have to drive to get anywhere, and unfortunately, I can't drive anymore due to a medical condition. Dysautonomia, the doctor called it?
Well, Pokemon shouldn't be driving in the first place.
Before I was a Pokemon. The human me, I mean. I guess that part wasn't in the professor's letter. Anyways, it wasn't just driving. I couldn't go to stores or the park. Heck, I even struggled to eat for half a year. I felt more useless than a newborn baby, and to be honest, it was pretty scary.
I hear you. It sounds like you're better now, right?
Not all the way, still can't drive, but at least I can eat again for the most part, and go on walks, which is nice. But that's beside the point. I know what it's like to lose a part of yourself, and how dreadful it feels to watch the parts that remain start to slip away. And I genuinely mean that. It's definitely been hard to see my ViewTube channel start to fall off in performance, at least compared to how it used to be.
You could probably ask Iono about that. Actually, never mind. I liked her stuff better before she started trying to please the algorithm or whatever.
Hey, that's as good advice as any. But anyways, I just wanted to say that I understand where you're coming from, and I'm sorry for saying things that came out as hurtful.
To be honest, I really didn't think anyone would ever get me, but it sounds like you do, and that makes you pretty cool, at least in my book.
Aw, thanks Grusha. You're pretty cool too.
I don't know about that. Anyways, we should get going.
Ironically enough, our next destination was Levincia, where we had to face off against Iono, and unfortunately, things did not go so well. We could easily take down her Wattrel, but that Bellibolt was too bulky for our little ice types. So by the time we finished it off, Swablu was already struggling to exist. We tried to prepare a bit more for the rematch, but the only major change we could do was evolve Citaro using an ice stone from a cave near Zapapico. The sad part was that even when evolved, Cititan doesn't learn any good moves at this lower level, so I was hoping we could also get Sneasel to evolve or something like that, but there weren't any Razor Claw stocked in the Delibird Presents. Is it Delibird Presents or Delibird Presents? Which means this is all we can get before the rematch. Frostmoth easily knocked out Wattrel with an Aurora Beam, and even managed to weaken Bellibolt this time around. Then Cititan came in to finish it off, and continued to spam Takedown, which slowly chiseled away at Luxio's HP. After that, we could just finish it off with an Ice Shard. Nope. Paralyzed. Good thing Sneasel knows Quick Attack. That left Iono with just Miss Magius, and we just kept spamming Quick Attack, which turned out to work pretty well. Sadly, our Cubchew couldn't do anything here, and Swablu was simply too weak to turn the tides of battle, meaning even with a full team, Grusha would always lose to Iono. It's okay, because we can do the gyms in any order. So even though we can't win right now, we can just come back later when we're over-leveled and get an easy win.
It's not the same, though.
Fine, I'll help you out a little. See? We won.
Whatever.
I'm gonna have to think of another way to cheer him up. When I'm feeling down in the dumps, it helps to just break things down to smaller parts and tackle it one by one. Otherwise it just feels overwhelming and too scary to even try. And since Grusha's all beat up about Pokemon battles, I got him to go to the desert near Cascarafa and duke it out with some of the trainers there. Not only did he get some useful experience, we also got the TM for Earthquake from one of the league reps in the area. And then once we felt ready, we went to challenge Gym Leader Kofu. Frostmoth was once again the most reliable lead Pokemon in my Gym Leader runs so far, being able to take down Kofu's lead with ease, and then doing some fair amount of damage to his second Pokemon. Cetitan came in to finish off Wugtrio, but we really struggled to dent the Crab's HP. Cubchoo was still utterly useless, and so was Sneasel, which meant it was all down to Swablu, and when it's all down to Swablu, we lose. Hey, I know it looks bad, but we gotta keep going.
What's the point? I'm a has-been. You're better off evolving into a Frostlass and following around Ryme.
First of all, I couldn't turn into a Frostlass even if I decided to let go of my Everstone. Second, it's just 2 losses, not the end of the world. We can just try again later.
That what you say when you upload 2 failed videos back to back?
No, I end up feeling bad about myself, but I usually take a few days off to refresh and then get back to it.
See? So let me sulk in peace.
Fine, you win this one. Let's take a break for a bit. Ooh, I know. How about we go to Medali? They've got these really tasty rice balls you can buy from an ice cream stand.
That sounds kind of terrible.
You're telling me that you don't want to go to the rice cream stand?
Please stop.
Alright, jokes aside, I am pretty hungry, so could we please go get some food?
Fine, as long as you promise to chill out.
You've got yourself a deal. The best part about Medali is all the different food places you can eat at, and lucky for Grusha, I am a very slow eater, so we went to sit at the amphitheater and relax for a bit. The bad news for him was that some of his fans spotted us and even asked to battle. He seemed a bit reluctant at first, but then agreed to it since he didn't want to disappoint them. The good news is that all those battles helped Swablu level up and finally evolve into Altaria. It's no longer useless. It was nice to see that the positive interaction with his fans helped Grusha get a bit more motivated again. All this motivation took him all the way to Larry's gym, and he was fired up enough to try and get a win. The Dunsparce is always a tough customer, but Cetitan was able to take it down. However, that Staraptor is always a problem, especially with how strong it is. The bad news for Larry was that Sneasel knows Foul Play, a move that uses its enemy's attack stat, and Staraptor has a really high attack stat. So with that, Grusha finally got the win he also deserved. This win also meant several other good things, like Razor Claws finally being stocked at the Delibird shop, and the level cap going high enough for Cubchoo to finally evolve. Although for some reason, Grusha's post-game Bear Tick only knows 3 moves. Same for the Frostmoth actually. Thankfully, they fixed that in the DLC, but I'm still going to be using the main game team for this one, so 3 moves it is. Speaking of moves, it's time to shake it up at Montenevera, and by at Montenevera, I mean by Montenevera, cause I ain't going in there. And I doubt Grusha's gonna bust a move, so I won't miss out on too much. Besides, I can hear everything since the MC Sledge guy likes to scream the play-by-play through the speakers. Grusha leads with Frostmoth and Cetitan, using Aurora Beam to break Mimikyu's disguise and then bouncing up into the sky. Isn't this thing like 1,500 pounds? Sure doesn't hit like it. To top it off, Ryme focused on Frostmoth and took it out with ease. We used Ice Shard to cool off her Mimikyu and Icicle Crash the Bayonet, but after vanishing into thin air, Houndstone was immune to Toxtricity's discharge attack, which did a number on Grusha's team. The good news for us is that Weavile knows Shadow Claw, which is super effective against Ryme's Ghost-type Pokemon, so we got ourselves another gym badge. All we had left to do is go and take on Tulip, but we also paid a visit to Kofu on the way, and being over-leveled made such a big difference, let me tell ya, because Frostmoth just soloed his entire team. You'd think we have an easy time against Tulip too, since bug types have an advantage against her psychics, but we just weren't hitting hard enough. That's okay though, because when in doubt, just spam stab moves, and they'll do enough damage to pull off some wins. Her Florges was definitely on the bulkier side, but not too hard to handle, especially for Weavile. And now that we've collected all of the gym badges, it was time to prepare for the Elite Four. And you know what that means, ham and pickle sandwich time.
Actually, I have something else in mind.
Something other than farming Chansey? Sure, I'm all ears.
Apart from gym challengers, we only get 2 other types of visitors to my gym. Fans and the Dragon Clan.
The Dragon Clan?
I thought it was weird too at first. They like to challenge my gym since ice types are strong against their dragons.
I didn't think they'd be that dedicated to their training.
Right? But battling them is what gave me the confidence to stay on as gym leader.
You were gonna quit?
That would have been so uncool. But back when I was out of commission for a few months, after the incident, I started to wonder if I should bother coming back to the gym. Would anyone even care if I stopped being a gym leader? Not like many students make it up there anyways.
And here I was thinking you got motivated by the easy wins.
To be honest, that did help a bit. But the Dragon Clan, they didn't just see me as a formidable opponent. They also saw me as a friend. I couldn't count how many times they visited me in the hospital or sent over flowers.
Aw, that's very sweet of them.
Yeah, and I guess it was pretty cool to feel like I was part of a community. Like people cared, and not just because I was some sort of celebrity.
I see. So now that it's your turn to train up a bit.
Exactly. I thought it'd be best to pay them a little visit.
So we headed north from Grusha's gym and took on the Dragon Sisters, who were hanging out near some abandoned towers. But since we needed a bit more EXP before going to challenge the league, Grusha agreed to try the ham and pickle sandwich strategy too. And after that, it was time to kick off the real challenge. We could lose any of the gym battles and keep going because open world we can just come back later, but losing here is not an option. Things started out very smooth since our Tandemaus Liquidation and Ice Spinner, moves that let it plow through Rika's team. Meanwhile, Larry's team of flying types wasn't much of a problem either, even though his flamethrowing Altaria did give me a bit of a scare. Hassel may be the head of the Dragon Clan, but he's been skipping out on training, so we glossed over his team no problem. But Poppy? Who I skipped her for a reason. Beartick knew Earthquake so it could shake away her Caparaja, but her sturdy Magnezone could not be one-shot, making us lose the advantage. The Bronzong was also pretty bulky, but weak to ghost type moves, so not too much of a problem. Now Corviknight, that's a problem. Thankfully, our terastallized Altaria got extremely lucky, freezing the bulky bird with an ice beam. That meant it couldn't hit us, it couldn't move, so all we had to do now was take down the Tinkaton. The only problem is that this thing is the Nessa of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Just loves to shatter anyone's hope of becoming champion. I did cheese my way through the fight to see how the next 3 would go, but I'm sad to say that Grusha couldn't win against top champion Gita either. Ironically enough, he loses because his team can't do too much against her bulky Avalugg. Grusha loses to Gita because of her ice type, and of course in the off chance that he manages to take down the Avalugg with a totally legal Pokemon on his team that he got from a mystery gift, her Glimmora would just one-shot the rest of his team, meaning Grusha here could not become champion of Paldea. And before you say, but he gets a Alola Ninetales in the DLC, I'd like to point out that Gita likes to follow up with King Gambit, who would simply one-shot the pretty fox. So sadly, no champion rank for our ex-snowboarding friend here.
So uncool.
My apologies, young man. I was lost in thought and didn't see you coming out the building.
Whatever.
Wait, I know that tone of voice all too well. What's wrong, lad?
Doesn't matter.
But it does. Despair is an awful thing, and I for one do not wish to see others fall into that pit.
It's just complicated, old man.
Judging by your mood and the fact that you're walking out of the league's building, I take it you failed the champion assessment.
Now you're gonna rub it in, too?
On the contrary, it is quite the difficult challenge, one which I have failed many times before.
So, you're here to try it again?
Oh no, I'm here for some other business.
Well then, don't let me waste any more of your time.
Hold it.
What is it, old man? Can't you see I want to be left alone?
How about we have ourselves a little battle? If you win, I will leave you alone, just as you ask.
And if I lose?
Then you stick around a bit longer, so that we can have a proper talk about whatever's bothering you, man to man.
Whatever. Let's get this over with so I can go chill out in the mountains.
The battle started off with Turo sending out a strange-looking Volcarona, and of course it knows a Fire-type move. Thankfully, Beartick can one-shot it with an Earthquake, but then follows up with a Tyranitar? Setitan manages to liquidate it and deal major damage to the dragon with an Ice Shard, then has Weavile finish it off. Sadly, the Hariyama knows a super effective move, leaving us with just Altaria, who could barely do enough damage to knock it out. That just meant it was time for us to use our one-time heal and take on the Delibird, which was not too much of a problem problem because it didn't know any super effective moves. Leaving Turo with just his Gardevoir / Gallade. I don't know what this thing is. What I do know is that we failed to one-shot it with Altaria, and I'm just a Snorunt. Ouch.
So close. But I lost anyways.
There you go, beating yourself up again. What if I told you that in the past 10 years, I've never battled a trainer who came this close to winning?
I thought you said you failed the champion assessment several times. It's not cool to lie, old man.
The name's Turo, and that was no lie. Back when I was a student, I failed to get the rank many times. Eventually, I gave up on trying to be a stronger trainer, but everything changed 10 years ago.
So, you just want to overshare your backstory, is that it?
Not quite, young man. I simply wish to keep you company, for the only thing worse than despair is facing it alone.
Oh, then no need to worry. I'm not alone.
You're not?
Hello.
Hello. Wait a moment.
Yep, I'm a talking Pokemon. Vasko's the name. Nice to meet ya.
And here I thought I'd seen everything in Paldean. Although it seems this chance encounter will have to wait.
What's going on?
Something which has not happened in over a decade. A terrestrial event.
A what now?
It's a long story. Seems triangulation is complete. The Fury Falls, huh? I apologize, lads, but I must go there post-haste. Do not follow. It is too dangerous.
Did he say the Fury Falls?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Oh, not good. Gita told me a group of students were setting up some sort of base in that area.
Why would she tell you that?
She wanted me to go give them a lesson and send them back to school.
But you didn't?
Man, I tried, but my ice types couldn't do anything against their leader and her fighting types. Anyways, it sounds like they might be in danger.
Aw, so you want to help?
Not sure how much I could do, but I can't just do nothing. Now let's go.
Interesting. After a decade, this is your move? What are you thinking, Terapagos?
There you are.
Huh? I thought I told you lads to stay away.
Yeah, but there's students in the area. Grusha went to warn them.
In that case, I shall thank the young man later. But for now, what do you make of this?
It's very pretty, I guess. Wait, is this the thing that you were worried about?
Precisely. What I cannot comprehend is why it's taken this specific shape.
I thought it's just a crystal, right? See? Nothing to it.
Fool! Come back here this instant!
Why? It's just a pretty stone.
Sup, old man? You look flustered.
Grusha, you're here. Thank goodness. Call back your Pokemon this instant. He is playing with a fire which cannot be...
If only I had the same freedom as this foolish professor.
What's going on?
Greetings, you lost little soul. I am Chiyu, one born of envy.
And I'm Vasko, one, lost in time?
One knows who you are.
You do?
One met a previous you mere moments ago, and moments later, Terapagos cut said meeting short.
That steak was me?
Indeed, although your other self carried much more weight and was much greener.
Wait, does this mean I'm about to turn into a steak too?
That is precisely why one is transferring one's powers unto you.
Your powers?
Correct. When one was sealed all those centuries ago, Terapagos could not perform the task alone. And by petrifying your other self, the tortoise has left one with no other option.
And that's to give your powers to me.
Indeed. Typically, one would never choose to pursue this route. But given that you've already endured our curses for so long, one believes you capable of controlling one's powers.
Wait, did you say curses?
Indeed. I am Chiyu. One born of envy, a cursed treasure of ruin.
Oh, that's not good. Then I'll be stuck here forever. Could you maybe not do that?
One does not comprehend your concerns. Regardless, one cannot simply halt this process, for it is nearly complete. In mere moments, your mind will be flooded with envy. If you do not completely drown in its flames, you shall have access to one's powers. Use them to defeat Terapagos when the time comes. Farewell, you lost little soul. Oh, how I envy thee.
Put out. Quickly, Iron Valiant, before it's too late.
Grusha.
What's wrong?
Grusha.
Old man, is it just me or is it starting to get really warm around here?
Grusha, boy. We must flee at once.
Grusha.
Now. We must flee now.
But what about...
Oh, Grusha. How I envy you.
You envy me?
That's right. You think you're a has-been, yet the world loves you. You think yourself weak, yet you're the strongest gym leader in Paldean. Oh, how I wish I had a fraction of your reputation.
What are you talking about, man? I just bring the mood down where I go.
Your fans would disagree. The dragon tamers would disagree. Even Gita would disagree. A loser like you should not have all that fame and fortune, while I, who struggles much more, gets nothing.
Oh, so that's how you really feel?
Now then, let me show you the meaning of envy. Let me burn it all away.
So uncool. But if that's how it's gonna be, then I have no other choice.
And then what happened?
Titan one-shot him with liquidation and he went back to his Pokeball.
Well, according to my healing machine, he's perfectly fine in there, and it looks like he's back to being a Snorunt. Although that letter you showed me did mention he could change forms, so I'm not that surprised.
Anyways, I've done everything the old man asked me to, so can I, go now?
Yes, thank you very much for bringing this talking Pokemon to me, Grusha, and have a safe trip home.
Peace.
Now then, let me add all this information to the letter real quick. And then, well, I suppose you already know. I'll send you back to the past to find another you and come back to my lab. Just don't be so shy next time, okay?
This is Kofu, the water-type gym leader in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Despite his childish mannerisms, Kofu is one of the most influential gym leaders in the whole region. Not only does he run an extremely successful restaurant, he's also responsible for renovating Cascarafa into the most aesthetically pleasing town in Paldea. Surely this level of influence is backed by some sort of battle prowess, which made me wonder if perhaps he is also one of the strongest trainers in the region. To find out, I decided to play through Pokemon Violet as Kofu, using his post-game rematch team, as well as their abilities, movesets, as well as a whole bunch of other rules that might make this run near impossible. Hold on to your Veloozas, gamers, cause it's time to see if Kofu has what it takes to become champion in Pokemon Violet. Two of Kofu's Pokemon are available very early on, so early on that you can get them before reaching the first town. If you follow the little stream near the lighthouse, you can find plenty of Wiglets and Wingull wandering around the shore. And together with his ace Pokemon Crabrawler, this is going to be our initial lineup. And for what it's worth, it seemed pretty promising. Wingull's Air Cutter could blow through Katy's bugs with relative ease, and Wiglet's Gui ability helps lower the speed of physical attackers like Teddy Ursa. Finally, we have our ace, who can cancel the Bear's Fury Cutter chains with Protect and finish it off with a Rock Tomb. As far as team synergies go, I haven't had such a good team comp in my previous runs so far, which you should totally check out after watching this one, link in the description. Unfortunately, this newly gained confidence was very short-lived, as I suddenly found myself struggling to take down the Sunflora for Brassius' gym test. So as you can imagine, the actual battle didn't go well either. Petalil was able to undo any damage with its powerful Mega Drain attack, and even use Sleep Powder to make sure it knocks out our bird with ease. Next was Wiglet, which got one-shot. And that just left us with Crabrawler, who also got put to sleep and then had all of its health drained. I tried to do this battle several times over, even going as far as equipping health items and looking for useful TMs, but since Brassius has the type advantage, there was simply no way to win here. But hey, it's an open world game, we can just come back later when we're overleveled. However, since the next gym also has a type advantage, and even more Pokemon than Brassius, Old Man Kofu here would definitely need all the help he could get. The good news for us was that both of Kofu's other Pokemon are available in the waters near Levincia. The bad news is that we needed to unlock swimming first. And that was a problem because this Bombardier would deliver Kofu's team to the nearest Pokemon Center faster than a Jimmy John's employee, not a sponsor. I guess it makes sense that this bird knows Rock Throw considering that's what it's doing in the overworld, but what I wasn't expecting was for said rocks to just squish our little team. Now usually being stuck at a Titan isn't that big of a deal, since you can just explore most of the map without the added movement options. However, this was a huge problem for Kofu specifically, since both of his new Pokemon can only be found swimming in the water. So if we can't swim, we can't get the new Pokemon and we cannot make any progress in the game. I guess I could just skip Iono, but the next gym leader is a whole 10 levels higher, which means a ton of grinding and also missing the chance to see what Kofu could do against our electric friendo. I know the odds of winning are small, but not zero. And the whole point of these runs is to see just what would happen. So after thinking long and hard about what to do next and giving myself several headaches because I couldn't even beat the low level team star bosses for extra EXP, I chose to admit defeat. I've already taken 4 losses in a row with the Paldean gym leaders so far, and frankly, motivation to push through only to get loss number 5, it wasn't there. And so I decided to take a break until...
Fountainpalooza!
Do you have to scream like that?
My bad. I just remembered something that could help you out.
Sure, let's hear it.
Not too long ago, old man Kofu got invited to teach a special class at Blueberry Academy. It's this fancy-looking school all the way in Unova, you see.
And?
As a thank you gift, the director gave me a special Pokemon. Quite the rare catch it was.
Oh? Wait, so you had another Pokemon this whole time, but just didn't say anything?
I got so excited about the gym battle that I plumb forgot.
Hi. Well, if you've got another Pokemon, then maybe we could try one more time. So, what Pokemon is it?
It's the hottest water-type old man Kofi's ever seen. That little fella just loves to munch on things.
My head is starting to spin just listening to that description. Can you just say the Pokemon's name, please?
Alrighty then, get ready to turn the tides with our best new bud, Totodile!
Thank goodness for the DLC. Now that old man Kofu's got another Pokemon, and a starter at that, there was finally hope. Not only could it bulk through the rock throws, Crocodile also learns Ice Fang, which is super effective against this giant terror. And with that, we finally had the ability to swim, and with it, 2 new Pokemon for our team. But once again, the newly gained confidence in this run was very short-lived. Because of course, Iono just zapped through our water types, reminding us who the real influencer is in Paldea. Think I'm this close to getting another headache again, but instead of calling it quits, I decided to fudge the rules a bit. You see, I try to do these runs with level caps, based on the next gym leader's ace Pokemon, and with Iono, our next max level ought to be 24. However, Wingo evolves at level 25, and Wiglet evolves at level 26, and since neither of those are that much higher than 24, I decided to break the level cap for those 2 Pokemon specifically, and try it one more time. Revolta and Veluza would start out by spamming Aqua Jets to take down the Watch Roll, then Wuctrio would come out to slow down the Belly Boat with its Bulldoze attack and Gooey ability. Crocodile could finally finish off this annoying frog-looking thing with Ice Fang, and then chip away at Luxio's HP, allowing Clauncher to finish it off with Water Pulse. And that just leaves Miss Magius, who is simply too fast, too strong, and too lucky, getting a boost in its special attack every time it hit us with a Charge Beam, which means that old man Kofu would always lose to Iono, making this his second major loss in the run. And if he gets a third, I'm out.
I won't let you down.
How can you have such a positive attitude after losing so many times?
Just 'cause the sea is storming now, don't mean it's gonna storm forever.
But we are on land.
What I mean to say is, sometimes you gotta go with the flow, just like the river.
I don't agree with that at all. If you're in a losing streak or something's wrong, you should probably do something about it right away.
I've seen people like yourself, trying to tackle every problem head on. But do you ever get caught in riptide, the worst thing you could do is try to swim against the current.
Then what should I do? Just accept my fate and let it push me out further and further from shore?
No. Instead of swimming against the current, you should just go, what was the word again? Peppermint-cular?
Are you trying to say perpendicular?
Yeah, that's the one. You see, the currents may be strong, but they ain't wide. So all you've got to do is swim to the side.
Aha. So where are you going with this?
Back to the shore, of course.
Hi. Wait, I think I get it. To get out of the losing streak, you need to step away from the current entirely, which in our case is the gym challenge?
You reeled that in fast.
So what do you suggest we do instead?
Goodness gracious, I thought you'd never ask. I've been itching to go to Porto Morenata, so how about we set our sails that way?
Sure, I could use a little bit of a distraction. Maybe it'll help with the headaches too. And so we put our gym challenge to the side and took a detour towards Paldea's second port town. Along the way, we battled every trainer in the desert, and even got the TM for Earthquake thanks to all the wins. This will be useful later. Then we had some fun like getting ice cream, taking pictures with this cardboard cutout, and even betting for some fun items at the auction house. As much as I hate to admit it, it was a nice break from the constant struggle of the gym challenge. And to top it all off, right as we started making our way back towards Medali, Kofu and I ran into a full odds shiny Donphan. To celebrate the catch, we decided to grab some food at Medali's treasure eatery, and there we ran into Larry. So of course we tried to battle him, and once again lost. Although this time it was pretty obvious why. Not a skill issue, we were just severely underleveled. Now when you need to level up fast in this game, your two best options are to farm raid dens, or go up north towards Team Star Fairy Base and hunt down some Chansey. Since I'm personally not a big fan of the raid den system in this game, Kofu and I went up north, but before we even got the chance to make our ham and pickle sandwich, we got another lucky find, a full odds shiny Hoppip. Of course, the one run where I struggle the most is also the one run where I get 2 full odds shinies in like an hour. Anyways, now that we were at a proper level, the match against Larry went a lot better. Veluza used Aqua Cutter twice to take down the Komala, and Pelipper spammed Surf to wash away Dudunsparce. Dugtrio was out next, mainly to slow down Staraptor with its gooey ability, and then Clauncher could use Water Pulse and then Crabrawler could use Brick Break to finish it off. A nice fair win for Kofu. With the level cap up to 42, we could now get our Crabrawler to learn Crab Hammer, a move which can only be learned before Crabrawler evolves. In hindsight, I realized I could have just bred 2 Crabrawlers who knew the move in order to have it at the start of the game, which is exactly what in-game Kofu must have done, since his Crabominable is only level 30. I doubt this would have made much of a difference against Brassius or Iono, but it does confirm that Old Man Kofu's got 2 extra Pokemon, 2 Crabrawlers, hidden away in a box somewhere, maybe at the restaurant, on top of his usual team. The only other gym leader we know of who has extra Pokemon hidden away is Katy, Kofu's apprentice. She has a Kricketune, as well as a mystery Pokemon to teach Teddy Ursa's signature Fury Cutter attack. And actually, now that I look at it, it's very likely that she got that move while learning how to cook with Kofu, since both the Floatzel and Oshawott lines are water types. Although strangely enough, Kofu has a Totodile instead of an Oshawott, so maybe it was another culinary student, like the guy we battled in Porto Marinata. He has a Floatzel. Maybe it was him. Either that, or Katy also has a bug-type Terra Zangoose and she just never uses it. But hey, that's just a theory. Anyways, we grabbed an Ice Stone on the way up to Monte Nevera and finally evolved our Ace. Then Kofu went in to challenge Gym Leader Ryme, while I waited by the fence out front. Can't risk getting cursed by random ghost types in town, especially if it's anything like that Chi-Yu I ran into last time. Still can't believe how it made me say all those horrible things about Grusha. I better stop worrying about it and start listening to what MC Sludge has to say. What's that? Something about Ryme's hair. Wait, now I'm curious. What the heck? That's not how hair works. Anyways, Kofu leads with Veluza and Pelipper, using Night Slash and Surf to take down Ryme's first 2 Pokemon, as well as our Veluza. Ryme follows up with Toxtricity and its dangerously strong electric type moves, but since she terastallized it into a ghost type, Clawitzer can now one-shot it with a Dark Pulse. Meanwhile, her Houndstone? Well, easy win for Kofu. And he got me some sushi on the way back from the gym. But I had to eat it super fast since he had some sort of appointment with Tulip. Once we made it to Alfornata, Old Man Kofu took part in this weird exercise class, although it looked more like he was doing funny poses for pictures instead of actually working out. And once that was over, we got to battle Tulip herself. The battle was very easy since Veluza knew Night Slash and Wugtrio could Sucker Punch all the psychic types. And since we're all physical attackers, Crabominable could easily snap her floor just like a twig. That's the non-psychic equivalent of bending a spoon, by the way. Anywho, this means we only have one more gym badge to get. Grusha's.
You're okay there, bud? Your mood got snapped like a twig.
First of all, don't use my bad jokes against me. Second, how do I put this?
Something happened between you and Grusha?
kind of. I may have said some very mean things to him, and I feel really bad about it.
Sounds to me like you need to go apologize.
Right, but here's the thing. This Grusha is different.
Fulton Velusa, you're right. He hasn't been the same since the accident.
No, not what I meant. How do I put this? My head hurts.
I'ma reel you in, bud. You're starting to overthink again. If you feel bad about something you said, just go and apologize. Easy as that.
I wish I could be as simple-minded as you.
Hey now, I wasn't fishing for compliments.
That wasn't... You know what? My head's all cloudy, so just this once, I think I'll let you take the wheel.
Attaboy. Let's go say hi to ye friend.
And so we made our way up to Glaciado and challenged Grusha to a battle. His Frostmoth instantly knocked out Veluza, but Pelipper blew it away with Hurricane. And then we spammed Surf to wash away the Beartic, and from there it was an easy victory for Kofu since we knew a bunch of fighting type moves. And since we won, that means we can have a quick word with, Oh, I'm so nervous.
Whoa, a talking Pokemon. That's pretty cool.
I knew it. You don't remember me at all.
Sorry, I don't believe we've ever met.
Aye. You got it all wrong. I'm the one who should be apologizing here.
But you haven't even done anything.
It's... Listen, Grusha, I'm sorry for what I said about you. I didn't mean any of it. Some really negative emotions came over me in that moment, and stuff just came out, and I'm sorry.
Hey, I still have no idea what you're trying to apologize for, but you seem pretty fired up about it. So if it makes you feel any better, then thanks. I accept your apology.
Man.
So, are we cool now?
We're cool now.
Cool. Well, I've got gym leader stuff to get back to, so good luck on your journey or whatever. Peace.
After our talk, Kofu and I headed back north towards the flower fields to level up our team by farming Wild Chansey again. However, since he is chef, Kofu thought it would be fun to try and come up with a different recipe than my typical ham and pickle sandwich. I told him about the random stack Iono tried to make, and he instantly came up with something a lot less complicated. For example, you can get normal encounter level 1 with just some salt, wasabi, and 2 pieces of tofu. Just let the third one fade into the void, I don't know. Is it just me or does this look like a boat? But instead of going to grind for levels after making this one sandwich, Kofu wanted to make even more sandwiches. So next he came up with the rowboat sandwich, which is made on a bed of mayo with 3 chorizo as oars. And if you thought that this was an easy one to make, then I gotta tell you about his next masterpiece. I call it the slippery raft, and it's by far the fastest one to make. It's just mayo and butter. Toss the main ingredient away. As it turns out, this is the most minimalistic way to make a normal encounter level 1 sandwich in the game. Why bother with ham and pickles, especially in this economy? Anyways, now that we're all leveled up, it was time to take on the Elite Four. We easily surfed through Rika's team since she has a weakness to water, except for that Clodsire, but we had plenty of Pokemon to spam our way through the bulky Eclair. Poppy's Magnezone was a bit of a concern, but we had a ground type move to knock it out, and what really worried me was the Tinkaton, since this thing has stopped so many trainers from becoming champion. And now you get to see why Clawitzer is one of my favorite Gen 6 Pokemon. This thing is bulky and it packs a punch. Up next was Larry, who has a very mean Tropius. He sets up Sunny Day, then nukes our team with solar beams. Thankfully, Pelipper's Drizzle ability can make it rain, and can also one-shot this Bananasaurus with a blizzard. This move is so strong that it can also one-shot Staraptor and Altaria, but Larry has another troublesome bird, Oricorio, specifically the electric one. Thankfully, it tries to confuse us, and Clawitzer manages to bulk through one attack, giving it enough time to snipe the bird with its powerful claw cannon. Wiltrio is able to weaken Larry's Flamigo and even slow it down with that gooey ability. But Crabominable missed its chance to finish it off since, you know, if accuracy isn't 100%, it's 50%. Thankfully, we still had Feraligatr on the team for an easy win. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would simply be down to luck. That just left Hassel, whose team was also pretty scary, especially his electrifying Dragalge. But say it with me, gamers, Clawitzer is better. So much better that it not only blasted through Dragalge, but also through Flapple and Haxorus. Now the Excalibur, Godzilla just too fast. Thankfully, we have our gooey friend to slow it down, and after surviving a Glaive Rush with just 2 HP, our Crabominable was able to finish off the dragon with a super effective Ice Hammer. Finally, another gym leader that can actually win against all the Elite Four, and as long as I don't mess this up, he might even be able to win against Gira. Yeah, so her Go-Go used Bulk Up and then just spammed Horn Leech to obliterate my team. And this is exactly why I give myself 2 attempts for each major battle. Okay, now here's take 2, it went a lot better. Revolved and Veluza uses Night Slash to take down Espathra, but this time we follow up with Wugtrio, which couldn't do much, but Pelipper sure can. That's because this bird is a great counter for Go-Go, and even then, we still had to hit this thing 2 times with a Hurricane in order to knock it out. Then we got lucky with a crit to one-shot the Avalugg, and Vault and Veluza, not a problem for Clawitzer, that left Gita with just Glamora, who was easily one-shot with a Water Pulse, which means, after 4 back-to-back failed runs, I finally found another gym leader who could become champion. As long as he fights Brassius and Iono while extremely overleveled. But, open world game, it is possible. Good job, Kofu.
See? Old man Kofi didn't let you down. Now let's mosey on down to Cascarafa and have ourselves a feast.
Oh, my apologies, kind sir. I was lost in thought and didn't see you coming out of the building.
Frozen Veluza!
Where are my manners? Ahem. My name is Turo, and I am a traveling professor looking for clues regarding a mysterious occurrence from about a decade ago. Coming back here always brings back those memories, and I
was just gonna ask where in the world you came from. Sorry I didn't see ya.
Huh. Thank you, kind sir. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Oh no, is that a rumbly tummy I hear? Say, Mr. Turo, how's about I treat ya to a meal, as a way to apologize for bumping into you like that?
Oh no, kind sir. I couldn't possibly indulge when—
No need to be so formal, friend. Now come on, old man Kofi was just about to host a feast.
A feast, you say? I'm sorry, but I must refuse.
Your tummy says otherwise. Seems we can't come to an agreement. Oh, I know. How about we have ourselves a little battle? And if I win, you let me treat ya to a meal. Do we have ourselves a deal?
I suppose that's a fair arrangement. All right then, but don't expect me to hold back.
Now that's what I like to hear. Get ready for the raging tide.
Turo starts out the battle with that metallic Volcarona again, and it also knows an electric type move? What sort of cheat is he using? Anyways, Veluza gets it down to 1 HP and finishes it off with an Aqua Jet. Turo follows up with an Iron Hydra, but good thing we have Pelipper to counter it, except we got flinched with the Dark Pulse. Thankfully, Clawitzer can take care of the dragon and even then the Hariyama, and Wugtrio's the one that gets to finish it off. Our bad luck continues as we proceed to miss our triple dive, and then get one-shot with a critical hit Stone Edge. The good news is the Feraligatr is pretty bulky, just not bulky enough to survive a freeze dry. Maybe that's why. We use our close combat to take down the Snowbird, and that just leaves Turo with his final Pokemon. We bulk through its first attack, but unfortunately cannot dish out enough damage, which means Kofu loses here.
Thank you for that battle, Chef Kofu. It has been a while since anyone has come this close to beating me.
You got me good, I'll tell ya.
Indeed. Now, if you'll—
Still hungry, ain't ya? How's about this? As an extra special bonus for winning against a champion.
Sandwich ingredients?
Yeah, I was cooking up some new recipes with my pal earlier, and these are all the leftovers we didn't get to use.
Uh-huh. Well then, I'll be sure to enjoy them soon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go.
All right. I'ma head back to Cascarafa now. You're welcome to drop by any time for a meal on the house. What a strange feller that Turo, but he did remind me of you a bit.
Of me? But we're nothing alike.
But ye are! Both just swimming headstrong through the currents, forgetting to eat or sleep.
I guess that's how it goes when you got something important to work towards. But you're right, I could definitely use some rest and a little less headaches.
Vaulted Veluza! Seems like Paldean herself is starving.
Pretty sure that was just an earthquake.
Is everyone okay?
Don't worry, this old man is A-okay. But what's got you flipping like a fish out of water?
This wasn't any old earthquake, but a terrestrial event, and it's related to the occurrence I've been investigating.
Sounds like we should stay far away from that.
Oh my, a talking Pokemon now of all times? But yes, you are correct. The terrestrial event is dangerous. Beep. Seems like the triangulation is complete. I must go there at once. Stay safe, you two.
What's this now? Hey, wait, Mr. Turo, you dropped your sandwich ingredients.
He'll be fine. So let's just go back to—
No! Old man Kofu knows a thing or three about facing storms at sea, all alone. And on an empty tummy, too! No, that just won't do! Come on, Vasko! We've got to hurry!
Ay, why is he so simple-minded? Hey, Kofu, wait up! I got little legs! Ay.
So after a decade, this is your move? What are you thinking, Terapagos?
Vertedveluza! Ye run faster than a Barraskewda at sea!
What? Why did you follow me, Chef Kofu?
You dropped these when ye ran off.
That's very kind of you, sir, but also very foolish. The Terrastal event is mysterious and dangerous. You should leave this place at once.
Are you talking about this old thing?
There you are. Oh no.
Do you recognize this Terrastal artifact?
Uh-huh, and I don't want to get anywhere near it. Kofu, we need to leave, like, now.
You scared of the Purty Rock, too?
Beep, beep, beep.
Terrastal activity? But if not from the artifact, then...
What's happening?
It's stopped? But how? How did you dispel the formation of those Terra crystals? You must tell me.
Ay. I have no idea.
But I do.
Uh-oh, not this again.
Again, then one's senses were not mistaken. One shall never forgive those beads for taking one's rightful place as the first curse of ruin to be freed of its chains.
Beads? Oh, you must be talking about Chi-Yu. But I'm pretty sure she isn't free, just gave me some of her powers. And I'm not even sure how to use them, so...
Yet, you did use them to dispel the petrification, something which your past self clearly could not. To give me hope, then shatter it moments later. I shall never forgive that small creature for its big betrayal.
Small creature? Snom? But please don't be mad. The me back then didn't have Chi-Yu's powers.
One shall never forgive, for I am Wo-Chien, one born of grudge.
Even if someone's truly sorry for what they did or didn't even mean harm in the first place?
One must hold tight to the transgressions of others, for what one allows, one also condones.
I can't fight with that logic. So, what now?
One is transferring one's powers unto you.
Wait, won't this clash with Chi-Yu's powers?
Our curses have coexisted within you for quite some time.
You know what? Chi-Yu said something similar, but if I already had your curses, why bother doing what you're doing? Hi.
One is indeed best suited to answer such questions, for one possesses the most knowledge of any curse.
So you actually know what's going on?
Correct. It would appear that Terapagos perceive thee as a threat, greater than any other to have set foot on this continent. As such, he drew upon our cursed powers and struck them into thine soul. Given enough time, anyone would succumb to the negative emotions of any one of our curses, let alone all four at once. Yet, it would appear Terapagos was correct to be this cautious, for you have clearly survived the ordeal and dispelled said curses over time.
That sounds vaguely familiar, like a sense of deja vu, but my head hurts. I'm still confused. I don't think I've dispelled any curses at all.
To think one so powerful could be so ignorant. Compared to your past self, which one has met mere moments ago, the present you clearly contains a mere fraction of our cursed energy.
Even after getting Chi-Yu's powers?
It seems you truly are ignorant. Terapagos placed a curse on you, meant to wear you down. while we bestow our powers as tools to be used against the tortoise.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Kind of. Wait, so then how do I use your powers?
Unfortunately, one does not have time to explain, for the process is complete. If you do not choke in the overgrowth of grudges, one's power shall be yours to wield.
But I have so many more questions.
Do not fail to get revenge on Terapagos, for if you do, one shall never forgive.
Aye. Kofu, you have to leave, now. Beep, beep, beep.
He's correct. We must all flee at once. But first, Iron Valiant. Hurry.
But he ain't moving.
Kofu.
Come on, little buddy. Let's get a move on.
Kofu.
That's me.
Oh, Kofu. I will never forgive you.
Vaulted Veluza! You look like you just ate all the food at Kofi Lounge in one sitting.
If only you would have taken me more seriously. None of this would have happened.
I'm not sure I follow.
Of course you don't. Out of all the trainers in Paldean, I get stuck with a loud simpleton like yourself.
Hey now, that did not sound very nice.
Not nice. Ha! I'm not trying to be nice. I was clearly suffering all the time and you paid me no mind. Oh, all the headaches I had trying to deal with you. Well, no more. The seeds of grudges have been planted long ago. And now, Old Man Kofu, it's time to reap that which you sow.
And then what happened?
I vaulted my Veluza at him, and then I hooked him with all claw, sir.
Well, according to my healing machine, he's perfectly fine in there. And back to being a Psyduck.
Alrighty then. The hungry feller said I should leave him in your hands if he's alright. So, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind at all. In fact, this makes things easier.
You're just like the feller who sent me. Don't forget to eat now, you hear?
No need to worry, Chef Kofu. I'll be sure to snack soon, and you go have a safe trip back home.
Okie dokie. See you later.
Now then, Mr. Time-traveling talking Pokemon, it seems you're being shy again. Although I must say, whatever charade you're trying to pull by changing forms and trying to challenge your trainer, it doesn't seem to be helping. Also, these forms you've taken aren't particularly useful in finding anything, let alone other Pokemon. Snorunt just gather in the cold, and Psyduck, well, you're just giving yourself headaches. Anyways, since there's nothing else I can do for you in the present, it's time to send you back to the past. Again, may your next journey be a more fruitful one. Adieu.
This is Ryme, the Ghost-type gym leader in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. She's also known as the MC of RIP, and only recently took up the role of gym leader after her sister was scouted to be a teacher at Paldea's most prestigious school. And of course, I wanted to see just how good this ghostly rapper actually is, so I decided to play through all of Pokemon Violet as Ryme, using her post-game rematch team, along with their moves, abilities, and a whole bunch of other rules that basically give me the skill issues of an in-game NPC. And this run might prove to be extra difficult because Ryme's team is mainly optimized for double battles, but the only place you can do double battles in the main game is at her gym. Things are looking rather grim, but that's beside the point, so let's begin. Ryme's early game team consists of 2 Pokemon. First, we have her ace Pokemon Toxel, which can be found south of Gertondo, but I hatched one from an egg. The other is DJG Rave. Lore-wise, this Pokemon has been with Ryme for a very long time, and is likely the one she brought back to life with her singing, I think, don't quote me on that. Anyways, with the early game team ready to rock, it was time to roll over some olives and challenge the first gym. And I gotta say, they definitely upped the difficulty in these games because I've never struggled against Milo this much. Our two main problems were that first, Katy's Tarantula knows Assurance, a dark-type move that can easily wipe out all of our ghosts. And second, Toxo is a literal baby who can only do 2 damage with its attacks. But since we were so early in the game that none of our official moves were available, Ryme and I could go collect some useful TMs and try to cheese our way through this battle. The strategy we came up with was to use Lick until her chocolate cricket got paralyzed, then spam Headbutt to knock it out. Then we went back to the Lick strategy on the Cotton Candy Spider and dropped our one-time heal to keep G-Rave from going into a sugar-induced food coma. After that, it was more Headbutt spam until the Spider was down, and now we just had to take down the Gummy Bear. But since we were scared, we went for Mud Slap instead of Lick. A guaranteed accuracy drop is better than a 1 in 3 trick. Out next was Toxo, who used Protect to deflect its Fury attack and set its damage counter all the way back. The next piece of the puzzle was for us to use Nuzzle and paralyze our foe. The benefits show. Not really, it just missed its attack every turn. But that was okay, cause to our dismay, the only thing we could do was spam Acid and heal. After missing like 5 times in a row, the spam had taken its toll. That angry Teddy Ursa was done for, no more. Okay, I think I'm done. I don't think I can try to keep up rhymes for the rest of the gym battles. But yeah, we got pretty lucky on this one and won. Up next was Artisan's Gym, where we had to find a bunch of nightlife Sunflora, doing sketchy things like sleeping on the streets, buying ice cream minutes before the cart closes, and picking fights. Man, I'm just a little guy, leave me out of this. And while we were searching for these sketchy Sunflora, Ryme and I noticed something on the other side of the woods. Something spooky. Shuppet, it was a Shuppet, which spawned near Artisan at nighttime. Now the cool thing about Ryme's Shuppet is that it is supposed to know an ice type move, which also happens to be available right near Artisan. So as you can imagine, we just spammed Icy Wind and yeah, so we lost our sweeper to a Smoliv. DJ G-Rave had to put its head in the game to win this one. Then, as any cultured art connoisseur, a ghostly doggy decided to go and lick Brassius' masterpiece, which is exactly how you get yourself permanently banned from an art museum. I don't care if there's soup on the Mona Lisa, do not lick the art. And that just left us with Toxo, so like, things were not looking too good. We paralyzed the Sudowoodo and then spammed Acid, and since we got super lucky, the fake tree didn't get to attack us with its Trail Balls move. I really need to fix the spelling on this card at some point, but not today, because after just barely winning the second gym badge, I remembered that I had forgotten something very important, which is a fear I have, like forgetting your wallet at home, or leaving the oven on, or in my case, the fact that I could've just picked up the TM for Ice Fang and Messagoza, and had a very easy win with G-Rave instead of trying to spam Lick like a fool. Speaking of fools, it was time to catch this clown, Mimikyu, the final Pokemon for Ryme's team, until we beat Grusha. And it wasn't until this run that I realized Mimikyu can be found in the ruins by Levincia. It's just a very rare spawn, so you'd have to be very lucky to see one, or just force your luck like I did by walking in and out of the ruins until one eventually shows up. But these weren't the only ruins we had to visit, because Ryme's Toxo is supposed to know a ghost type move to go along with its ghost type Terra, and that move is none other than Hex, which can be found at the edge of these ruins near Team Star's Dark-type base. The only problem is that Toxo can't actually learn Hex until it evolves. I just didn't want to have a repeat of the Ice Fang situation, so I went and grabbed it before I forgot. Now, where were we? Oh, right, Iono. Shuppet can use its Icy Wind attack to take down her flying Watro, and she follows up with Luxio, who knows Bite. Uh-oh. We sent out DJ G-Rave, who really dug the current groove, but it wasn't digging it hard enough to win, so Luxio got to knock it out too. Mimikyu tried to be sneaky with its Shadow, but its attack was too light, although thankfully it had its glitchy disguise to survive a bite and finish off Luxio the next turn. We tried to play rough with Bellybolt, but the frog is just too bulky, and unfortunately Toxo was powerless and got kinda sulky, which means that Ryme could not win against Iono. But open world game, we can come back when we're over leveled. Thankfully, the level cap for Kofu's gym goes all the way up to 30, which is exactly when both Toxo and G-Rave evolve, meaning we could crunch Kofu's Veluza, crunch Kofu's Wugtrio, and crunch Kofu's... never mind, that show is too hard. But that's okay, because we just need a little spark from Toxtricity to fry it right up. That's how cooking works, right? I don't know. What I do know is that this game is super duper glitchy, because when we got to Medali, there was no greeter at the Treasure Eatery, but there was a text box. So now my headcanon is that he's the ghost in this generation. Unfortunately, this wasn't the only performance problem I had during the run, because as it turns out, we were a bit underleveled to take on Larry, so Ryme and I had to go level up our team a bit by taking on Team Star and several of the Titans. And just as we started to go after Orthworm... Yep, the game just crashed on me. Just 3 more runs. I can do this. But seriously, Pokemon, this is unacceptable. Anyways, after getting a bit stronger, we went back to rematch Larry. His leading strategy is to just spam Sucker Punch and plow through our ghosts. And also, sometimes put them to sleep. But the thing is, if you use a non-attacking move like say Light Screen when asleep, moves like Sucker Punch will not work. So we just kept spamming that until Mimikyu woke up, then attacked with Play Rough to knock out Komala. Out next is Dunsparce, who likes to paralyze its enemies with a glare, then overwhelm them with Drill Runs. But it's not too bulky, so Mimikyu could wear down its health and G-Rave could finish it off, leaving Larry with just his intimidating Staraptor, which rendered our doggy useless for this matchup. However, Toxtricity could pull the bait and switch, getting Larry to use a normal type move before we turn into a ghost, giving us the opening to zap this normal bird's HP down to 0. With the normal badge in hand, it was finally time to evolve Shuppet into something a little more useful, and then take on Tulip. We definitely struggled here since none of our ghost type moves could hit her lead, and its ability prevented us from using Sucker Punch, so the best we could do is spam Icy Wind while the giraffe crunched through our lead. DJ G-Rave could return the favor and even scared away her Espathra, then we used her Sneaky Shadow to finish off Gardevoir and chip away at her Florges Ace. And after all this time, we finally got to use that Hex attack we picked up ages ago, doing just enough damage to steal the show. And that left us with just one more gym badge to go. Ryme's closest gym leader friend, Grusha. He set up a Tailwind, then tried to attack us with Blizzard, but since he switched to an offensive strategy, we could just spam Sucker Punch and knock out his lead. Despite its small size, Mimikyu could play rough with the bear, but the Titan was too bulky, we couldn't even dare. The DJ started to skip some beats with its Phantom Force move, but it didn't bring enough heat to make the Titan groove. Not a problem for the main act and its powerful Boom Burst, cause let me tell you gamers, in a battle ace to ace, we all know that Altaria is the worst. So it looks like Ryme could get every gym badge except for Iono's given the level cap restrictions. And now it's time to place your final predictions. Can she beat the Elite Four in a battle other than Diction, or will I be stuck with another lost streak affliction?
Man, you trying real hard to hit those rhymes. If I didn't know any better, I think you're prepping to take me on in a rap battle.
Nah, I just think it's kinda cool. But don't worry, Ryme, I know I'd get schooled.
Ha, there you go again.
My bad, I'm just a silly ghoul.
Well, then don't act a fool, cause you know the rules. If you try to push your luck, then you're gonna get...
time out. I really wasn't trying to pick a rap battle with you. I don't want a Pokemon battle, let alone rap battle.
You're good. I was just getting into the groove.
Anyways, Ryme, I wanted to ask you something.
Ask away, baby.
How come most of your Pokemon are from these abandoned ruins?
Didn't think anyone would notice. I guess that's because, well, most people don't know this, but my old man and his old man and back many generations were tasked by the king to preserve the ruins of this nation.
Oh, so it runs in the family.
Sort of. Technically, all gym leaders are supposed to take care of the ruins near their town, but as time went by, some traditions start to drown. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel ya. Wait, does that mean you're taking care of all the other ruins too?
I used to, back when I was still doing gigs all over Paldean. But since I'm stuck at the gym nowadays, I get my assistant, MC Sledge, to set up community events with fans to keep these old rocks clean.
Ooh, sounds like someone's using their musical influence for the greater good.
You betcha. Anywho, let's go catch that last Pokemon before night falls, cause when it's dark, even I find those ruins a little creepy.
And here I thought you were just getting sleepy. Uh-oh. Ryme's Spiritomb has a very interesting build. It can use Will-O-Wisp to burn the enemy for some damage over time, plus its physical attack reduction. It also knows Protect to stall an extra turn, and Sucker Punch to chip away at their health while they try to take us down. But of course, its final move is none other than Curse. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. For the cost of half of its health, Spiritomb will place a curse on its enemy, making them lose a quarter of their health every turn. This means that even if our opponent is very bulky, the curse will wear them down before they can knock us out. Hopefully. Unfortunately, this strategy only works if the opponent has one really bulky Pokemon, and Poppy's whole team is a bunch of really bulky Pokemon. And considering we didn't have a single super effective move here, this 9-year-old was once again a run-ender. She's the Nessa of Scarlet and Violet, I tell ya. If we could, by some sort of cursed bitter magic, get through this fight, Ryme would have an easy time winning against Larry since his flying types are rather weak against our barrage of ice type moves. They were also pretty useful against Hassel's dragons, but our Toxtricity was not nearly bulky enough to stall the curse on Baxcalibur. And of course, if we were somehow able to make it through and get the battle Gita, Ryme would still struggle, as King Gambit could slice through most of her team, and we'd have to use our curse just to get through the Avalugg. Our ace could handle both Go-Goat and Veluza no problem, but just could not hit hard enough to take down Glamora. So unfortunately, Ryme could not become champion in Paldea.
Dang, still not strong enough?
Still?
Yeah, the main reason my sis had to take over the gym after our pops passed was cause I was no good at battling back then.
Well, we all have to start somewhere. I'm sure you could have gotten the hang of it.
It's not like I didn't try, but man, I just kept losing to those bright-eyed students for no rhyme or reason. Everyone who challenged me back then would swipe my badge. Even that kooky professor wiped the floor with me.
Are you talking about Sada?
Yeah, that's the one. Though, I gotta say, I'm glad she went on to make those Terra orbs. It totally changed the vibe of battles in the region.
Now that I think about it, the gyms must have felt very different without that extra power-up.
You think, but... Hey, watch where you're going.
My apologies, ma'am. I was simply lost in thought and didn't see you walking out of the building. Wait a second. I recognize you. You're Ryme, right? I gotta say, your music's got me through some pretty tough times.
Well, I'm glad you like my work, but that's besides the point. What's got you so distracted anyway?
Just thinking about my wife, how things used to be before that darkest day.
Oh, sweetheart, don't tell me that she's passed away.
Oh no, but something happened to her, and she suddenly changed so much, as if she was under some sort of curse. Ever since, I've traveled across the region, looking for clues or a way to undo it. And since she'd refused to eat save for a few specific meals, I've been getting the League to deliver some food and other goods to her lab in Area Zero every month for over a decade.
Oh, honey, bless your heart.
Wait, so it was food every time?
Huh? A talking Pokemon? What do you mean by every time?
Oh, right, I've been stuck in a time loop after Sada put me in her time machine, and every time I go down to Area Zero, I've been bringing this box down with me.
So you've seen my dear Sada. Pray tell, how is she?
She seemed fine, except she was definitely a bit too obsessed with the whole time travel research.
It seems not much has changed. After a decade of scouring the region, the best I could find was a mysterious organization that knew nothing but a name. And yet, still no clues on how to break her curse.
Not sure about all that time travel mumbo jumbo, but if it's a curse you're dealing with, you're going about it the wrong way, baby.
Wait, Ryme, you know about curses?
Well, of course, but the only cussing I do is in my music.
Can you teach me how to use them?
You just say the word, baby.
No, not the words. Like, let's say I have the power of a curse. How could I use said power?
It seems this conversation will have to wait. I must go to the Sakura Trail immediately.
Wait, Turo!
This seismic activity likely holds the first real clue in 10 years. I cannot wait.
Ooh, it sounds like something exciting's about to go down. Wanna go check it?
I guess there's no avoiding it. But Ryme?
What's up?
2 things. Promise me to tell me everything you know about curses on the way.
Cool, bet. And 2?
If something bad happens and I say some hurtful things, I just want you to know that I don't mean any of them and that I'm sorry. Cause to me, you've always been pretty cool.
I got you, baby. Now let's go.
After all these years, this is your move, Terapagos?
There you are. Don't run off like that, Turo.
My apologies, but this is an opportunity I simply cannot afford to miss. Now tell me, what do you make of this?
That's me.
Huh?
I told you I'm stuck in a time loop. Apparently that crystal stake is a past version of me, and I'd rather not get too close to it.
Interesting. Then perhaps I shouldn't smash it.
Yeah, why have you been doing that?
Well, its shape resembles that of the stakes used to channel energy for sealing rituals in ancient Paldean times. And if Terapagos is trying to seal something, then I should free it.
Trying to seal something?
He's right. My old man used to tell me stories about these stakes. And I've seen my fair share of them around the ruins. But they're usually used to keep things closed, like a door or a treasure chest.
A door?
Beep, 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 beep. Terrestrial energy is starting to spike. Quickly, Iron Valiant.
One is afraid, the answer might displease you.
Of course you know. So what's our dear friend Terapagos trying to do this time?
One noticed a gate following your past self. It appears the tortoise was so terrified of it that he decided to act, despite the repercussions. Fear. No other method could get even the wisest of sages to reveal their weakness.
A gate. It sounds like Terapagos is trying to block my way back home.
Or perhaps he fears other possibilities, such as reinforcements or retaliation, once you've had the opportunity to rest and recover in your domain.
I see. And what you're trying to imply here is that if he's scared, that must mean that I can stand up against him.
That one does not know. But it is clear that you are the key to his fear. Therefore, one has decided to bestow one's powers unto you.
Why, thank you, Mr.
I am Ting Lu, one born of fear.
For a curse based on fear, you sure don't seem very scared.
One does not get paralyzed by fear like others, nor does one flee from it. Instead, one revels in fear. Oh, such joy.
That's kinda weird.
Do not speak as if this is uncommon. Many humans seek out fear as a source of pleasure. Whether jumping out of planes, diving in the depths, or even building parks to elicit fear for fun.
I never really thought about it that way. Although, to be honest, I sure wouldn't want to do any of those things. Not even roller coasters or haunted houses. No, thank you.
Then one must apologize, for in mere moments, once this process is complete, you shall fall into an abyss filled with your deepest, darkest fears. If they do not scare you to death, then you shall be able to wield one's power as your own.
Deepest, darkest fears? Let's see. Dogs, heights, death.
One shall enjoy watching them play out. And once you have mastered the thing called bravery, go show that tortoise something truly terrifying.
We must flee, now!
You go ahead and get out of here, baby, cause it's time for the main event. And this MC ain't backing down. Now bring it.
Ryme, you're so scary. Get away from me, please.
And then what happened?
I got him to chill out with our icy wind.
According to this letter, all of these encounters have been very anticlimactic.
Well, little dude's pretty passive. Something tells me even when he loses his cool, he's still holding back. You feel me?
Sure. Anyways, thank you for delivering this package for me, Miss Ryme, and I hope you have a safe trip back home.
Later, baby.
Now then, Mr. Talking Pokemon, sounds to me like finding another you isn't a viable solution. So instead of sending you back in time endlessly, how's about this? Next time you change your form, try to go for a Pokemon that's a conglomerate, like an Execute or a Phalanx. That way, even if you don't find another you, I can run some extra experiments to resolve your Butterfree effect issues. Now then, safe travels, and I'll see you again later.
This is Larry, the normal-type gym leader in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Even though lore-wise Larry is the least known gym leader in the game, online he's the most known because of how relatable he is. Man's not only a gym leader, but also an Elite Four member and also a project manager for a construction firm? You get the point, he works a lot and he's just tired of everything. That's why everybody loves Larry, everyone but her. Although she does love giving him more work to do. So what if Larry here decided to ask for a promotion by getting himself all 8 gym badges, beating the Elite Four, and taking down Gita? Before asking how good or bad his life would be, we first have to ask, could he even do it? could Larry become champion? To find out, I played through Pokemon Violet as Larry, using his post-game rematch team along with their movesets, abilities, and a bunch of other rules that might make this run near impossible. And yes, I will be using his gym team and not the Elite Four team because Larry himself says that he prefers normal types. Now let's begin. Larry's endgame team is very normal, especially at the start. He's got the Route 1 normal type signature to its region, and an early game bird which can be found at a fixed spawn on the way to Cartondo. Although both Pokemon were pretty low level when we caught them, so we had to do some average Pokemon trainer activities like battling wild Pokemon for extra experience. Since Larry is also a foodie, we decided to go to the Olive Garden and then treat ourselves to some Smolives, which were not nearly as common as I had expected, just like the quote-unquote unlimited breadsticks. Then it was time to battle the first gym leader, Katy, and it was a pretty easy battle since we could just spam wing attack and sweep through her team. Having acquired our first gym badge, we made our way towards Artisan, but noticed a shining light and the canyons on the way. Before going to fight the Dunsparce that was giving off that light, I thought I'd save the game just in case, but since being in the menu doesn't pause Pokemon animations, it just dug a hole and disappeared. I thought maybe it just went into hiding before attacking us or something, but nope, just despawned. It's such great game design. Anyways, I restarted the game and he was back. Well, it took him a second, but he was back. Great game design. And after a quick battle, we caught ourselves our third teammate. Once we got to Artisan, Gita had some busy work for us, so instead of getting to battle Brassius right away, we first had to look for the local Sunflora and take them on a short walk around Artisan. Larry had no problem finding them since a lot of them were slacking off and hidden in places where he would go if he was exhausted from a long day at work. Sadly, we had no time to be tired since we had a small window to battle Brassius before Gita gave us another random task. Thankfully, this was a very time efficient battle since our newly caught Dunsparce would give these grass types a paralyzing glare, then sweep them with its poison tail. Since we finally had a bit of time off, Larry and I tried to go catch his next Pokemon, Komala, which I've heard drop from the trees near Artisan if you headbutt them. However, since we didn't battle Cloth, we just couldn't go fast enough to shake the trees when we bump into them. So instead of smooth sailing towards the next gym, it was time to backtrack to the canyon where something strange happened. At first, I thought the lighting in our Staravia was a bit strange because its feet looked a little weird, but once we took down the Titan, it became apparent that the game had glitched out, and Larry was now in possession of an extremely rare blue Staravia. And honestly, Pokemon, if you're watching this, can you please make this the new color palette for the shiny Staravia? Because in my opinion, it looks really cool. The bad news was that this color did not remain, so once the battle was over, our bird was back to its normal self.
I'd rather it stays normal.
Are you saying you don't think blue Staravia looks cool?
It does. However, the unique color scheme will draw too much unwanted attention.
Is that your way of saying that you're shy?
Not shy, just very tired and busy. I don't have time to deal with noisy reporters, professors, or influencers.
Influencers? You know Iono's one of those, right? And we have to go challenge her pretty soon.
I am aware, which is why I requested some time off before we left Artisan.
And Gita approved?
Well, it's never that simple with La Primera. You'll see.
Turns out Gita had asked Larry to go take care of the giant bombardier which was causing trouble near the windmills north of Cartondo. Taking it down was easy thanks to our newly caught Komala, which put it to sleep with Yawn and then knocked it out of the sky with Rollout. Since we took care of this task so quickly, Larry decided to check the local area for other signs of giant Pokemon, and by that I mean he took a very slow walk on the long way around Cartondo and got to enjoy some nice peace and quiet. We also ran into the last Pokemon for Larry's team, Rufflet, right near the cliff where the TM for Rock Tomb can be found. This was very convenient because Larry's Rufflet happens to know Rock Tomb and it learns it from that TM. And with that, the time for convenience was over. At Levincia, we had to keep Iono's fans at bay while she was doing an IRL livestream, which wasn't too hard since our newly evolved Oinkologne happened to know Dig. Sadly, this move was not at all useful against Iono herself since she leads with a flying type Watch Roll. Thankfully, our normal type moves worked just fine. Then we could use Dig to weaken her Belly Bolt and follow up with Komala, which also put her Luxio to sleep and spammed Slam until it got knocked out. Iono was very shocked by this turn of events, but Larry and his Komala just yawned at her ace and put it to sleep. Then he followed up with Rufflet, which used Rock Tomb to lower its speed, and since he didn't want to stand out too much for being a great trainer, Larry decided to send out his ace and finish off the battle with a very normal terrestrialized quick attack. Up next, we went to Larry's second favorite town in Paldea, Cascarafa. It's got plenty of great restaurants, although he preferred how the town looked before it got remodeled. And of course, we had even more random work to do. Instead of battling Kofu, we had to go procure some special seaweed for his restaurant at Porto Marinada, which was an easy task since all we had to do was take down the other bidders by spamming grass-type moves. What wasn't so easy was watching this 45-second long load screen while this perfect game with no issues whatsoever try to boot up the little cutscene that plays before we get to battle Kofu. And now you get to watch it with me too. So how's your day going? Have you played any interesting games lately? Personally, I've been having a ton of fun catching up on my backlog and got super sucked into Atelier Ryza 3. It's a slice of life RPG where you play as an alchemist, crafting some super overpowered items and exploring the world. It's kinda like a laid-back Xenoblade. Not a sponsor, just a hidden gem of a game that deserves a lot more love. Speaking of love, this loading screen is pretty great, isn't it? Can I get a like for the loading screen? I don't know what else to say here, but it's almost done. Finally. Unfortunately, we failed to take down Kofu's Veluza since our bullet seeds only hit twice both times we used the move, so we got Rufflet to help out. Komala easily slammed the rocky Whack-A-Mole back into its rock, and that just left Crabrawler, which we paralyzed with a glare, and then we failed to finish it off with an aerial ace. We could have knocked it out the next turn, but this very visible sandstorm finished it off for us. Great game, no issues whatsoever.
Sounds to me like you don't like it here.
No, not really. I try to, but it's so hard when there's all these glitches and performance issues. I'm usually not that picky with graphics and stuff. Heck, I even enjoy games like CarQuest, but even I have some standards, you know?
Tell me about it.
Wait, you know about all the glitches too?
Of course. Floating coffee cups, a talking floor, all just an average day at the office for me.
And you're okay with the world being this messed up?
No. What can I do to fix it? I'm just an average guy.
Aren't you like a project manager for a construction company? You're literally able to change things in this world.
Well, us humans, we can change the environment around us, but it takes time and a lot of effort, and perhaps it's better that way. I'd rather things be normal most of the time than have to worry about something new every day.
You're onto something, but it just doesn't sit well with me. Shouldn't we point out the problems and try to make things better?
Maybe, but I'm too tired to deal with all that.
But wouldn't you be less tired if the world was a better place?
You're getting a bit too philosophical there. Even if you were right, my ambitions just don't reach that high. I just want to do my job and enjoy some good food.
You sound like such a normie.
Exactly. Besides, I'm getting on in age. I'd rather look for satisfaction with the things I do have than stress over the state of the world. Anyways, break time's over. We have to get back to work.
And of course we had another Titan to take care of, which was once again on the other side of the map. Usually I don't like the battle, but I decided to give Larry a hand since I knew a move that could cut the opponent's HP in half. But because he was so time efficient, Larry got put on cleaning duty by Gita, having to go check the roofs of the newly finished skyscrapers in Levincia, as well as the super accessible side street in Mesagoza that everyone has super easy access to. Yep, great design. Then it was back to the gym challenge. Ryme sucker punched her sucker punch, and we used Bullet Seed to shred through Mimikyu's disguise. Then we slowly took down her leads, put Houndstone to sleep, and focused on her ace. That Houndstone turned out to be a lot stronger than expected, but it wasn't too much of a problem for her two birds. The battle against Tulip was also pretty smooth since we had strong normal type moves and sucker punch. Her floor just almost pulled a reverse sweep on us, but it didn't have enough HP left to counter Staraptor. The battle against Grusha was also very ordinary. We just hit hard with some super effective moves and came out on top thanks to our trusty ace. But that is when this run started to deviate from the norm. Typically, I do not cover the Team Star battles in these runs, since they don't have anything to do with becoming champion. Those Starmobiles are pretty difficult to fight, especially if you have a very limited team, and at worst, they just gatekeep some recipes to TMs that I might need. But with Larry, there was one Team Star leader I had to defeat, and that was Eri. You see, the only way to get the TM for close combat is directly from her, and Larry needs that TM to teach the move to his Braviary. The problem is that Eri is the toughest of the Team Star bosses, and that Larry's normal type team has a huge disadvantage against her fighting types. So even though I want to see if Larry could become champion with his gym team, we were going to need to grab his Elite Four team for this specific battle. The good news was that most of his flying types are actually available at a high enough level around Cassiora Lake, the only exception being Oricorio, which is unfortunately a low-level early game Pokemon and it only shows up in 2 of its 4 forms, so I kept Braviary on the team instead. Tropius failed to one-shot Aries' lead, and since Grass is weak to poison, it got knocked out right away. We followed up with Staraptor, which is no longer locked in the A slot since this is the flying team, and finished off her first Pokemon. Our Brave Bird attack was so strong that we could also shred through her Annihilate and Passimian, and we switched to close combat to knock out her Lucario. That just left her with the overpowered Car, which was too fast for our star. Braviary was able to cut its HP in half with a Brave Bird, but couldn't quite two-shot since Revavroom buffs its physical defense thanks to its stamina ability. But since it decided to shift gears instead of attack, Altaria was able to finish it off with a Moonblast, securing a victory for Larry and a TM for his normal team. Sadly, that was our last major victory, because when we went to battle the Elite Four, we only had an easy time winning against Rika, but failed to win against Poppy or Hassel. And yes, I tried both the normal and flying type teams and sadly, both failed, even with the Oricorio being added to the mix. The good news was that Larry's normal type team could beat Larry's flying type team, but winning against 2 of the 4 Elite Four just isn't enough to get to the champion rank. However, there's a chance Larry might still get a promotion if he could win against Gita, so we cheesed our way through the fights and challenged Paldea's top champion. Oinkalong weakened her Espathra, then Braviary finished it off. It also punched through her King Gambit, but then lost its streak against her cool Veluza. Komala could counter it with Sucker Punch, but then we hit a roadblock, Avalugg. Avalugg is extremely bulky and we had no super effective hits. We tried putting it to sleep and chipped away at its health with Stone Edge, but failed to knock it out in the end. That left Larry with just his Staraptor, which could finish off the Iceberg and also one-shot the Go-Goat, leaving Gita with just Glimora. And since Glimora turns into a rock type, we could hit with a super effective close combat. However, her ace managed to bulk through our attack and finish off Larry's final Pokemon. I did try to do some damage calculations to see how else this could have played out, but even the math says that more likely than not, Gita would win here. I also tried to do the battle with Larry's flying type team, but that one did even worse. So unfortunately, if you play this as true to character as possible, Larry could not become champion in Paldea.
And I think that's a pretty normal outcome. Not everyone should be able to reach that high of rank.
It would also mean a lot more work for you, wouldn't it?
Looks like we're on the same page. Anyways, now that our work is complete, let's go grab some dinner at the Treasure Eatery.
My apologies, good sir. I was simply lost in thought and...
Didn't see you coming out the building.
Huh? A talking Pokemon?
A time-traveling talking Pokemon. The name's Vasko, and I've already met you several times.
Time travel, you say? Does that mean my dear Sada has finally achieved her goal?
Not sure what goal you're talking about, but she definitely sounded like she had that time machine around for quite some time before I ran into her.
I was hopeful that whatever possessed her a decade ago would cease if she achieved that far-fetched dream. Alas, it seems Terapagos' influence runs much deeper.
You know, I've heard so much about this Terapagos, but to be honest, I have no idea what this Pokemon is or where to even find them.
Who else knows about its existence? You must tell me at once.
You'll find out soon enough.
No, I must know now.
No, gentlemen. Let's calm down a bit.
I shall not. I've been seeking information on this Pokemon all over Paldea for the past decade, and have found nothing but a name. I need any and every clue I can collect.
Well, there's your clue.
Beep, beep, beep. Impossible. A Terrastal event? Now, of all times? How did you know?
Time travel, remember? This is the 4th time this event has happened after bumping into you, but it has been at a different place each time.
Interesting. But why would the location be different?
Because of the Butterfree effect, I think? Each time there's a different me getting lured by a different treasure of ruin, and Terapagos turns the older version of me into a sealing stake or something like that.
As much as I want to believe you, the things you say make no sense.
I agree with the professor. Nothing this extraordinary ever happens in Paldea.
Beep, beep, beep.
Triangulation is complete, so let's go see for yourselves.
My stars. You had it right down to every detail. The stake, the proximity to a treasure of ruin. So what happens next?
Usually, the local curse will give me their powers, and then you shatter the stake.
I do wish to crush it immediately. But why would the treasures give you their powers? What role do you play in all of this?
I think I'm supposed to use it to defeat Terapagos? But to be honest, I have no idea how to do that.
One hates to admit that one cannot answer such a question.
Yeah, none of the others had any clues either.
Perhaps one may make a suggestion.
Sure, I'm all ears.
One senses extreme hatred towards Terapagos and that professor. Perhaps he could help guide you to that tortoise?
I wish, but he just told me that the only thing he could find about Terapagos was its name.
One hates how close-minded people are. Of course Terapagos will cover its tracks, especially on its home turf. That foolish professor should have looked elsewhere.
Well, nothing we could do about that now. Say, have we met before?
One just met a previous version of you, moments ago.
Yeah, I don't remember any of that, but there's still something familiar about you.
We have not met any other time.
Strange. Well, I'll try my best to put your powers to good use, I guess.
Good, for I am Chien-Pao, one born of hatred. And if you do not freeze in its icy winds, one's power shall be yours to wield. Wield them wisely, for if not, one shall despise you most of all.
That.
Beep, beep, beep. Quickly, Iron Valiant.
Huh, for once I don't feel all that different. Just a bit chilly. Anyways, Larry, I have a job for you.
Oh no.
And then what happened?
He told me how much he hated Paldea, changed forms, tried to battle me, and lost.
Sounds very similar to what's written in this letter. Sounds like he might be stuck in a very weird time loop. But the good news is that he is back to being a Tandemaus and is doing just fine.
Well then, I hope I can leave him in your care.
Oh, absolutely. Have yourself a safe trip back home, Mr. Larry.
I will. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Now then, Mr. Time-traveling, talking Pokemon.
Hello, Sada.
Ooh, you actually came out to talk this time.
Well, there's only 4 curses, and I have all 4 of their powers, so I'm not too sure if getting stuck in the time loop would help me make any progress.
Curses, you say? That's not in the letter.
Oh yeah, I haven't been telling you about those. Whoops.
Well, I better write that part down. Anyways, this letter suggests I should send you back in time again, regardless of what you say, so...
Before you do that, we should try to make some sort of plan.
Oh, well, what is there to plan in the first place? Just find another you, and we'll be good to go.
See, that's the problem. I don't think I'd fail to find another me as many times in a row. There's probably something or someone getting in the way.
Preposterous. There is no known being or phenomenon that would do something like that.
What about Terapagos?
Who?
Wait, you're telling me you've never heard that name before?
No, but do tell me more.
Well, according to the Treasures of Ruin, they all said that Terapagos was turning my older selves into sealing stakes. Oh, and those stakes are all made of the same gem that's all over that time machine room.
Interesting. I did not know these crystals could be made by a creature. You must tell me more.
That's all I know.
Well then, it sounds like we need to learn more about this Terapagos.
As much as I want to agree, I don't think it'll be that easy.
And why is that?
Well, I've also met this traveling professor who's been looking for more information on Terapagos, but he hasn't found anything in the past decade.
In that case, I'll just have to send you further back.
Wait, that sounds like a horrible idea.
Whatever do you mean? If there's no information in the present, or the near past, then it makes perfect sense to widen the time travel interval.
Yeah, but then I'll probably die of old age by the time I get to meet you here again.
Not a problem, dear friend. I will just pull you back in time to the present.
Yes, a problem. None of the previous yous have been able to do that.
Well, that's because you were sent back to a time when another you already existed, causing an instance of the Butterfree effect. This time, that won't be the case.
I'm not buying it, and I don't want to risk it either.
What if I could prove to you that it is perfectly safe
And how exactly would you do that?
I'm glad you asked. You see, when I first finished the time machine, I had to conduct several tests to make sure that using it would not cause any anomalies. And how do you think I did that?
I don't know. You sent random Pokemon and then nothing seemed to have changed, so you thought it was safe.
Close. The Pokemon I used were not random. They were Tandemaus.
Tandemaus? Uh-oh.
You see, the nice thing about them is that they make the perfect lab Pokemon for research. Their composition is pretty similar to that of humans, which works out great, but they also have a pair partner which functions like an expression of quantum entanglement. If something were to happen to one of the mouse, the other would know. In a way, you share a brain cell.
Oh, no. I don't like where you're going with this.
But it's been done many times before, and it's perfectly safe. One mouse gets sent back in time, and if anything were to happen, the other that is in the present would know. And given you can talk, we'd know exactly what's going on.
And what if I get stuck?
Impossible. I have scientific proof that the Tandemaus experiment is 100% safe. While some other trials may have had a small margin of error, this specific procedure has had perfect performance every single time.
I'd still rather not risk it.
Well, if that's the case, the only thing I can do for you is to send you back in time again and hope you find another self. But given your track record, that method is doomed to get you stuck in an infinite time loop. This is our best alternative. So what do you say?
I don't like it one bit, but fine, I'll trust you, just this once.
Yay! Now, please step in this machine so we can begin the separation process. You may feel a bit disoriented at first, but I assure you, both of your bodies will be perfectly fine.
Whoa, that's weird. It's like I'm looking in a mirror, but the mirror looks mirrored. I always forget that that's a thing. I know, right?
Sounds like you're doing just fine. Now then, let's go to the time machine.
Well, I guess I'm off to the past, and I'm here in the present.
And we begin. See? Nothing's changed. We're both here.
Whoa, this is weird. I can see you, but I can also see things my other self is seeing.
Now that's exciting. You should be near the lighthouse in Los Platos.
Yeah, looks like it, but there's no lab there.
That's because I've sent you back to when I was still a student, long before I bought the lighthouse and had a home built at its base.
So what am I supposed to do in the past again?
Well, I'd say go find me and ask me to help you find that traveling professor. Then give him the information from the future.
Won't that cause a Butterfree effect?
It will not. I've tested this by sending my past self information before. It has never once changed the future.
I see. So, where do I go look for you?
Around this time, I should be at the academy. Probably in the biology lab. I used to love that place.
Got it. Well, while my other half does that, what do we do?
We stay here and bring you back as soon as the mission is complete.
Wow, this is going a lot more smoothly than I expected.
Like I said, perfectly safe. Huh? What are you doing here? I'm afraid your little game is over. I cannot allow you to get any closer to Terapagos.
There's a second Sada?
About that. She's my trusty research assistant, but she's never acted this strange before. Rowing Moon, go.
Sada, are you okay?
I'll be fine, but I don't know what's gotten into her. He is a threat to our paradise, so I must stop this procedure and terminate the threat.
Terminate?
It appears Terapagos was correct to be concerned, and since the curses failed, this is where your journey ends. No, Sada, I did not think you too would threaten our paradise. But no matter, this ball shall not protect him, for we have other ways of dealing with such pests. Just what do you think you're doing? Hey, give that back! Time machine, initiating. Destination, 1 millennium. May we never meet again.
Yeah, totally safe. All except for that psycho assistant of yours. And the school is so far away, I don't think I can make it in time. Did she just say 1,000 years? What just happened? I changed forms?
Oh my! Are you a talking Pokemon?
That voice sounds familiar. Sada?
That's my name, but how do you know, Mr. Talking Pokemon?
First of all, my name's Vasko, and second, do I tell her about what just happened? No, wait, what if she's the evil one? I was wondering if perhaps, maybe, by any chance, you had a twin sister?
Now, that's a strange question. No, I do not. I'm an only child.
Then who in the world was... Never mind. What about Turo? Have you met a guy named Turo?
I have. He's the same year as me. Do you know him?
Kind of. It's a bit complicated. What do I do?
You seem like you're under a lot of stress. Is there anything I can do to help you out?
To be honest, I don't know. But something tells me I should stick with you if that's okay.
Okay. It would be more than okay. I've always wanted to have a talking Pokemon.
You do?
Yeah, there was a book I read about a talking Pokemon that lived in ancient Paldea. Apparently it was super strong and seen as a sign of good luck.
I don't know if I'm strong or lucky, but I do know a thing or three about how to win a battle.
That's just what I need.
It is?
Yeah, it's a common rite of passage for Dragon Clan members to try their shot at becoming champion. And if I pass, I can be free of my duties and do whatever I want. However, I may have spent a little too much time reading about the ancient past while everyone else was busy training. But with your help, I just might be able to get the rank. So, what do you say?
This is Sada, the professor exclusive to Pokemon Scarlet. But long before becoming professor, Sada was a champion-ranked trainer in the region. This book says so. Now, I know some trainers can get the rank for outstanding achievements, like maybe hacking into the league servers and stealing some LP, but was that the case for this here professor? To find out if she was actually a super strong trainer, I decided to play through the game as Sada, using these same Pokemon movesets and a whole bunch of other rules that... wait a minute. None of these Paradox Pokemon are available in the early game, and doing a run where I use level 60s from the start would be no fun. So instead, I accidentally traveled back in time to when Sada was still a student and used her non-Paradox team, which is basically just the normal counterparts to her Paradox Pokemon. And since their movesets would also be different, I tried my best to match them so that we'd have a similar battle experience. For example, her Slitherwing has an offensive bug and psychic type move, a health draining move, and a stab move that lowers enemy speed. So for our Volcarona, we have an offensive bug and psychic type move, a health draining move, and a stab move that lowers enemy speed. I couldn't get this good of a match for every Pokemon, but I tried my best. Anyways, future Sada's ace Pokemon is Roaring Moon, which means past Sada's starter Pokemon is none other than Bagon. This would also imply that Sada was probably a member of the Dragon Clan, since those are the only trainers in the game that have low-level Dragon types. That being said, Bagon alone would not carry her through the early game, since this little guy can barely take down a Happiny. Lucky for us, Sada's second Pokemon likes to hang out right near Cartondo, and since we finally have free reign over the Pokemon's abilities, I decided to look for one that's a bit more competitive. Now typically I do a cool transition here where I show off how relevant and strong this ability is. I mean, a double special attack boost if any of our stats get lowered, that's really good. But none of the early game gyms use moves that fancy, and all we had to do was spam the echoed voice to take down every single Pokemon in the first gym and get ourselves the badge. Say, is it just me, or was that bug-type gym leader's team a bit familiar?
Familiar? I heard it's brand new.
What do you mean?
I guess you haven't heard. Paldea got a new champion recently, Gita or someone like that. And since she thought the gyms were a bit too easy, she personally picked out a new team for each leader to use.
Huh, weird. But if the other gym leaders' teams are also familiar, I should be able to help you find a way to win.
Now that's what I like to hear.
Having acquired our first gym badge, we could head out north and catch the next Pokemon for Sada's team, Misdreavus. And then we swing all the way to the other side of Paldea, only to encounter another glitch in these games. I'm not surprised at this point. Looks like no one wants to work these days apparently, so we'll just have to do the hard work for them. And for some reason, Sada was really interested in looking for some flora in this newly built hedge maze, which according to her was designed by a local artist who climbed the peaks of the Great Crater and drew inspiration from its landscape. Anyways, once we finished finding off the Sunflora, we got to challenge the very artist who made this maze to a gym battle. They put our Jigglypuff to sleep, but our squishy pillow didn't sleep for too long and started to spam Icy Wind as soon as it woke up. Out next was Smoliv, which we confused, and then confused some more to the point where the little thing fainted. The gym leader's final Pokemon was Sudowoodo, which also got confused and then growled at a lot to lower its attack. After that, we let Bagon take the lead, but our super effective Ember was barely doing any damage. So instead we switched over to Dragon Breath, which did a tad more damage, but also paralyzed the Sudowoodo. From there, it was a long back and forth until we managed to win our second gym badge. And with another badge comes another Pokemon, Magnemite, which we caught on the way to Levincia. But as it turns out, that was not enough to win against, Ino. Yeah, Iono's mom, or something like that. The main problem being that we just couldn't dish enough damage to take down her Mismagius. Sada and I tried several ways to get around this fight, like using Will-O-Wisp and following up with Hex so that our Misdreavus can do a lot of damage, or trying to evolve her Jigglypuff, even going as far as catching a Larvesta from the deserts near Cascarafa. None of it worked. The electric gym leader is just that strong.
Why is nothing working?
To be fair, this is the toughest gym team in all of Paldea.
She is?
Yeah, I've met so many trainers that could never win here, even if they ended up making it to the champion rank.
Well, that's a little reassuring, but still, none of our strategies were good enough to win. Perhaps I should study past battles from previous champions to get better ideas.
Or perhaps you just need to evolve your Pokemon.
But I like how small and cute they are. Besides, in the not-so-distant past, some of them didn't have an evolution, like Misdreavus. I mean, look how cute she is, especially with that hair.
Right, and that's fine. We don't have to evolve them right now. But at the end of the day, good strats can't make up for bad stats. If you really want to get to that champion rank, we might have to evolve them at some point down the road.
I'll think about it. Actually, I don't have to. So many of my sisters failed this challenge since they didn't want to evolve their cute little dragons. But the thing about dragons is that they start out pretty weak. And if all you do is pamper them, they stay weak.
It's the same for all Pokemon.
And people too. This is why it's also a guiding pillar for the Dragon Clan. Push yourself to excellency so that you too may become strong, like a dragon.
But they won't let you go do whatever work you want unless you can become champion?
It may sound a bit strict, but at the end of the day, it is a test of one's conviction. How strongly do you care about the thing you want to do? Are you willing to go above and beyond to achieve it? As it turns out, most people don't.
But you do?
Absolutely. I'd give anything to go study the ancient Pokemon living in Area Zero. It's a dream I've had ever since I first read the Scarlet book.
Then we have a lot of training to do. Lucky for you, I know just a place.
Oh, wonderful. Where would I be without a trusty assistant like you?
Please don't call me that.
Whoops. Sorry about that. Where would I be without a good friend like you? Better?
Better. Now let's get to training. The desert where we found Larvesta is also the ideal training spot since there's a bunch of trainers all pretty close to each other. Not only that, but defeating them can get you the TM for Earthquake, which will be useful later on. We could also pick up the TM for Thunderbolt on our way to Porto Marinada, which will do wonders on our newly evolved Magneton, allowing us to one-shot every single water type in the next gym. From there, we made our way over to the town of Medali, which had a very special gym test. In order to face the gym leader, we first had to go out and catch a local mushroom Pokemon, and as luck would have it, there was a nice little fungus waiting for us near the entrance. Finding one was easy, but catching it was hard, since this Pokemon knew draining and healing moves, constantly keeping its HP high and breaking out of any ball we threw. But with the help of Magneton, we eventually wore it down and managed to catch our last new teammate. Then it was time to battle the new intern gym leader, Larry. His powerful Kamala managed to slam Larvesta and Fungus out of the way, but we managed to dent its HP with a bit of foul play. And then we sent out Jigglypuff, which used Round to round its HP down to 0, but fell asleep and well... Good news was that Misdreavus is a ghost type and has the levitate ability, meaning that the only thing Larry's Dudunsparce could do was give us a paralyzing glare. Meanwhile, we could spam our very weak charge beam, which slowly started boosting our special attack. Sadly, all the buffs we got still weren't quite strong enough to one-shot his ace, but thankfully we had Magneton, which could once again carry us through the gym. Next up was Ryme, who had recently taken over as gym leader, and she does double battles, which might be trouble. However, her Net attacked us with Icy Wind, which lowers the target's speed, and remember how we had that competitive Jigglypuff? Well, combine the special attack boost with the special draining move, and we had ourselves a Moocher, or should I say, a Smoocher. Boo! Anyways, we followed up with Magneton and Amoonguss, using Thunderbolt and Foul Play to take down the rest of Ryme's team. Next was the Psychic Gym, where our Larvesta finally did something useful, using Leech Life to take down the lead Pokemon. Magneton could finish off the Gardevoir and Espathra, but that bulky Florges was a problem. Once again, our base evolution Pokemon just couldn't deal quite enough damage to win, and our Dragon was weak to Moonblasts, so...
Looks like another loss. For the same reason.
So, what are you gonna do about it?
The only thing I can.
You're gonna evolve all 3 of them at once?
Yeah. As much as I want them to stay the way they are, I'm just holding them back. And me holding them back is also holding me back. So...
Things started out very similarly, with our newly evolved Magnezone easily one-shotting Gardevoir and zapping away Espathra. Then Wigglytuff could come in and use an Icy Wind to slow down the Psychic Flower, and we could follow up with Mismagius and its barrage of Shadow Balls, which could knock out the gym leader's ace. This newly evolved team was super strong, easily taking down Grusha by spamming Flash Cannon and Mystical Fire. But even with all of these power-ups, we couldn't just rush straight to the Elite Four, since their teams were a whole 10 levels higher than the last gym. So Sada and I had to take a detour to level up our team before taking on the Elite Four. And of course, the best place to do that is at the flower fields in northern Paldea. Apart from the Chansey in the area, we also ran into this guy named Harrington, who uses a bunch of Fairy-type Pokemon and gave us the TM for Dazzling Gleam, a move we might need when facing off against Paldea's best. And having finally evolved our dragon into a mighty Salamence, Sada and I made our way to the Pokemon League. Our Larvesta was still struggling to do much damage, so we had to get some help from Wigglytuff, which once again got put to sleep. Man, this Pokemon sure likes to nap. But it managed to wake up in time and snag another victory. The rest of the battle was Sada and Rika trading Pokemon until her Clodsire started to pull a reverse sweep, but it couldn't brush away our Salamence. Poor Jellybean couldn't even touch us. Now this Jellybean? They're a dangerous one. Quickly stomping our useless Larvesta and using Earthquake to deplete Magnezone's health. We used Thunderbolt and some Lucky Paralysis to get through the Corviknight, as well as Mystical Fire to melt her Magnezone, which left us with just... Since it can't use the Hammer attack back-to-back, Tinkaton used Brick Break on Amoonguss, triggering its Effect Spore and getting paralyzed. Then we followed up with Hex, which does double damage if the target has a status effect, like say Paralysis, and even then, double damage was still barely any damage at all. But luck was on our side, as the Pink Menace missed its Stone Edge attacks and got paralyzed a bunch of turns in a row, giving us the opening to spam Hex enough times to get ourselves the win. And this has to be the easiest win I've had against this Elite Four member specifically. Oh, it looks like Larry the Intern is also interning as an Elite Four member? The bad news for him is that we have plenty of Ice, Electric, and Rock type moves to knock his birds out of the sky. And with that victory, the level cap was finally high enough for Larvesta to evolve. Now we just had to defeat the final Elite Four member, Hassel, the new head of the Dragon Clan. His Noivern managed to blow away our lead and nearly knocked out Mismagius. Thankfully, we were fast enough to finish it off and also managed to weaken Haxorus so that Magnezone could take it down. The Dragalge was another major problem since we didn't have any super effective hits and our Wigglytuff was just barely tough enough to bulk through a single super effective hit. Since we didn't want to risk it, we decided to use our one-time heal before freezing the Flapple, which left Hassel with his freezer of a dragon, and he left us with just Salamence, which spontaneously terastallized during the battle. This removed our 4x weakness to ice type moves, allowing us to survive one attack and win the battle with a Dragon Claw. With this victory, we had one last trainer to face. Paldea's brand new champion, Gita. Our Volcarona was finally a useful lead, being able to one-shot the Espathra and pounce on King Gambit, slowing it down enough so that Magnezone could finish it off with a body press. The Avalugg was no match for our Flash Cannon, and her Veluza got instantly fried. The Go-Go was a bit of trouble as usual, since it could heal itself by using Horn Leech, but one of our Tri-attacks managed to paralyze it, giving us the opening to finish it off. That left Gita with just Glimmora, which managed to finish off our Electric Sweeper. The bad news for her was that our Amoonguss uses a similar strategy to her Go-Goat, leeching most of Glimmora's health before it got knocked out. Then, all we had to do is lightly tap it with a Shadow Ball, and whoosh! The battle was won. After so many failed attempts, I finally found a third trainer who could actually become champion in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Good job, Sada.
Thank you. And now that I've won, I can finally get permission to become a Pokemon professor.
Say, what is it that you want to research?
Me? Well, I'm particularly interested in ancient prehistoric Pokemon.
Like the fossil Pokemon?
Not quite. Many of the fossil Pokemon still survive to this day, albeit in more remote parts of the world. What I am interested in are the Pokemon that existed long before the fossils.
And how exactly would you do that?
Well, I would start by looking inside Paldea's Great Crater. According to the Scarlet book, one such Pokemon was sighted there during their expedition. See?
It kinda just looks like a Donphan to me.
You are not wrong, but if you take a closer look at its features, this is no ordinary Donphan, and it's not a regional variant either. No, it is most likely the ancient predecessor to the Donphan we know and love today.
So you might be able to find an ancient Phanpy too?
See, that's the interesting part. Did Phanpy even exist in the ancient past?
Why wouldn't it?
Excellent question. My theory is that the ancient world was a much more dangerous place, and thus, the Pokemon which survived to become the species we see today likely did not have evolutionary lines. So pre-evolutions like Phanpy would not have appeared until the world became a much safer place.
It is a bit of a strange theory, especially since most of the fossil Pokemon tend to evolve.
Which is why I wish to study the Pokemon that lived much further back in time. Although we can see some modern day examples of my theory with dragons like Tatsugiri. They live in an environment which is quite dangerous and have no evolutionary line. Although they do thrive thanks to a symbiotic relationship with another species of Pokemon. Anyways, let me not talk your ears off with all my theories. There will be plenty of time for that later. For now, I'd like to go somewhere special and celebrate.
Ooh, okay. Lead the way. What's so special about this place?
Take a guess.
I don't know. It's just a lighthouse. Something to do with the Dragon Clan, maybe?
No, silly. It's where we first met.
Oh, right. I guess I should tell you.
What is it?
This isn't the first time we've met.
But I don't remember ever meeting a talking Pokemon before.
That's because the you I've already met is in the future.
Whatever do you mean?
Well, you see, the you in the future had a time machine and,
Did you just say time machine?
Turo? What are you doing out here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Aw, come on. I asked you first.
Fine. I was setting up my telescope to observe the moon when I heard the two of you talking. Speaking of...
Oh, right. We're here to celebrate the fact that I became champion.
You mean you managed to beat that new hot shot and get the rank?
Don't sound so surprised. Besides, I had a little help. Oh, and during the battle with Hassel, my Salamence spontaneously terrestrialized. It was so cool.
Spontaneous terrestrialization, you say? I wonder if I can figure out what caused it. Maybe I can come up with some sort of way to intentionally trigger it, just like the Galarians found a method to control that Dynamax phenomenon. Wait, no, I'm getting distracted. You, talking Pokemon, were you saying something about a time machine?
Yeah, about that.
Why are you acting so nervous all of a sudden? Didn't you tell me you were looking for Turo back when we first met?
You were looking for me?
Right. So, something bad is going to happen in the near future, and we'll need your help to find the solution.
Me? All I'm good for is tinkering with machines, but sure, I'll try my best to help. So what is it you need me to do?
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
Whoa, Turo! I think you might be terrestrializing.
I didn't think it'd go after Turo. What do I do? What do I do?
Currents may be strong, but they ain't wide. So all you've got to do is swim to the side.
Oh, I know. Out of the way, Sada.
Wait, no, there's lights there. Stop! Ah! Ow, that hurt. What were you thinking?
Oh no, that didn't work. What else? What else?
But if it's a curse you're dealing with, you're going about it the wrong way, baby.
I suppose, just like we can have curses, so too can we have blessings, although I am unaware of any particular methods to acquire either.
They didn't just see me as a formidable opponent, they also saw me as a friend.
While we bestow our powers.
It's a bit of a long shot, but I can't think of anything else. Here goes.
What are you...
Oh wow, it actually worked.
What worked? What did you do?
I am... Wait, no. One is transferring one's powers onto you.
Did you freeze time? Is that why it's so cold all of a sudden?
Hold your horses and let me explain. When I was in the future, I received some power from the Treasures of Ruin. And since that's the only thing that I know of which can stop this petrification, I'm now giving it to you.
In that case, thank you? What is this petrification thing anyway? Is that what you were trying to warn us about? Wait, is Sada okay?
She'll be fine. And in a way, yes. There's a Pokemon called Terapagos who seems to have a lot of power over Paldea. And in the future, it manages to take control of Sada somehow. The you I met then had spent a decade looking for clues, but the only thing you could find in Paldea was some secret organization and the name.
Terapagos?
Exactly.
What about the organization?
Not sure. You never told me any of the details. But that's beside the point. If anything bad were to happen to Sada, you have to go look somewhere outside of Paldea, got it? We need to learn more about Terapagos because at present, or I guess future, we don't even know what it looks like or where to find it.
Would knowing that be enough? A foe that formidable is sure to put up a fight.
I have collected the power of all 4 curses, so in theory, I should be strong enough to take Terapagos down.
But now you're giving those powers to me.
About that, it looks like I only have a little bit of power from Chien-Pao and nothing else.
Then how?
We're out of time.
Doing?
Whew, looks like it worked.
But at what cost?
I guess it was inevitable. Me or you, and I choose you, Turo.
There you are! Are the two of you okay?
Sada, wait! Don't get any closer!
It's fine. I don't have long now. It was nice meeting you both.
Wait, no! Help him!
I can't. I don't know how. I hate this.
Aren't you forgetting something? Me, the Millennium Mouse? Oh, wait. I think I remember now.
But one hiker mentioned seeing someone similar further out into the wild. I'll go check on it. You wait here. If you see the chairman or anyone who looks like him, take them to the lab at the Dynamax Den. Got it?
Got it. Man, she sure loves putting people to work.
And you sure love working with people.
Huh? Another talking Pokemon?
Why yes, it is I, Calyrex.
I have no idea who you are.
Surely you jest. We fought alongside each other in the war with Paldea.
Look man, I know all Trubbish look the same, but you got me confused with someone else. I don't even know what a Paldea is.
You seem sincere. Yet despite your change of form, I am 100% certain it is you. Your name is Vasko, is it not?
How did you know? Can you read my mind or something?
Nothing like that. We've met before in the distant past, and although you were a bit weary of me at first, we joined forces and battled against a tyrannical Pokemon. While I was recovering from my wounds, you were exiled to a distant region with your trainer at the time.
Yeah, I don't remember any of that happening.
I wonder why that is. Regardless, I would like to do that which I couldn't all those centuries ago. As a thanks for your valiant efforts, I wish to give you a blessing. So, tell me, Vasko, is there anything that's troubling you?
Well, I'm a little lost at the moment. This kid named Alistair, he put some sort of curse on me, and I can't get back home until I break it. We figured out how, but now I'm stuck traveling between worlds until we have the right conditions to break it.
I see. So despite your powers, things like curses can still cause you harm. Aha! I have just the thing!
You do?
Well, it won't break your current curse, but it'll come in handy if you ever run into any other curses in the future. I, Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, hereby bestow upon you the blessing of propagation!
Thanks?
With this blessing, should any new curses afflict you, you'll be cured of them over time.
Ooh, that sounds really useful.
Please do not interrupt.
Oh, there's more?
Yes. The blessing works just like the propagation of plants. It shall split you into two, then give you time to grow. Then you split again, over and over, until the you that remains is completely free of the curse.
Now you're making it sound like a weird cloning machine that'll make way too many copies of me. And how will I know which one is real? Sounds like a huge mess. Maybe you should just take it back.
Worry not, for one of the halves shall bear most of the curse's burden, and will quickly decay, becoming compost for the purer half to grow. In a way, the other half will return to you in due time, making you whole again.
Okay, now it's sounding extra messed up. A bunch of me's have to die? No thanks.
You will not have to witness it or bear their pain. The blessing will use my psychic powers to keep your two halves apart, preventing the curse from spreading back onto the healthy half. And the splits will not happen unless you're moving at a high enough speed through space-time. That way the blessing can easily separate the two halves. Anyway, you will not see nor suffer the fate of the half which will dissolve the curse.
But a me will still suffer. I'm not seeing any positives to this.
Perhaps alone, this blessing may work as a cure-all for any curse. But along with your other blessings, you'll likely get a bit more out of it than just that.
Other blessings?
Indeed. You've got traces of the All gene and the protection of Ilex. Such a dazzling combination! Although this confirms my theory that the you I met in the distant past is actually a you from some point in the future.
Every time you speak, I get even more questions.
Then please, ask away.
Where do I begin? What's the All gene?
It is a blessing from the mythical Pokemon Mew, said to contain the DNA of every Pokemon in existence. With this blessing, you can take the form of other Pokemon. Surely you know that much?
Yeah, I've been changing forms every time I travel between worlds, but I thought it was because of the Balony tea, not a blessing from Mew.
Perhaps a wizard there has befriended the pink creature and found a way to brew some potion containing its powers. I have heard of distant land that makes coffee using the droppings of a certain Pokemon.
You did not just say droppings. Are you saying I drank Mew poo?
You're a trubbish! You'll be fine! Although, ingesting a blessing is such a crude method, natural cycles will make you lose it in due time. Please allow me to transfer it to your soul. That way, it will remain safe and sound next to the blessing you received from me. Now then, do you have any other questions?
What's the protection of Ilex?
It is the pendant you carry, made of genuine wood from the Ilex forest, and blessed by Celebi, its sworn protector. It is said to bring good luck, healing, and can function as a form of storage.
So Clara gave me a blessing without realizing it, huh? Maybe I should give it back to her.
It is rude to return gifts. Besides, it has so much utility. Should you ever be injured and need to recover, all you must do is retreat into the storage space it provides. Charms like these inspired the creation of Pokeballs, the storage system, and even the healing machines at Pokemon centers.
Oh wow, when you put it like that, it does sound pretty useful. Thanks, Clara.
I am a bit concerned that you may lose in its current form, especially during battle. Please allow me to transfer it to your soul. That way, it will remain safe and sound next to the blessing you received from me. Now then, do you have any other questions?
What makes them a dazzling combination?
The effects of one blessing can amplify the powers of another. For instance, the Ilex can store your previous transformations and heal each of them over time. It can be pretty handy in battle, and it's exactly what you did to turn the tides of battle in the distant past.
The distant past? You're sure the Pokemon you met there was actually me?
Without a doubt. Very few beings can ever receive the blessing of a mythical, let alone two. Although, you did not have my blessing anymore.
Does that mean I can lose blessings?
That depends on how strong the blessing is. Typically, once you've used up its powers, it will wither away. For instance, with the All gene, you can only change forms a limited number of times, although you can replenish it by drinking more of that tea.
What about the others?
Well, the Ilex, that one has the most power, it gives you near infinite healing. It's just very slow, and the storage space isn't as big as those PC boxes. It may be problematic if you try to store over 30 forms, but its capacity can be expanded by visiting the Ilex Forest. I'm ashamed to admit it, but over the centuries my powers have grown weak, so unfortunately, the blessing I've given you can only cure you of about 4 curses.
That's not a lot.
I'll have you know that curses are just as hard to come across as blessings. To have run into so many, it seems like a lot of misfortune awaits you down the road.
Well, now that I know what powers I have and what to look out for, I think I'll be fine.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to keep that knowledge.
What? Why?
Since you will time travel in the future, I must do all that I can to prevent a paradox from occurring. Our meeting in the past felt like our first proper one, which would be overwritten by this conversation.
I'm not sure I like where this is going.
Worry not. All I must do is erase your memories of our meeting, although it may affect some of your other recent memories.
And what if I didn't want you to do that?
Then I'll have no choice but to battle you. Given your current forms, my Spectrier and I would have an easy time. But please, let us not resort to violence.
Fine. But just so you know, I'm not happy about it.
Neither am I. Besides, my powers are not strong enough to permanently erase memories. It'll be more of a cloud of psychic powers preventing access to them. A cloud which should hold for nearly 1,000 years.
I don't think I can live that long.
Then you are still far too ignorant of all the powers you possess. Now then, come forth, my steed, Spectrier! Let's erase this hero's memories and send him on his way. May the rest of your journey be a fruitful one. Da 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 da.
Man, what a strange dream.
My dearest Sada, after half a decade of scouring the world, I finally found the clues I was looking for in the secluded land of Kitakami. First, I ran into a professor from Unova's prestigious Blueberry Academy. It appears that just like me, this Briar has also been looking for a way to locate Terapagos. We thoroughly explored a mysterious lake at the peak of Oni Mountain, which had crystals resembling those found in Paldea. But alas, our investigation yielded no results. Before parting ways, we exchanged contact information and agreed to share anything we find about Terapagos at our earliest convenience. She may yet prove useful in finding a way to bring you back. Having once again reached a dead end, I decided to pay a visit to Kitakami's Wisteria Pond one last time before departing for another region. I'm not sure why, but whenever I'm near that pond, my symptoms finally show some sign of relief. What a pleasure it is to feel the warmth of the sun, to have that nagging feeling of hatred towards the world silenced, if only for a few minutes. And just when I was beginning to relax, I heard a familiar voice asking me an all too stupid question. Aren't you going to catch that shiny Lotad swimming in the pond? It could only be spoken by an idiot who does not realize that he is far more valuable than any shiny Pokemon in existence. For that question came from none other than the Ogerpon of legend, a Pokemon which had terrorized the land of Kitakami for several centuries, yet remained unseen for just as long. As it turns out, he was exiled by the people of Paldea shortly after the Great War with Galar. Once he found a home here in Oni Mountain, some thieving Pokemon robbed him of all his possessions and his companion. The Ogerpon lashed out in a fit of rage, and after fending off these rowdy invaders, he hid deep in the mountains and slumbered for centuries, only recently waking up after a vivid dream from the distant past. But this is no mere Ogerpon, for it has the same voice and name as that traveling Vampy you met all those years ago. The one that turned to stone. The one that gave me this curse. The one that knew about Terapagos. It appears he has no memories of these events. However, my story seems to have piqued his interest. Claiming he wields the power to take down Terapagos, the talking Ogerpon has requested I take him back to Paldean. It appears that this long journey is finally nearing its end. Turo.
This is Turo, the future-loving Pokemon professor exclusive to Violet version. Long before becoming a professor, Turo was a champion-ranked trainer in the region. Maybe. He's listed in the Hall of Fame book at the Academy, but we all know that some trainers can get in there for outstanding achievements like taking down a bunch of Titan Pokemon and finding the cure to cancer. Did the game ever tell us what was actually wrong with Arvin's dog? Wait, no, I'm getting more sidetracked than Turo when he went to pick up milk from the store. Now, where was I? Oh, right, to find out if Turo was actually a top tier trainer, I decided to play through Pokemon Scarlet as Turo, using the same Pokemon movesets and abilities as his in-game team. Yeah, none of these Pokemon are even available in Scarlet version. But since we're talking about past Turo here, let's just assume that he's used the present day versions of these Paradox Pokemon, and I know that Iron Valiant could be represented by one of two final evolutions, so just let RNG decide based on the gender of the first routes I run into.
Are you done monologuing yet?
Almost. I just need to write out all the rules we'll be following to keep this run fair.
Rules? Fair? Do you think Terapagos has been playing fair? Give me that list. The only rule we'll follow is that we win, and also no revives or excessive heals. I'm nearly out of money from all the traveling, and those things are expensive.
Dang dude, you need to chill.
Chill? Chill? You do realize I'm always freezing thanks to that little curse your past self gave me, right?
Yeah, you keep telling me about this talking vampy, but I don't remember that ever happening.
Well then feast your eyes, Ogre Boy, because this is what happens when you try to play fair with Terapagos. See that stick over there? That was you at some point.
Huh, now that you mention it, it does look familiar. I'm surprised it's still in one piece.
And why is that?
It's funny that you of all people asked that question. But I guess I should be thanking you for breaking all those other stakes. Because if what Calyrex told me is true, that's exactly what we need to do.
Wait, what are you?
Ha, man, that felt good.
Why would you do that?
Because the Pokemon encased in that stake was part of me. While its physical form is long gone, things like its soul and memories remain locked within the crystal. By shattering them, they can finally be free and return to their rightful owner, me.
So you remember everything you did as a vampy now?
Vaguely, but most importantly, I remember exactly where we need to go to get some info on Terapagos.
You do?
Yeah, but first we're gonna need to go collect some gym badges. We started our journey by catching that male route and making our way to Mesagoza. Since I can finally use items in a challenge run, I didn't want to let this opportunity go to waste, so we instantly hit the shops and got some wise glasses for a young Valiant. We also spent a ton of time looking around the rooftops of Mesagoza, mainly to find a TM for Grassnot. We technically could have just taken the normal path, but getting to this area requires you to walk through some very hard to see side streets. Anyways, now that we're done prepping, it was time to head out east and catch our second team member, Makuhita, or should I say Hands. While exploring the area to snag some other TMs like Icy Wind and Bulldoze, we saw a giant cloth and decided to challenge it for some extra experience before taking on the gyms. Our strategy was pretty simple: spam Send Attack to lower its accuracy, and then Grass Knot to make its HP fall down to 0. Having gained some confidence in our team, we hopped back to Mesagoza to get a held item for Hands, and then took the scenic road to Cortando, making sure to pick up that TM for Rock Tomb along the way. Unfortunately for us, one good move would not be enough to sweep at Katy's gym. She ain't even hiring janitors right now. Our initial strategy was to set up focus energy for more crit hits than spam Rock Tomb, but our HP got cut down pretty fast, and since Teddy Ursa is more nimble, it could finish off Hands before we could throw rocks. Meanwhile, Valiant would just get one shot. It's a baby. Since it was important to keep Hands alive, in our next attempt, we spammed Sand Attack to make it so that Nimble couldn't kick us, then used the potion to heal and set up a substitute. Unfortunately, these dolls are too easily broken, so instead of trying again, we rage quit, went back down to where Cloth hangs out, and picked up the TM for Drain Punch. Why bother with all these fancy strategies when we can just brute force our way to a win? Am I right, gamers? On turn 1, we set up our focus energy since crit hits are nice, then we terrestrialize into a fighting type, giving us double stab, which means our not very effective fighting type move would be doing normal amounts of damage. And we could also recover some HP along the way. When Katy sent out her ace, we decided to give it some pocket sand because those fury swipes are annoying, and then I thought I'd try throwing some rocks at her bear, and I guess all we needed was one crit hit. Unfortunately for us, this wasn't the only difficult early game gym for Turo. While we had no trouble drain punching all the rowdy Sunflora and Artisan, we couldn't exactly punch Brassius' lead since it kept putting us to sleep on the very first turn. And even when we managed to wake up and push through to his ace, the Sudowoodo was somehow too fast, and our Valiant was still way too weak, still a baby. We tried this battle several times, and for some reason, the 75% accuracy sleep powder landed every single time. Our substitute could only bulk through one move, and even at full HP, Hands couldn't take down the Sudowoodo. We even tried an evasion-based strategy where Hands used Mud Slap to lower Sudowoodo's accuracy, and Valiant set up like 3 double teams, so we could survive for a few extra turns. But sadly, our super effective Icy Wind attacks were doing basically baby damage because Routes is still a baby, meaning it was back to square one. At first, my idea was to go and snag that Eviolite item from the secluded beach, but in order to get it, we'd have to win 7 battles against trainers that are way above our level. So instead, we settled on another strategy, the key to which was also found on that secluded beach. Bulk Up. It's a simple status move that boosts the user's physical attack and defense stats, and is just what Hands needed to turn the tides of battle. We spammed Mud Slap on the Petalo so that its sleep powder would finally miss, and then we healed up because it wasn't missing enough, and of course it's gonna hit us! Thankfully, the rest of its attacks didn't, so we could wake up, set up a focus energy for more crits, and then start bulking up our stats. Again? Okay, I'm done playing games with this little flower. Next time we wake up, it's going down. I should've just KO'd it sooner, to be honest, since Smoliv only knows physical moves and spamming bulk up would make it do even less damage. This meant we could now safely max out our stats, terastalize and one-punch the Olive. Brassius followed up with his Sudowoodo, but this time the Trailblaze was barely doing any damage, and if the tree wasn't so sturdy, it would've gotten one shot. I guess it gets 2 shot instead. Having acquired our second gym badge, we made our way towards Navincia for gym number 3, and let me tell you gamers, Iono was even more of a challenge. Going into a fight 2v4 is always a bad idea, but it's even worse of an idea when your lead is weak to their lead, and your ace deals less damage than if I were to throw an actual ace card at the enemy. And to make matters worse, we were severely underleveled. Needless to say, we were going to have to train up our team a bit, and since I never got to finish that quest to get the Eviolite, I thought it was a good time as any to head back towards the secluded beach and take down some trainers. Oh look, there's even Larvitar along the way, so we can have a third teammate. After winning a series of battle, our weak little Routes finally managed to evolve into a Kirlia, our new Larvitar got the Eviolite for extra bulk, and we weren't even done with our prep, because the level cap at Iono's gym is 24, and guess what level Makuhita needs to be in order to evolve? So we gave it some candy and went back for a proper rematch. Larvitar used Smackdown to knock her first Pokemon out of the sky, then screeched at her belly bolt to turbo lower its physical defense. After that, we could do some major damage with a Stomping Tantrum, but she countered us with a Water Gun, so poor little Thorns was down for the count. Thankfully, our newly evolved Hands could easily bulldoze through this bulky frog. Luxio tried to intimidate us, so we set up a focus energy and switched to using Draining Punch. That way we'd have enough HP for her final Pokemon. She tried to confuse us, but that didn't stop Hands from throwing a punch. And next, Iono went on the offensive, but her Hex attack wasn't doing much either, which meant all we had to do was punch her Ghost one more time. And now the third badge was mine. Well, ours.
Hold it, you two!
Iono?
Aha! I knew it was you!
Wait, you recognize me?
How could I not, Mr. Shocky Sheep? Even if you disguise yourself as another Pokemon, I can still tell it's you.
Man, I haven't been called that name in ages.
Ages? But we just talked the other day.
The other day? You mean when Sada put me in her time machine?
No, that was a week ago. But then she told me you were probably just lost somewhere in the region since she only sent you back by a couple days. So, I made a bunch of videos asking all my viewers to help find you. And a few days later, I got a ton of DMs telling me about a talking Psyduck named Vasko who was wandering around the lighthouse. I got there faster than lightning, and that's when we talked.
Yeah, I don't remember any of that happening.
Did turning into a rock wipe your memories or something, Green Guy?
Green Guy? Wait, turning into a rock?
Yeah, you kind of freaked out when you saw me. Said you'd give me a special gift, and then poof, you became this really pretty crystal rock thing.
And you're saying this all happened the other day?
Yeah, like 2 days ago.
But that's Impossible. We were just heading back from Kitakami 2 days ago.
Hey, Shocky Sheep, that's not fair. How come you're going around having adventures with this grumpy Gramps instead of me?
It's a lot to explain, and I will, but could you take us to where that pretty crystal was?
Fine, but you better tell me everything along the way.
Yes, I will.
Wow! I can't believe you got to travel through time so many times. Maybe I should go ask Sada to put me in the time machine too.
No, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Also, were you always this envious? Wait, what gift did the Psyduck give you exactly?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Did you feel anything different after your encounter?
Now that you mentioned it, I've been feeling kind of warm ever since I met Mr. Psyduck, but I'm pretty sure it's just a fever or something.
No. Fevers make you feel cold. I believe I know what's going on here.
You do?
Indeed. When I met the talking Vampy years ago, it too gave me a gift.
Then I want that gift too!
No, you do not, foolish little girl, for it is not a gift, but a curse.
The power of a curse, actually.
Power? The only thing this power's done is make me feel cold all the time, and a nagging feeling of hatred towards the world.
That's probably what I have too. It's just hot all the time, and I'm a lot more envious of everyone, including you, Grumpy Gramps.
Stop calling me that, you insolent little girl.
Only when you stop scowling at me all the time, Grumpy Gramps.
Only when you start talking at a normal volume. Turn it down a bit. Jeez, you act like your mother's a loudred.
I'll have you know, my mama is a hex maniac and not a big mouth Pokemon.
Enough, you two! The past me's gave you their powers because they thought of you as friends, because they wanted to protect you both from Terapagos. We're on the same team here, so stop arguing already.
I apologize. I've lost my composure.
Me too. I'm sorry, Shocky Sheep. And I'm sorry, Grumpy Gramps.
Hey.
Turo, let it go. She only gives these silly nicknames to people she likes.
Fine. I'll put up with it for now.
Great. Now then, to do the thing we came here for.
Mr. Shocky Sheep, why did you do that?
Because that crystal was holding on to some of my soul, and by breaking it, I could finally set it free.
Your soul? Oh, Mama did mention she sent something in there, but she couldn't find a way to bring you back.
You tried to bring him back?
Of course! Mr. Shocky Sheep and I were the bestest of friends. I wasn't gonna leave him to be a statue forever. Wait, are you saying you didn't try to help the Shocky Sheep you met before?
Of course I tried. My dear Sada and I ran all sorts of experiments and analyses on that stone, but we couldn't find a way to undo the petrification.
Aw, you guys. See? Same team.
Fine. Miss Iono, it appears I have severely misjudged you.
Same here, Grumpy Gramps. But I guess I can't call you that now that you're smiling.
No, you can keep calling me that if you wish. Anyways, green guy, I think we've lingered here long enough.
Wait, you're leaving already? Can I come too?
As you may have guessed by now, the two of us are on a quest to take down the Pokemon that caused this whole mess. The time travel, the petrification, not to mention brainwashing my wife, is far too dangerous for someone like you to get involved.
Aw, come on, Grumpy Gramps. I'm pretty strong, you know. I am a champion ranked trainer after all, and I have the power of a curse just like you.
Fine. As much as I hate to admit it, you may prove to be a valuable ally. We'll be sure to call you if things go south.
Sounds like you're still planning to leave me behind, but I want to travel with Mr. Shocky Sheep too.
Hey, Iono. I know you want to join us right now, but there's something else we need help with. Something only you can do.
And what would that be, Mr. Shocky Sheep?
Unlike Turo here, who's extremely antisocial, you're very friendly and have an extensive network of fans ready to give you useful information. I mean, I've gone through Paldean at least 8 different times and haven't managed to find a single other me. But it took you only a few days.
Well, I am Paldea's #1 streamer.
Exactly. So while we're going around and preparing for our eventual battle with Terapagos, it would be really helpful if you could hang back and try to gather some extra information for us.
Sure, I could do that. So what you want to know?
A lot of things. For starters, there should be 2 other Miis wandering around the region. Maybe they've already turned to stone, but it's very important that I find them.
More shocky sheeps or sparkly stones. Got it. What else?
Well, any information on Area 0 or Terapagos would be pretty useful.
I see. Well, leave it all to me, Mr. Shocky Sheep. And you too, Grumpy Gramps.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Iono. Now then, let us be on our way.
Having finished our talks with Iono, we decided to rummage through a pile of stones in the local mines until we found the Dawnstone needed to evolve Kirlia into a Gallade. Now that our Valiant had finally evolved, we could have it hold the muscle band that used to be on hands, and it's so strong that it can practically one-shot the giant worm lurking around the mines. We also decided to level up a bit more by challenging the local trainers in the mines, which got us an extra item, the Punching Glove, which is perfect for hands since it boosts the power of punching moves, and we have a lot of those. With our training complete, we made our way towards the other side of the map where things were just as strange. There was a giant flying stork that we shot out of the sky, there was a blockade on the road towards Cascarafa, and the only side route was through the desert where there was another giant Pokemon that looked like an ancient Donphan. We decided to approach this Pokemon since we've already taken down like 3 giants, and on the way saw another member for our team. No, not that! Come back here, Larvesta, you're the one we need! But if you've seen the Sada video, you know I know that Larvesta isn't the best lead at the moment, so instead we led with Valiant, which wasn't a good choice either. We decided to give Moth a try, and even though it got one shot, its flame body ability managed to burn the giant tusk, so its physical moves won't be as strong now. Then we followed up with Thorns, who used Screech to lower this Titan's physical defenses, and finally we sent out Hands for the sweep. We were bulky enough to take a punch, and had our handy Draining Punch to help heal us up after attacking. Sadly, that healing wasn't enough, so we had to use 1 Hyper Potion, but that's all we needed to survive and take down the 4th Titan. Now that the coast was clear, we could finally go to Cascarafa and challenge the Water-type gym. Our first order of business was to get rid of our Flying-type weakness by terastallizing into a Psychic-type, that way Veluza wouldn't just knock us out. And instead, we could knock it out with our Leaf Blades. The Lug Trio also got one shot, but it did get to lower our speed thanks to its GUI ability. Lucky for us, we were still faster than the Snowy Crab, and our Leaf Blade was strong enough to just one-shot it as well, getting us our easiest win of the run, the Gallade Solo Sweep. Now that we had 4 gym badges, it was time to go shopping. Yeah, money! We got the Razor Claw to help boost Valiant's crit rate, and gave our Muscle Band to Moth, who is definitely a physical attacker, just like the rest of our team. Anyways, our next stop was Medali, which meant even more walking through the desert. This time we decided to battle some of the trainers near Porto Marinata, which got Larvitar to evolve, as well as that Focus Ash item from the League rep near town. And let me tell you gamers, this is like the most useful item in the run, because it functions like Sudowoodo's sturdy ability. The Pokemon will survive with 1 HP and will not get one shot, which will give a lot more Pokemon a chance to shine. Our strategy against Larry was to lead with Hands since it's got that super effective fighting type move, but his Drowsy Kamala got to put our Muscle Man to sleep. We managed to finish off the lead before that happened, but sadly our lead became the punching bag for Larry's Dudunsparce. Next we followed up with Gallade, who also knew a fighting type move, allowing us to one-shot the Middlemon, and that left Larry with just his Staraptor, which could easily one-shot us with an Aerial Ace. Probably could've just terastallized here to take less damage, but hindsight 2020. Anyways, we followed up with Thorns, which is extremely bulky thanks to that Eviolite, and decided to spam Screech in order to cut down Staraptor's defenses. Then we used Smackdown to deal a bit of damage, and the rest was all up to Moth. A weak little bug against an overpowered normal bird. And of course, we decided to terastallize here into a bug type, because, I don't know, I genuinely don't know what I was thinking during this battle. We got hit with a super effective Aerial Ace, but survived with 1 HP thanks to the Focus Sash, and then we attacked with our strongest move, Leech Life, meaning for once, the bug had the real advantage, although I definitely didn't have to dunk on Lyria like this. I'm sorry, pal. The good news for us is that we could now go catch a flying type of our own as well, Delibird, a Pokemon that's giving me a bad case of the Mandela effect. If I were to ask you, what color does shiny Delibird have, and you answered blue just like I did, you'd be surprised to find out that in fact the shiny Delibird was never blue. It was always this weird purple color, yet I have a very strong memory of seeing a blue Delibird, and I can't even find any clues of this online. Did a blue Delibird ever exist? You guys let me know in the comments please. Anyways, weird tangents aside, it was time time to battle Ryme. We decided to lead with Bundle and Thorns, setting up a layer of spikes and then using Crunch to damage the bayonet. Ryme's team wasn't doing too much damage to us, so we decided to set up a second layer of spikes and finish off her first ghost. She followed up with Houndstone, which vanished into thin air, so we decided to double down on the Mimikyu, breaking its disguise and crunching its claws. Sadly, her Houndstone Shadow Force was payback, knocking out our bundle, so no more savings for us. Ryme terrestrialized her ace and went after Thorns, but that Eviolite item was good at keeping us alive. We returned the favor with a Crunch, which managed to one-shot, which left her with just a Ghost Dog. Instead of playing fetch though, it loves to hide. The following turn it finally got to take out Thorns, but it was left wide open for the aggressive Pets of Hands, which quickly ended the battle. Having claimed 6 badges, it was time to once again go to the other side of the map for the next gym. But in order to get to Alpharnata, you have to get through this giant cave, and inside the cave, you find our last teammate for this run, Dano. This Pokemon has me extra worried since its final evolution doesn't happen until level 64, but the cap for Gita, the region's champion, is 62, meaning we'll be fighting Miss Top Champion here with a Pokemon that isn't even fully evolved. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, let's focus on the next gym. In our battle against Tulip, we once again decided to bundle together several layers of spikes for her team. Then it was time for Moth to shine again, since bug type moves are super effective here. The bad news was that we were too slow for the Gardevoir and too simp to one-shot it with a super effective critical hit. What? Oh right, I forgot that Gardevoir's newly added fairy typing makes it take normal amounts of damage from dark type moves, so it wasn't super effective. Still, we managed to finish it off the next turn, but we were once again too slow, so Tulip's Espathra could finish us off. Thankfully, Thorns was bulky enough to take her psychic attacks and strong enough to finish it off with a couple of crunches, leaving Tulip with just her ace, which is pretty threatening. It's got a super powerful fairy type move, and her physical dark type attack wasn't quite strong enough to one-shot, which means that our new team member, the Emo Dinosaur, has to carry here. We terrestrialized into a dark type, survived a super effective Moonblast thanks to that Focus Sash again, and finished off the battle with a powerful Crunch. Truly a scuffed victory, but a victory nonetheless. And that meant just one more gym badge to get. But before we run up Glaciado Mountain, I decided to take a different route and ran into some pretty weird environmental effects. I know it's supposed to be snowing in this area, but for some reason it felt extra sparkly and a bit out of place. Not sure if it's a glitch or intended, but I thought it looked a bit cool, so I just wanted to share. Anyways, time to battle Grusha. Just like the usual, we try to set up a bunch of spikes, but this time around his lead Pokemon managed to one-shot us. We followed up with Thorns, which could return the one-shot favor, to which Grusha responded with Cetitan, who said no you to our no you, knocking out our Pokemon in a one-shot as well. It was time to stop this one-shot charade, so we followed up with Hands, who finally didn't end the battle in one hit, which to be honest isn't a great thing, but it makes it a bit more fun. Unfortunately, fun is simply unbearable for Grusha, who used Icicle Crash to flinch Hands and then finished him off the next turn. We sent out Moth next, which uses Flame Wheel to do some decent damage, but took a big hit from an Earthquake and then got finished off with an Aqua Jet before we could do anything else. I should have sent out Valiant earlier to be honest, but I didn't think he was fast enough. I thunk wrong. Since Grusha turned his ace Pokemon into a pure Ice type, we could just attack it with Sacred Sword and finish it off in one blow, getting us the final gym badge needed to challenge the Elite Four. Way to go, Turo.
Oh hey, another talking Pokemon.
Wait, Grusha, you remember me too?
No, we've never met before.
The boy clearly said another.
That's right. Say, you aren't going to turn to ice too, are you?
Turn to ice? Not stone? No, I will not. But I'd appreciate it if you could take us to the one that did.
I'd rather not.
And why's that?
I'm scared that if I go back there, I might turn to ice too.
You're a lot more cowardly than I remember. Wait, did that talking Pokemon give you a gift by any chance?
I don't think so, but it is kind of creepy that you're asking all these super specific questions.
Sorry, didn't mean to scare you like that, but could you at least tell us a bit more about this other talking Pokemon?
Sure. I was just stepping out for a walk yesterday morning when a little Gimmighoul suddenly got in my way and asked for directions.
Sounds like the Pokemon we're looking for. So, where did he want to go?
Top of the mountain.
That sounds like quite the long walk.
It was, and I should have known better than to join him for the hike. My leg still hasn't fully recovered from that incident.
Wait, you went all the way to the top of the mountain?
Yeah, it was almost noon by the time we made it up there, and as soon as we did, there was some sort of earthquake. Then the Pokemon turned to ice.
Did anything else happen?
I don't think so. Maybe some sort of eclipse? 'cause everything got darker, even though there wasn't a single cloud in the sky.
Say, boy, what color is my tie?
I don't know. Blue, maybe?
Sounds like everything is still a lot darker for you than usual. This tie is clearly purple. You'd only confuse the colors if you aren't perceiving enough light. Given the information we've collected so far, I'd say he did, in fact, receive a gift from the talking Pokemon too, just like Miss Iono.
Iono? I knew I should have messaged her about it, especially with all the videos she's been posting about these talking Pokemon.
Then why didn't you, boy?
'Cause it's embarrassing, old man. I don't want her to know that I'm a friendo. And what if she accidentally leaked our DMs in one of her streams? Then the whole world would know.
So you just care about your image?
Yeah, people look up to me 'cause I'm cool and collected. And I'm scared to let them down, you know? Can you imagine how disappointed they'd be if they found out I like watching someone as hyper as Iono?
So you're scared of letting down absolute strangers?
Alright, enough of this, you two. Turo, this is your second strike. You gotta stop picking fights with people.
But if he had informed Iono, we could have gotten here sooner. And what if there's a bunch of other cowards like him, withholding important information on Terapagos? If this boy is so concerned about the kind of role model he's being, then he should at least be a good one, not this.
Oh my gosh, Turo, cut him some slack. It sounds like Grusha got the power of fear, so it's probably extra hard for him to do these kind of things right now.
No, he's right.
He is?
I am? See?
Iono and I have been colleagues for a long time, long before I met this talking Pokemon. And I never once had the courage to tell her that I like her content, even though I've been a fan long before she got popular.
Okay.
I just didn't want to ruin people's image of me, even if it meant I couldn't talk to others that I thought were cool. But what that old man just said, it really struck a chord with me, you know?
I thought he was just being a hater.
Maybe, but he's definitely right about one thing. If I'm going to be scared of ruining the image people have of me, then that image better be a good one. Because what's scarier than letting people down is leading people astray.
Bro.
So even though I'm kind of terrified right now, let me make up for my mistake. I'll take you to the spot where that talking Pokemon turned to ice.
Great. And while we walk there, how about I tell you everything that's happened so far?
Wow, your story sounds pretty cool. Anyways, we're here.
Thanks, Grusha. Also, that's definitely a crystal and not ice.
Sorry. Everything looks kind of dark, so it's hard to tell.
That's alright. We found what we were looking for. Now then.
Listen, boy. No, man. I take back what I said about you. It took me years to overcome the hatred that flowed through my mind thanks to this curse. Yet in one short conversation, you managed to brave through the fear that's flooding yours.
It sounds kinda cool when you put it that way. But in reality, I just found a bigger fear that's happened to set me on a better path. Speaking of which, this Terapagos sounds like quite the scary foe. So if the two of you need some backup, please, let me know.
It seems like we've found ourselves another reliable ally.
Another?
Iono is also helping us out.
Iono?
Who do you think asked her to help find all this info on all these talking Pokemon and Terapagos?
I see.
We didn't just scare you away again, did we?
No. Okay, maybe a little, but I want to help regardless.
Haha, attaboy. We'll be sure to call you when the time is right.
Cool, I'll be ready.
Now then, let's go prepare for the final trial.
Before making our way to the Elite Four, Turo and I needed to train up a bit more, so it was time to head the flower field to the north one last time. We made the most effective buttermayo sandwich, and then went after any Chansey or Blissey that wasn't smart enough to run away. This gave us enough experience points to level up our team by 10, and evolve both Torns and Jugulas, which is apparently taken from the Latin word jugulum, which means neck. The future form of this thing is just iron neck, but Jugulas definitely sounds cooler. Anyways, it was time to take on the Elite Four. Our strategy against Rika was to smash her ground-type Pokemon with hands, but her Donphan shook up those plans with a critical hit. We tried to continue the sweep with Valiant and his Leaf Blades, but the elephant was just too sturdy, and her Dugtrio decided to sucker punch us. So it was finally time for Bundle to do something other than set up spikes. This time it would go on the offensive, using the Ice Spinner move we got from Grusha, allowing it to one-shot the Doug trio and deal major damage to the Eclair. Rika tried to Toxic Stall us for some reason, but we had a clause against that in the fine print, not enough to opt out of this bundle. Poppy was up next, and for once, I had zero struggles against her. We set up Belly Drum with Hands, which maxes out our attack stat and cuts our HP in half, but Poppy wasted her first turn setting up Stealth Rock, which meant we could just go ahead and Drain Punch through her whole team, including the bulky Corviknight and the overpowered Kirby. Larry, on the other hand, was a lot more trouble than usual, probably because we embarrassed him with the bug early in this run. We decided to lead with Bundle again since the Ice Spinner move is super effective against his lead, Tropius. For some reason, he decided to follow up with Altaria, which is another Pokemon that has a 4x weakness to Ice-type moves. Finally, a Pokemon that makes sense. A little too much sense if you ask me. We decided to try Hands next since it knows Ice Punch, but sadly it got one-shot by Brave Bird as well. Moth was back for a rematch, and just like last time, Staraptor failed to one-shot thanks to the Focus Sash, and then it knocked itself out with Recoil. Larry sent out his Oricorio next, and we responded with Thorns, which could easily one-shot with a Stone Edge. However, Thorns has a 4x weakness against fighting-type moves, and that's exactly what Larry decided to use next. We followed up with Jugulis, who happens to have a 2x weakness to fighting-type moves, but it was also holding the Eviolite to super boost its defenses, allowing it to survive one attack and use Scary Face to slow down the Florida Bird. There are speed limits, Floridians, you know who you are. Turns out that made us fast enough to attack first, almost knocking out Larry's ace, but since it lived with a few HP, it got to take us out, before dying to the effects of Sandstorm. And since we still had Valiant in the party with full HP, that was another victory for me. Before going on to fight Hassel, we decided it was finally time to let Moth evolve. After all, the level cap was now slightly above its evolution level, and that also meant we could switch up our items a bit, giving our newly evolved Pokemon the Wise Glasses for more special attack, and slapping that Focus Sash onto Jugulis. I would have kept the Eviolite, but considering Hassel uses strong dragons, a guaranteed survive sounded like the better option. We continue to lead with Bundle, who has once again just become our one-trick deli, using Ice Spinner to instantly knock out Noivern. Out next was Haxorus, and we responded with Thorns, which causes a Sandstorm and can bulk through a super effective attack, and also could deal some decent damage with Ice Fang. However, it is not immune to flinching, so down it goes. Thankfully, Moth is fast enough to finish off the Haxorus and has a Psychic-type move to take care of the Poison Seahorse Dragon. Its Bug Buzz attack was powerful enough to one-shot Flapple, leaving out Hassel with just his ace. Moth was still fast enough to land the first hit, but it barely did any damage and then got one-shot by the Frosty Dragon. We followed up with Jugulis, who could tank through one move thanks to the Sash, and used Scary Face to slow the dragon down so that the rest of the team could potentially attack first and do some damage. It was time to go all out, so we sent out Valiant to Terrastalize into a Psychic type for an extra buff and then used Psycho Cuck to, 1 HP. Lucky for us, we still had an extra hand around, using Knock Off to slap that 1 HP out of Hassel's grasp. Having conquered the Elite Four, Turo and I could finally challenge Gita and see if he has what it takes to become champion. While Gita was busy setting up random reflects, we used Bundle to layer on some spikes for the rest of her team. Then we followed up with Moth, who set up a Quiver Dance to boost its stats. Whoops, I forgot that she had that ability, but nothing to worry about since we can resist her attacks and then one-shot the next turn. And with the setup complete, it was smooth sailing. We used Heat Wave to burn away her King Gambit, Bug Buzz to make Veluza buzz off, another Heat Wave to melt her Avalugg, and another Bug Buzz to make her Go-Goat go away. Her Glimmora actually managed to survive one attack and even finished off Moth with a single Sludge Wave, but at this point she was in such a bad corner that I could send out a not fully evolved Jugulis, have it survive with 1 HP, and then finish off her best Pokemon with a simple Crunch. So to answer the question of could Turo actually become champion, at least Turo in the past, and the answer is absolutely yes, as long as you can use health items. Otherwise, he does not stand a chance. That Eviolite and Focus Sash definitely helped us turn the tides of too many battles, but were definitely necessary for this run considering how odd Turo's team is.
You done talking trash yet?
Sorry about that.
So who here knows something about Terapagos?
Here? No one.
But you said that we could find someone who knew if I could make it to the champion rank, and I did, so where are they? You didn't lie to me, did you?
Of course not, but the person who knows isn't here. We just needed the rank so that the Pokemon League can't stop us from getting to where they are.
And where is that exactly?
Area 0.
Well, if it isn't my deadbeat husband and that clingy talking Pokemon that won't take a hint.
And who are you?
Come now, Turo. Surely you haven't forgotten about me already? It's only been, 10 years since you left?
I will not ask a third time. Who are you?
It's me, Sada, your lovely wife.
You really think I can't recognize my own wife? You may look like her and sound like her, but you are not my Sada.
I didn't think you'd be this sharp.
Where is she?
I can tell you dressed up in everything just to see her. But unfortunately for you, Sada isn't here right now.
Then where is she?
Why so serious, Turo?
I am not here to play games with a filthy imposter. I don't know what you are or what you're doing here, but you will tell me where to find my wife right now.
She always did like how assertive you are. Fine, I'll answer some of your questions. Just remember to take deep breaths, okay? I am Sada's trusty robot assistant, running on an AI constructed from her memories. She built me after you abandoned her. After all, if her dear husband betrayed her, the only person she could trust in this sad, cruel world was herself.
Stop dancing around the question, robot. Where is my Sada?
Ugh, you're no fun. No wonder Terapagos doesn't like you. Sada happened to find a little talking mouse Pokemon poking its nose where it does not belong, and since he convinced her that our time machine is broken, which it is not, she decided to go and try fix it.
Talking mouse Pokemon? That's the last me.
Correct. This is the third time you've waltzed into our lab. Uninvited, I might add.
Well, it wouldn't have happened if you stopped throwing me into your time machine.
Whatever do you mean? We've only sent you back once. Yet somehow it made 2 of you. And you're speaking all sorts of nonsense, just like the mouse. No wonder Terapagos doesn't like you.
Enough idle chatter. You will take us to Sada.
And if I refuse?
Then we'll have to use force.
Well then, be my guest. I'm sure my roaring moon will have a fun time tearing through your team. But let's take this elsewhere. I'm sure you don't want to accidentally destroy your dear Sada's research. Follow me.
Ogre, have your cudgel at the ready. If she tries anything funny, you know what to do.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, really?
Of course. I may not be your Sada, but I am just like her. I would never intentionally hurt you. If anything, I might just be eager to show you the fruits of our research. Now come.
You're taking us to the time machine, aren't you?
Quite the lovely place for a conclusive battle, wouldn't you say? Now then, let us begin.
The battle started out as Mirror Moth versus Ancient Moth. We set up a quiver dance to boost our stats, and AI Sada attacked us with a lunge to lower our attack. Then we went to the offensive with Psychic, but since her Moth survived with 1 HP, it got to hit us again and lower our speed this time. Thankfully, we were still fast enough to finish it off the next turn. She followed up with Flutter Mane, which had a rock type move, and as we all know, Moth weak to rock. We send out Hands next, which could use its Heavy Slam to make this thing go extinct. It even managed to do some major damage to the Screen Tail, although this thing likes to play rough. We followed up with Bundle that did some chip damage, and then Thorns who finally finished it off. Her Brute Bonnet was also a bit tricky since it could use Giga Drain to steal some of our health, however it wasn't stealing enough to survive the onslaught of super effective Ice Fang attacks. We didn't have much HP left to do more with Thorns, but that just means that Jugulis would get to enjoy its one single battle and its its fully evolved form. This three-headed dragon is pretty bulky, being able to take several hits like a champ, and pretty strong too, using Earth Power twice to finish off the Sandy Shocks. That left Sada with her prehistoric dragon, who instantly one-shot our Hydra, leaving Turo with just his ace as well. Roaring Moon got to attack us first, but Valiant survived with just a few HP to spare, then launched a Sacred Sword in return, landing a critical hit and instantly one-shotting AI Sada's last Pokemon, getting us the win.
According to Sada's memories, you were never that good at Pokemon battles. So how did you get so strong?
Everything I did for Sada's sake. If she was stuck down here thanks to the influence of some super strong Pokemon, then I simply had to become stronger, and so I did.
You barely beat me in a battle. Do you seriously think you can beat a Pokemon like Terapagos?
No, but he can.
So, that's why Terapagos wanted me to get rid of you.
Wait a second. Does that mean that the time machine failure wasn't just an unexplained accident?
Correct. I was tampering with its functionality behind the scenes, in the depths below Area Zero. And Sada was none the wiser. After all, she would never doubt me, for she trusts herself completely. All I had to do was tell her that nothing was wrong. And that was that, up until the mouse showed up anyways.
The other me.
The depths under Area Zero? That's where Sada went?
Oops. Did I let that slip? Fine. Yes, you're right. That elevator there can go even deeper than the room we're currently in. It leads all the way down to a cave below the Great Crater. There, we store the crystals that help this time machine function, as well as the true treasure of Paldea.
Wait, something's off. Why are you cooperating all of a sudden?
Well, you did win our battle, fair and square. But also...
What is that sound?
The time machine?
You catch on fast, but not fast enough, boys.
What are you doing?
Simple. I have in my possession the Indigo Disc, the only key that lets you access the place where Sada went. And now, with the help of this here time machine, I'll be sending myself on a one-way trip to the distant past. A place where you dare not venture, for you'll be forever lost to the sands of time. Even the ogre would become a fossil! A fossil! Long before he makes it back from that journey. So, do not follow me. Understood?
Wait, no. That means Sada will be locked down there forever.
I am aware, but I must do all I can to protect our paradise. Now, Turo, be a dear, and get back to the elevator, please.
No, only after I take that disc from your cold, robotic hands.
Stubborn as ever. Unfortunately, I cannot disobey a direct order from Terapagos. I cannot stop this jump, and I cannot give you this disc. So, please, get back to the elevator. You'll be safe there.
Why care about my safety now of all times?
Did you forget already? I'm built from Sada's memories. I may not love you, but I know how much she does. And I do not wish for her to lose you a second time. So please, elevator, now. Ogre!
Fine.
What are you doing? No, let me through. Sada, no, you can't leave. I need that disc. Please, Sada! Terapagos. Every time I think he's gone too far, he proves me wrong and goes yet further still.
Honestly, yeah, even I didn't think he'd go this far.
And you, why did you have to get in my way?
The time machine was set to 250 million years, Turo, and the return function is definitely still broken.
But my dear Sada went down there to fix it. Maybe once it's working again, we could go back and take the disc?
Who knows how long that'll take, or if she'll even follow through with that plan. You did say she's still brainwashed by Terapagos, right? Wait, did you hear that sound?
The time machine? It's working again. Sada?
That ain't Sada.
Another Paradox Pokemon? It seems you're right. Terapagos has other plans for this time machine.
Even further still. How's your team doing?
It's just valiant, with a few HP. I'll have to count on you for this one, Ogre.
Fine by me. I can take at least 100 of these guys, with my eyes closed.
But we don't know how many more will spawn. We need to retreat before you start getting tired.
Fine, I'll hold them off for now. You call in our backup.
Already on it. I suppose I should call her too.
Briar speaking.
Several days later.
I didn't think he'd push us back this far.
Me neither. It feels like he's brought in a whole country's worth of Paradox Pokemon already.
And we're running out of potions.
Yoo-hoo! The cavalry is here!
Oh, wow. So this is the mysterious Area Zero that my ancestor wrote about?
It does look pretty cool.
Took you long enough.
You could just say thank you.
Fine. Thank you all for coming on such short notice.
See? Not that hard. Now was it, friendo?
Briar, did you find anything on the item we mentioned?
Absolutely. When I went to request my leave of absence from the director, I noticed a very peculiar item hanging on the wall of his office. Serrano was a bit reluctant to part ways with it, but after a whole day's worth of negotiations, he finally let me borrow it. The Indigo Disc.
It does look exactly the same, but what material could resist the forces of nature for such a long time?
Maybe it's a different disc entirely.
As far as I know, this item was discovered by Clay in the mountains of Unova, along with some fossils of Pokemon that lived around 250 million years ago. Unless there was another Indigo Disc in the distant past, this is the item you're looking for.
Then let's hope it still works.
So what's the plan?
We make our way down to the lab at the bottom of Area Zero and try to insert the disc into the control console. In theory, this should grant us access to the depths below via the elevator.
Sounds simple enough.
Except this place is crawling with Paradox Pokemon. The Ogre and I have been fending them off and backing up when their numbers started to grow too large. As you can see, we've been pushed back all the way to the outer edge of Area Zero.
I don't like the sound of that.
But now, your numbers are bigger too!
2 champion-ranked trainers and a gym leader. I wouldn't say our odds are that much better.
Hey now, don't forget about me.
Did you bring any Pokemon?
No, but I did bring all the other supplies you requested.
Whoa, look at all those revives. And potions too. Now we might actually stand a chance. Thanks, Briar.
Don't mention it. After all, this might be my only chance to explore Area Zero. Now let's go make the most of it.
And so we battled our way through hordes of Paradox Pokemon, slowly making our way back down to the lab at the bottom of Area Zero. To our surprise, the console immediately recognized the Indigo Disc and gave us access to the elevator. And after an extremely long ride down, we finally reached our destination. Of course, things didn't get any easier, since there were a bunch of stellar Pokemon roaming around and blocking our way. Iono and Grusha protected Briar, while Turo and I battled the local legends and broke through the crystals blocking our way. We fought battle after battle, until eventually, we reached the very last room in this winding crystal maze.
Is that Sada?
And 2 crystal stakes, the other me.
Whoa! This room is so pretty!
Indeed, quite the dazzling chamber.
I don't know. Something about it feels a bit too creepy.
Good call, Grusha. We need to be extra careful. Status report.
1 HP, boss!
Same here. And we're all out of healing items.
Even though we overprepared, it was barely enough. But we can't turn back now. I'm down to just my Valiant and the 2 Pokemon I captured in Kitakami. Here, take them just in case.
Whoa, is that a ghost type? Now I can be even more like Mama.
A dragon?
You spar with the Dragon Tamer clan. There's no way you haven't picked up some of their strategies. Now let's go.
Whoa! Look at these giant crystals! They simply look stunning, do they not?
Beep, beep, beep.
Terrestrial energy is spiking. Everyone, be on your guard.
Ah.
Terapagos?
Greetings, Turo, Paradox. The two of you have been a thorn in my side for much too long. And now you dare invade our paradise? Go after my treasure?
You're one to talk, Terapagos. You took my wife from me, and now I'm here to take her back.
And you took my other selves. I need them to become whole again.
All sacrifices necessary to protect this paradise. Now leave this place, or I shall deal with you myself.
Not a chance, Terapagos. We're not leaving empty-handed.
Then there's no room to talk. I am sorry, little one, but I'll need to borrow your body for a bit.
Is that
the true power of Terapagos? Look at how brilliant it glows!
Ogre, prepare for battle.
You don't have to tell me twice. Iono, back me up.
Let's go!
Thanks for the heals. Looks like Terapagos has some sort of a shield, but I just have to smash it, right? It's too tough for normal attacks. Then I guess it's finally time to use these powers.
You can terastalize without an orb?
It's all thanks to those curses. They've been locked inside the ground for so long that they've absorbed a bunch of Terrasto energy. That way I can transform without any interference from Terapagos here. I'll take this, you terrible turtle.
We did it?
It's not over yet.
Oh no, it's absorbing your terrestrial energy.
Look out!
Not on my watch, you don't. I'm about to drop a super hot take. Rage powder!
Nice going, Iono. That attack could have just knocked me out.
No problemo, friendo. But it looks like I'm all out of Pokemon. Grusha, you're up!
Me?
Ha ha ha! Frozen stiff, are we?
It put up another barrier?
It's fine. I broke it once, I can break it again.
But you're taking too much damage.
You're right. Can't hang on for much longer. Come on, Grusha, I need you.
I know, but I'm too scared to move. An unknown enemy. A Pokemon I've never used. I can't do this.
Yes, you can!
Iono?
I've seen the news, you know. How you had to quit snowboarding after your accident. How you kept going as a gym leader, even though being out on that frosty field caused you a lot of pain. How despite all the darkness and despair the world threw at you, you never stopped showing up to face new challengers. That's why I know you can do this, because you're the coolest gym leader in all of Paldea!
You think I'm cool?
That's right!
Now that's an image I can't afford to lose.
Now get into the zone, friendo! Mr. Shocky Sheep needs you!
Go, Hydrapple!
Attaboy.
I guess I should pitch in too. Here, our last potion.
Thanks, Briar.
Now what can this dragon do? Oh, let's try this. Dragon Cheer!
Whoa, I'm feeling pumped all of a sudden. Alright, Terapagos, it's time to go down. I can only do this one more time. Ivy? Go!
No! I cannot lose here. I cannot lose my treasure.
But you did lose, Terapagos. And now it's time to take back what is rightfully ours.
Stand back, Turo, or I'll turn your companions to stone.
Will you now?
You fool. Say goodbye to the girl.
Not so fast, friendo. I've got a VPN protecting me, but I won't tell you which one since they're not a sponsor.
Envy.
Then the boy.
Not cool. Not cool at all, man.
Fear.
Ugh, 8th descendant. No, I cannot harm her. Then you leave me no choice. Your precious Sada.
No! Huh?
But how?
You gave her your curse, didn't you, other me?
Even in death you defy me? But no matter. Surely Turo's protection has faded over the past decade.
Hatred.
Do you see now, Terapagos? You are the one who's powerless against us.
No, this can't be. I have failed. I cannot protect this paradise, my treasure.
My dear Sada, you're safe now.
But we don't know if the mind control is gone.
You're right. Terapagos, free her at once.
That I cannot do. because she is my last hope, my only chance at stopping you.
Stopping us from what exactly?
Don't play dumb, Paradox.
I'm not. I'm just trying to understand. Why? Why would you do all of this?
You mean you truly do not know? This is no time for jokes.
I'm serious. What's going on here, Terapagos?
And perhaps the joke was on me all along. This all started several centuries ago, in the war against Galar.
Slow down, I can't write this fast.
Don't worry, Prof. I'm recording a video too.
Thank you. Go on then.
In the distant past, giant Pokemon thrived in every region. But as time went on, natural evolution led to smaller and smaller sizes, until eventually, the titanic Pokemon vanished, one by one. All except for Terapagos.
That would be you, correct?
Not quite. Unlike other Pokemon, which can have multiple individuals of the same species, Terapagos are cursed to a lonely existence. There can only be one.
But we just battled a smaller Terapagos. Clearly, there's two of you.
Indeed. At the beginning of the world, Terapagos was one creature, stacked upon each other on various scales of magnitude. From top to bottom, it was Terapagos all the way down.
Infinite regression.
I am the Continental Terapagos, the one called Paldean.
Whoa! So it's not just the name of our region, but of a whole Pokemon?
Correct. Larger than me still is Terra. It is the size of the planet. Larger still is Sola, holding the sun at its center. And even larger, Elaticus, Clusterus, and Cosmos, on whom the whole universe expands still.
Amazing!
In the distant past, the Terapagos smaller than me, but titanic to humans of your size, roamed the region freely. As the final titanic Pokemon, it required an ample supply of Herba Mystica and other foods to survive. But alas, the nutrients on my shell are not big enough to support its infinite lifespan. Thus, the ruler of this land began a conquest around the globe, extracting resources with similar energies to the local Herba Mystica in an attempt to keep the symbol of Paldea's power alive. This included invading an island to the north, now known as Galar.
Oh, I know where this is going. This led to an all-out war between the two regions. And while it seemed like the small island stood no chance, its inhabitants garnered support from Paldeans, who were unsatisfied with the old king's rule. Their golden age had long started to corrode, and the many people living in poverty did not wish to support the gluttony of its king and giant tortoise.
Indeed, many were easily swayed to stand under the flag of Calyrex, who came to stop our invasion.
The king of bountiful harvests. To the starving people of Paldea, there was no better leader. Unlike the greedy king, this Pokemon could replenish their food supplies and help them live happy lives free from hunger. If only Calyrex could win.
The king of old had heard this Pokemon had taken on an intergalactic threat in the past, and that his powers were weakening, so he sent the almighty Tortoise to the front lines in the north. But what he did not expect was that Calyrex had a powerful ally.
Me! I was stuck in the past thanks to Terapagos and the time machine, so of course I was gonna join Calyrex in stopping you. Or at least the Pokemon I thought was you.
The Titan Glaciado stood no chance against your combined powers.
Did you just say Glaciado? Like the mountain?
Wait, does that mean Glaciado's grass is...
The aftermath of our battle.
Shocky Sheep, you did that?
I was just as surprised as you, my dear child. Alone, neither of those Pokemon stood a chance against the Titan. But together, just like humans, together they were unstoppable.
That's right. At first I thought I'd need to use all of the curse's powers to take down the giant turtle, but even then I felt like a Durant trying to whack a giant Carbink with a tiny blade of grass. Then Calyrex decided to pitch in. Using his powers, he got me to Dynamax, just like the Pokemon in Galar.
A relic of the ancient past, when Titanic Pokemon roamed the land.
And just like that, Terapagos and I were now the same size. But it also made the negative emotions from the curses get large too, so I couldn't hold back.
The giant ivy cudgel tore through the sky, with a force stronger than the comet which broke my shell millions of years ago. And then... the force of the impact was so strong that it even knocked me out for a few decades.
Unfortunately, that victory was very bittersweet. Everyone in Paldea witnessed our battle, witnessed my ability to obliterate the Pokemon they once worshipped with a single fell swoop. Their cheers quickly turned to screams, as they realized that an even more unstoppable tyrant could now rule their lands. So while I was resting to recover from the battle, they exiled me to the other side of the globe.
When I awoke, Glossiado was gone. The ogre had left my shell, and I was once again all alone.
Except you weren't.
Indeed. Humanity's thirst for knowledge and exploration did not end after that war, but instead of exploring out into the world, they began to explore inward, towards Area Zero.
And that's when Heath found it. The small Terapagos.
For so long, I believed that meteor obliterated the little creature, but it had somehow survived the impact and continued its lonely existence down here, deep below my shell.
How come you didn't notice it before?
While we, Terapagos, are one creature of many magnitudes, we can only sense and communicate directly within one scale of ourselves. Without Glossiado, I could not communicate with or sense the little one. Kind of like how you humans need microscopes and telescopes to see the world beyond your scale of existence.
But we're about the same size as the little one. How come you can communicate with us, but not him?
Because your ears are not made of the same crystal as us. To him, my words sound like a deep rumble at best, but a human's words, they can be perceived by us both.
What does any of this have to do with the time travel or my dear Sada?
Shortly after Heath's discovery, more and more humans started to flood towards Area Zero, but none of them were benevolent like Heath. They all wanted to extract resources, find treasure, and steal the Terapagos for personal gain.
But none of them managed to find it, so they labeled Heath a liar, and he lived the rest of his days an outcast from society.
And for that, I owe you an apology. Thanks to Glossiado, I had seen the greed of humans, and I wanted to protect Gem, the little Terapagos, from a similar fate. So I used my powers to block the path down here, create mazes, and summon powerful Pokemon from the distant past.
So you already had a time machine. Then why did you need Sada?
I could achieve feats such as time travel by bending the movements of light, using the crystals growing deep within my shell, but it was difficult to do so efficiently, which is a problem because I'm slowly dying. I had to find a way to conserve my energy.
You're dying?
Indeed. A meteor strike exposed my inner shell, and during a war with our neighboring region, Kalos, I was struck directly by a powerful beam containing the power of death itself. It was not enough to instantly kill me. However, it did stop my body from producing more energy.
So once you run out...
I knew my days were numbered, and as such, I wanted to find a way to protect Gem for as long as possible, and give him a happy life, if even for a brief moment. I had to create this paradise for him, before I too perished.
So you brainwashed my Sada?
That was not my intent. She was a brilliant human, with heart as kind as Heath's, which is why I allowed the two of you to conduct your research in Area Zero. even though I was concerned about the negative energy coming from your soul, Turo.
If it was not your intent, then why is she like this? What happened to her?
Since she was like Heath, I wish to request her assistance directly, but I can only communicate with humans in this very room. It is only here that I can vibrate crystals whose resonance makes sound waves audible for your kind. So I created the indigo disc, which refracts light in such a way that even that man-made elevator could reach the depths below my shell in a reasonable time. She was so excited to explore this place, but unfortunately lacked your levels of caution.
So you let her get hurt?
Nothing like that. It was something even I had not expected. Something you may have seen on your way here.
The crystal tree?
Indeed. For that is the birthplace of a Pokemon known as Petulant.
Wait, that's the thief that came after me in Kitakami.
It is a Pokemon that uses its toxins to control other people. The creature fled my domain shortly after its birth by taking control of some local explorers. I have not heard of it since.
Well, it sure was a troublesome one. Wait, but if Sada got affected by it, does that mean there's another one around here?
No, there was only ever one. However, its toxins from its body were still spread all over that tree, and Sada was all too quick to get her hands on it. Unfortunately, that made her susceptible to the will of others. So when I requested her aid,
she took it as an order. No wonder she was acting so strange. Wait, does that mean you cannot dispel this curse?
It is not a curse, Turo. If it were that simple, I would have freed her long ago.
No, my dear Sada.
There was no backing out after that. Sada devoted herself to the construction of a time machine, which barely used any of my life energy to function. Once you left her, Turo, she grew lonely, but under that powerful influence, the best she could do was to build a robot replicant of herself, which could help her with the task in your stead.
The one we met upstairs, but she was under your influence.
Indeed. Since her thoughts were processed using the crystals of my body, I could send direct orders and control some of its actions. With the help of young Sada, we had a functioning time machine, and a robot I could use to communicate with humans. Everything was going well. Until...
Me?
I thought the powerful ogre was long gone from this world. Yet centuries later, you suddenly reappeared once again, seeking the aid of Turo. I managed to stop you in your tracks, but then you appeared a third time, and with even more powers than before. Not only that, but I heard them. The rumbles of Sola and the others, all the way down to Cosmos. Every Terapagos in existence was shaking in fear of you. Even Terra, who had not spoken in millennia, uttered the words, "You are a paradox. That I cannot permit."
Now that you mention it, those words do sound kind of familiar, but I think I heard them when I was first entering this world, long before any of that stuff happened.
Upon hearing their words, I knew I had to stop you, for I alone had the power to do so, and thus I used up a large reserve of my remaining powers to strike you with the ruinous curses that the old king had sealed within my shell. All of humanity had barely managed to subdue them in the past. Surely one Pokemon, no matter how powerful, would fail to overcome all four at once.
And that's why I was stuck here.
I did not expect you to find this place so soon after your arrival, but thankfully I had two reliable weapons at my disposal, AI Sada and the time machine. I did not know if it would work, but I had to try something, and so I tried to lock you in a time loop. For if the curses failed, I had no other way of stopping you.
Except it caused the Butterfree effect, which led me all the way back here.
That was not something I had accounted for. It seems like you are powerful enough to defy the corrosion of the curses, to defy time itself. Your existence is beyond all rhyme or reason. You are a paradox. That I could not permit.
Sounds to me like you let fear get the better of you, and that led to self-fulfilling prophecy.
That's why you gotta look on the bright side.
Whatever do you mean?
The thing about people is that we act based on our expectations.
And it seems like you do too, Terapagos.
But I am not like you, humans.
Then I guess it applies to all life.
You think things will go well, you act like the things will go well, and then more often than not, they do.
Even if reality gets kind of grim, you can't let your expectations fall too low.
Otherwise, you'll become quite miserable.
Ain't that right, Grumpy Grounds?
What are you trying to say?
When I first came into this world, you assumed I was a threat, and you treated me like a threat, which eventually did make me become an actual threat. Had you not placed all those curses on me, had you not sent me into a time loop, I never would have been there for the battle against Glaciado. I never would have met the curses or Turo or Grusha, all of which helped me get to this very spot. It is thanks to your actions that I managed to come here and win.
That is why you are the ultimate paradox.
Well now, it seems we're all on the same page here. It was all one big misunderstanding, so we don't have to fight anymore, right?
Even if I had enough life force to keep going, I would not continue this pointless charade.
Thank goodness. I really don't like having to fight either.
This isn't over, you two. My Sada is still.
Huh? That voice. Turo?
Sada? You recognize me?
What sort of silly question is that? Of course I recognize you.
But you haven't spoken my name ever since you lost your mind 10 years ago.
Oh, Turo. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Sada. You're back now, right?
But you're the one who left, Turo.
But how? Terapagos said he couldn't undo the mind control.
Did you forget already? I'm the one who beat up Petulant in the past, and that was because its mind control couldn't do anything against my curses. Any one of them could instantly fend it off.
You mean I could have cured her all along?
Maybe, but then you would have been in danger too. It had to be one of my other selves, giving just a tiny morsel of a curse they had left. That was the only way to get the best outcome.
Then you have my eternal gratitude. Oh, Sada, welcome back.
Yeah. Now promise you won't ever leave me again. Do you know how lonely it was down here without you? I had to build a robot just to keep me company. In fact, I don't think I can forgive you for that.
I didn't know you could hold such a grudge. Oh, I see now.
I am glad to see that my mistake was not permanent.
What's wrong, Terapagos? You don't sound too well.
Like I said, my life force is running out, and I may have used up my remaining reserves trying to fend you off. Oh, what a fool I am.
But that means...
Paradox. I know I've done nothing to earn your kindness, but may I make one last request?
Sure. What is it?
All I've done to protect my little gem. The tiny Terapagos hidden in this room. But once my life is over, he will be yet again left all alone. Down here in this chasm.
Oh, I wouldn't mind taking care of him.
Thank you for your offer, descendant of Heath. However, you and the other humans are far too weak and short-lived to take on this task.
I think I know where this is going.
Then would you be so kind as to take him with you on your journeys? He is a rather shy Terapagos and will likely stay in this crystal form, but he can still observe the world, and I believe that may be better for him than to remain locked up here in this crystal cage I once called paradise.
You mean this little rock? Kinda reminds me of the Ilex charm I got from Clara.
It seems Gem approves of this proposal.
Yeah, but what's in it for me?
I suppose Gem could share some of his powers with you. It could work like some of the blessings you've obtained from the other mythicals.
I was just kidding about that. But great. A nice little bonus, I guess.
So, you will accept?
Well, he's just a little guy, and I know what it feels like to be all lost and alone, thanks to a certain someone. Anyways, yes, I accept. I'll take Gem with me.
Wonderful. I suppose I was wrong about you all along. For I never expected the paradox I've feared to bring me such joy in my final moments.
May you rest in peace, Paldean. Way to ruin the moment.
Sorry, I wanted to take care of this before anything else happens.
The last fragments of your soul.
That's right. Now I'm finally complete again.
Whoa! What's that thing?
Huh, that's the portal.
The portal?
Oh, right. Did I forget to mention that I came here from another world just to see how strong the gym leaders are? Now that my mission is done and my soul is complete, I have to head back home.
But I was hoping we could make some more videos together.
And I was hoping you'd come hang out in the mountains.
Unfortunately, I cannot stay. But maybe Iono could go to the mountains and make some videos with you, Grusha.
Oh, guess I'd be down for that.
Yay, me too! The friendos are gonna love it.
I was hoping to do more research on our little gem here, but I guess I'll have to settle for the other Terapagos like Terra. I do wonder if there's even smaller ones too.
Indeed. Perhaps Pokerus is related to Terapagos too. When I studied it in Hoenn, I did find some resemblance between its effect on Pokemon and that of terrestrialization, at least under a microscope.
Absolute genius! You're quite the lucky one, Sada.
Yeah. Just don't get any ideas about my Turo.
Anyways, I must give you my thanks once more. Vasko, if it weren't for your help, I never would have gotten her back.
No problem, Turo. Besides, you've helped me out a lot too. You just don't remember it since it was in a different timeline. So, consider us even.
Huh. You never cease to amaze.
Anyways, it looks like that's gonna be it for me. I'll always treasure the memories we've made together. Doviždane, skapi prijatelji.
So you went all around the world trying to find a way to save me?
And I hated every bit of it, because you weren't by my side. No one was.
Well, you are kind of grumpy.
Grumpy Gramps! Grumpy Gramps!
Gramps. I don't think Arvin's old enough for that to happen.
Who's Arvin?
Rose did not warn us about these extra factors. We need to note them down for the future. In any case, glad to have you back.
I'm glad to be back. Also, I'm not too sure about doing this again in the future.
I don't blame you. Unfortunately, word of the project got out since we were at our wits' end trying to get you back. And we had to reach out to various scientists for some help. So you might get some requests from other regions, but you can turn them down.
Oh boy, this never ends, does it?
I know, right? Speaking of which, there's some letters for you.
Oh no. Whoa, you made it to the end of another one of these? Okay, maybe I shouldn't assume you've already seen the first one. So, hi, hello, thanks for watching all the way through. This was not intentional, but somehow both Season 1 and Season 2 ended up being exactly 5.5 hours long, which makes me worry that Season 3 is going to be too short since it's only 5 episodes, but hey, hopefully it's just as enjoyable, if not better. Speaking of which, I do feel a bit bad about Season 2. Not sure if Scarlet and Violet just weren't as popular as Sword and Shield, or if my writing really fell off, but this season did not perform all that well. It didn't help that just like with Season 1, I was recovering from COVID again while working on this one. Except this time around, I also got stuck with a long-term side effect, dysautonomia. Thankfully, I'm doing a lot better now. Not fully back to normal, I don't know if I ever will, but I'm okay enough to keep going. Speaking of which, there's two people I have to thank for keeping Season 2 going. First up, we have Mareep VA, who voiced both Katy and Briar in this season. She also helped me find a ton of people to voice the characters for this season since frankly, I don't have that many friends and I didn't even know where to begin looking for people to voice act. The other person I have to thank is Maitsu, who drew about half of the character sprites for this season. Unfortunately, both Spuddy and Seth, who drew most of the art for Season 1, had other things going on in life, so they couldn't take many commissions. They still helped out here and there, but they just couldn't do the whole season. And I quickly learned that finding a reliable and affordable artist is quite difficult. But thankfully, Maitsu did come in clutch, and I have a lot of respect for that. So thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!